a lot later this year. You're looking at June and July, so there's a lot of pressure on these teams to perform now. Otherwise, they're going to be out of the action of the main seed for a good couple of months.
There's also the stress that a lot of these teams want to do well in Ignite, but you have to first make your way through Marvel Rivals Championship ban system. This is the ban locks where they are universal. If you ban out Spider-Man, that is bad for both teams, not just your opponents as it is in Ignite. If you protect or lock Spider-Man, that is now available for both teams. So mirror matches are possible, so meaning that if you end up in that situation, you just straight up have to outperform.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people say because Ignite's ban draft system is a little bit different, right? Because it is about banning against your opponent. I know a lot of people like, this qualifies to Ignite. Wouldn't it make more sense to like have that system? I do prefer it this way because I feel like it's a good test of like just fundamentals, pound for pound, who are the better teams. Like, it's just really a case of like, you're not trying to anti-strat too much of your opponent. It is important to take out key characters like we've seen Spider-Man bans yesterday against people like, I think Ezreal, was it? Like, it just those kind of players that like are very good in those roles. You want to be a little bit more selective. And that's kind of what we're going to be seeing for teams like Plant Signage. I really want to highlight the namesake himself, Kylian Mbappe, who has been on this team pretty much since the very beginning. He had terrific performances on the Vanguard Deadpool yesterday. He was the saving grace for them to stay in this upper bracket, certainly on that last domination map. So they're up against a strong Ludex game and probably the favorites to qualify for preseason for Ignite throughout this stage. So this is a hell of an ask.
Just on the draft phase, I think really wanted to cover something you said earlier because I so much agree with it. Just because it's different doesn't mean it's less strategic. We saw some really good target bans coming in yesterday, particularly against Flankily Blessed from Lunex. So we've seen that this draft system can still be manipulated to give you an advantage. But you also, I will continue to double down on what you've mentioned here. Lunex are looking to be one of the favorites. We have from literally the World Championship, subbing in for over Ultra Gaming, DRP, Vanguard for that team coming in as a substitute for them. Crisis, World Champion Grand Finals player, and one of the players who actually took a map off of Virtus Pro in that situation. We also have Ignited MRC mainstays, Maluki, Milkboy, Zenny, and Ballas. This team is terrifying for anyone to go up against, but Planet Signage are someone who we have been covering for years now, and quite literally every MRC they play, they finish higher every single time.
Yeah, they were almost just quite literally like the Gambit team, not the character, but just a wild card of sorts. Yeah. Because they had like sort of one-trick players and they were just a little bit more tricky, very off-meta, unconventional. It was a limit test to some teams that were playing to actually make sure that you could beat really weird character picks like Mr. Fantastic, like Magic, stuff like that. Now they have really rounded themselves out with some very experienced players that played in Ignite last year. This isn't a meme team that's sort of like a line that people need to try and beat. These guys are very much a contender for the top spot. There is a ban out towards the end from Ludex to make sure that Deadpool isn't going to be in play, at least in the Vanguard slot. But a lot of it is also just making sure that you don't have the Groot, the Wolverine, the percentage damage, but also that you've got the Gambit Loki protected on the side of Planet Signage, but they don't want the Star-Lord in between that either.
I think this is the first time we have actually seen the Gambit and Loki make it through together. We've seen Loki make it through and even into like an Adam Warlock style of composition. We've seen Gambit make it through, but never with Loki. I think this is going to be the first time that we will be witnessing that. And already we're seeing some confusion and some considerations throughout the draft because as Moxie mentioned in day one, yesterday on Saturday, we are seeing a lot of pro players beginning to discuss, is Gambit that valuable anymore? He did receive some nerfs. He does not have that huge sustained ultimate. His ultimate is more aggressive, meaning that he can't protect from something like a Gladrox. He has to cleanse it, meaning he has to position differently. It is a risky situation, especially as also making it through the ban phase is Elsa Bloodstone.
It seems to be like the two hot commodities. And outside of like characters like Elsa being very powerful in instances, the meta has been pretty varied, both on the Vanguard strategist front, especially, like you mentioned. Gambit seems to be the thing that's going to connect this composition, the team up with Rogue, which was protected, also with Magneto, but the Loki being able to copy means that this is going to be some high-tempo play that Lunex are trying to set with their comp.
Planet Signage opening up a portal engage to try and get a quick pickup. Starting off on the Cloak and Dagger for a Terror Cape for a little bit of vulnerability. Counter portal, dropping him off the map from DRP, who went back to spawn, portaled, and then is able to swap over to the Venom to keep the pressure onto the point as immediately Lunex flood the objective and try to take an aggressive position.
Just means that this first fight becomes very easy. Taking the point is very much the advantage that you want to be getting. It's so hard to try and retake for Planet Signage at this point. Helis over towards the thing, trying to be a little bit more disruptive in these tight corridors. Means that Lunex don't want to try and press too far forward and make it harder for Planet Signage to actually get on the objective. They try to spread out as much as possible and make sure that these dives are not going to be successful for the attackers now, as Planet Signage are trying to build up these ultimates.
Both these teams running a triple Vanguard setup, but with Lunex on the Venom and Planet Signage on the Thing, there is an opportunity for Planet Signage to try and punish DRP when they go in, but they're going to have to time it very effectively for now. Just keeping the pressure onto Milk Boy, who pushes up into those corridors, like you said, into those choke points, gets hit by the regen domain, so can't actually punish anyone, and gets bullied out. Crash is going to pull out the first ultimate, meaning Raging Royal Flush will be triggered by Planet Signage as they commit to try and claim the point early. Beast from the Abyss takes out Crash on the backline though, removing that Loki from the board, so no regen domain after that ultimate expires.
Trying to see if they can actually take keep a hold of it for Lunex. Actually having the numbers after that one poke off from Planet Signage. They wanted to try really set the pace, but they haven't really got much out of it, and now they're being stalled out. Helis has tried to hop off of the map, but ends up being eliminated just towards the end. Whilst there's so much for Lunex to just sit back on now, having the Apex Predator in hand for Ballas. And I think that's the one thing that you can say about like Elsa's like strength is she's similar to what Jean Grey was last stage, where she just fits into so many comps. Triple strategist, triple Vanguard, the damage and the type of damage that she puts out is so varied, it really is difficult to play for anything else. Apex trying to see if it can come out and pick somebody out, catch them out in position, CC them, and go for an easy elimination, but it doesn't find much. But Planet Signage don't have a lot of time to work with here. Now it's up to these ultimates from Gambit to try to set the pace.
Counter Glartrox comes out from KQ-43. Media Air blocked out by Kylian Mbappe beautifully. But even though all the tools were burned by Lunex, they are barely holding on. Finally, they start to fall as Planet Signage time it out well. The clobbering time is the setup, and it's going to be 2 off the board. They do lose Crash. Once again in the backline, they lose their own Gambit. They trade up, but they've lost both their strategists, meaning that they are extremely vulnerable to a counter take if Lunex can get back in, but it looks like the stagger will work in Planet Signage's favor.
Means that the way, because Lunex went for the DRP Strange portal play, is going to be available if we do see Planet Signage actually get to 99% on the objective. So there's lots of windows of play for Lunex here to take this point. They're actually going to go quite fast here with the God of Mischief copy over towards the Royal Flush, and then also the ultimate from Rogue and Venom to try to really isolate this fight. Fish in a barrel almost just being picked off, and it's incredibly clean. No eliminations going against Lunex Gaming, as those 3 ultimates, the kitchen sink was thrown in, and it seems that Planet Signage are going to struggle to actually touch the point. KQ, the duelist player, is going to have to switch over towards the Strange to touch.
They're trying to run back in. They do get the overtime for at least a couple extra seconds, but it's ticking down quickly. Can KQ reach in time? Portal activates through the portal. Daredevil from Helis, one of their favorites, to try and make it back onto the board to at least make sure they have a body. They have regen domain, but Glartrox pulls them out. Beautifully executed. Crisis gets the doubles after moving to the mag, and that is going to be a cleanup. Planet Signage have no way to sustain, no way to touch, and Lunex take round 1 of the first map.
Seemed that Planet Signage had, like, just the first play that we saw, the first 2 eliminations that DRP got, makes it such an easy first point take. And Planet Signage, they had a good chance in there. They got the elimination whilst they were just in that neutral gun for poke. But then the copy of the God of Mischief onto the Gambit ultimate to try to catalyze that elimination into a point take didn't go anywhere. It was quite straightforward for Lunex Gaming to get it to 99%. And then Planet Signage had to throw everything they had to try and take it.
Yeah.
And then Lunex could just hold on to what they had and go for a clean fight. Even if they lost that last one, they had maybe 2-3 more engagements and then an overtime touch still left in the bank. It really feels like Planet Signage need to not get caught out in these first engagements. The RP is hovering over the Strange again. He might go for more of the same.
More shenanigans, more portal plays, anything you can do? Are you going to try and drop them off the map, or is this going to be Lunex's opportunity to try and go for a quick portal gank to try and pick someone off early? They have more tools that are conducive to a rollout, and it's going to be Ballas rushing forward with Milk Boy. So it looks like maybe Portal shenanigans from DRP to maybe see if they can get someone, or just starting off on Strange in a standard way to see if they can build up some of that ult charge with Aya Vagamoto. Nope, it's Portal shenanigans.
No eliminations this time, but if he's rolling out and just going Venom anyway, it's going to be quick for him to jump into the fight. It also does feel like out of the points of Celestial Husk, this is the one that like you just want it to go as long as possible. It can be a real slog to actually take the objective the first time on this in comparison to what we just saw from Celestial Hand. But now it's DRP actually still finds the first elimination of the point, even though he didn't quite get it on the Doctor Strange. But it is traded out with KQ being able to find one onto Maluki.
Sticking with this triple Vanguard setup, Crisis on the Magneto, DRP, a huge fan of the Venom and can play a very solid mag, but being able to play their preference pick with Crisis adjusting is doing so much work for them. Apex Predator comes on out, Crash goes down. Crisis will get picked off by Maverick, who has shown how much value they can add in these compositions and is looking to pressure the Lokis on the backline, try and take out the real one. Raging Royal Flush going to come on out from Cath, mirrored on the other side by Maluki, who's getting focused down aggressively, but finally Maverick and Helis fall.
It's such a tricky thing because Lunex Gaming, again, sort of took the point pretty cheaply. Planet were a couple of players down, sure, but now you actually have the copy from Lunex Gaming going off the Royal Flush. They are trying to go on the offensive to give some more time. Like, if they could get a couple more eliminations against Planet Signage, it'd just buy more time for them to build up, but it's already at 40%. But it is more like Planet Signage. They lost a couple of players once that point was initially taken from Lunex, but they were still fighting. They even dedicated their own Apex Predator. They almost have another one for KQ, and now Let the Devil Out is going to be used from Helis to try and find more, but they lose that Vanguard of Kylian Mbappe.
Here comes the Heartbreaker in the backline with Helis to follow up, and Lunex are melting off the board here. An escape attempt from Ballas. Who has more mobility? Is it Daredevil or is it Elsa? And it looks like Ballas will be able to escape and repel Helis, but Helis has a heavy numbers advantage right now to hold the point. They repel Lunex, at least for the moment, and flip it at 71%.
Yeah, the ultimate that they have held on to was an Apex Predator built up from KQ, but it was the Rogue, Loki, and Daredevil all using their ultimates. Seeing if they can sort of keep the cadence of these strategist ultimates going. The Apex Predator, has it found a pick? Has it sort of tried to catch somebody out by surprise? Doesn't seem like it. So this is a lot of presence that Lunex Gaming are going to put onto the objective now. Having their own Heartbreaker might not even need to be that necessary because they just lose Helis off the neutral with a brilliant pick from Crisis.
They're going to commit to it anyway. Heartbreaker comes on out, chasing into the backline, bullying directly onto Maluki. Kylian Mbappe is trying to deal with the Rogue by preventing some of that mobility with the grounded effect of the anti-street charge, and it looks like it will be enough for Lunex to at least move on and hold the point. As Planet Signage, though, they are beginning to regroup and could go for one last recap, especially with Kellyan having that clobbering time built on up.
Really does seem to be that, like, Planet Signage have to do twice as much to get half as much value. It feels like, hey, you're just teetering on the edge of this first map going Lunex's way. Need to be able to try and touch, but Kylian Mbappe has already been hit quite a lot. Surely there's going to be like an overtime touch here, but it looks so messy. They lose Cath whilst they go in for the push. There's too much stress to deal with. Clobbering time's going to be used, and KQ is able to get an elimination off the back of it, but it seems to still be trades for Lunex. Still keeping control of this fight, still having the point. It's not being flipped, and the numbers for Planet Signage just seeming to drop down as Ballas is finding so much value off of the Elsa. It's just whittling down as these players are trying to touch, and Lunex Gaming, sort of expected favorites in this one, take the first map easily. It feels like very straightforward for them in the end.
We've been watching Ballas for quite a while now through MRCs, through so many different tournaments, and it really does feel like they've finally reached Final Four. They've unlocked, and Elsa's doing it for them. The tech, the mobility, knowing the mechanics, and able to perform those mid-air takedowns so effectively. A well-deserved MVP. It's glorious to see a player come into their own, and this team is enabling them so well. You bring it up, it really did feel like Planet Signage were having to throw more tools every fight to get the same result that Lunex were.
Really, like, it's always concerning when you sort of look at it from Planet Signage's perspective and you see the Ballas only got eliminated once. And so much of the focus, I think, from yesterday, from various sort of duelist players, whether it was Psy that we saw in those earlier games or all sorts of these players just in various spots, if they're just given the freedom on Elsa, it's just way too damage, and it's so much focus goes onto the vanguards of like keeping the attention of the enemy. That means that Ballas has complete free reign to do as much damage as he did. It's free vanguards, but it's still like the duelist that's taking home the accolades of doing that damage because those vanguards have just been such a nuisance. Ballas has free reign all over the map.
We've also got to talk about Crisis. We mentioned earlier he is an absolute DPS GOAT. We saw him do incredible work on Namor yesterday, putting him on the map. A lot of people might be like, but why? The answer is, if you see a good mag and you look at the stats at the end of games, like I'm having a look at this one, mag does damage. He did 7k here, just short of 8k. The exploding swords does a huge amount of damage. If you can land your shots, you can basically one-shot most people with the knockback into the main autos. You can just take someone out so quickly. And Crisis is someone who is proficient in a lot of those tools. So if you're going to have someone do that, it's a good person to pick.
It was like he's getting a lot more experience with it as well. I'm pretty sure he was a bit of a runner last stage as well in MRC, where he was playing a lot of vanguards for like Na'Vi, and Tanuki was doing the same, right? Just filling in to fulfill that role because it is going to find a lot of value there. But this is a full best of 5. Now we're into these games, and the winner of this series, if they win one more series next week, they will qualify for Ignite and the preseason and stuff. So there's not that many rounds to go, but we'll see if Lunex can make it another 2-0 or whether there's going to be some fight back with the map choice for Planet Signage after this break. That are coming up. But here it is Lunex 1-0 up against Planet Signage. It feels like maybe for Lunex we haven't seen the org too much here. The players we definitely have up against the Planet Signage that really want to be past this MRC stage and playing with the big dogs, because this squad, it's changed a lot, but they have been involved pretty much since the beginning of MRC qualifying into Ignite, right?
They really have. They've been around for long enough, building up in different styles. Like, me and you, I think, literally covered them the first time in, like, a YouTube practice cast we did at one point. And since then, they've just grown and changed and evolved. Because our big thing for them at the start was, they're very aggressive. And now they are just locked in as a solid team. But it's going to be a situation of a team that's building up themselves versus a team that is full of Ignite players, rebuilding a new team together that's looking strong already. And you mentioned it perfectly. Next week, Saturday, we'll be finding out which teams do qualify, because if you can get into that upper bracket finals, the lowest place you can finish is 3rd, because if you go to the lower bracket, lose in the lower bracket finals, you still are 3rd. So if you can make it through these quarterfinals and then the semifinals, you're qualified. And those games will be on Saturday, but we're going to find out which teams can get close to that this Sunday. And Lunex is widely considered one of the favorites, but so is Planet Signage. We have a couple other teams we'll be covering today, of course. We have we're in our top 16, I think, now. So all of these teams are with a good shot. Pacific, they found a couple players, potentially a couple teams for their OCE side already, as they've been able to place high enough that they cannot really be overtaken. So we'll wait for the official announcement on that, but make sure to tune in next Saturday as well, even earlier than this stream, for the Pacific games as well, to see who qualifies for that. And Americas will be after us every day as well.
Yeah, it's also like a good show because all of these games are viewable in-game as well, because it is through MRC, it is through like the tournament system. We also have, like, for round 10, the lower bracket elimination games going on at the same time. But it feels like, for us, like, the upper bracket's the place to focus because, yeah, we have teams like Lunex, Planet Signage. Like, Lunex, if they win this, they are going to be in a qualifying game for next week for Ignite. But there are also teams such as, I think it's Remake versus Revertex, that have a lot of names that we haven't seen in Ignite last year, but also in MRC, unless there's been some like name changes or just in earlier rounds, right? There are players that we've never seen on broadcast that are so close to qualifying for the biggest league in the most competitive region, because Virtus.pro obviously won last year. I've got to say that it is the best region in the world. So it is a mix of like seeing which teams that weren't picked up by partnership teams are looking to qualify through this versus absolute new names like Ballas, as an example, before he was picked up from Alcancia, that did look really strong in MRC. It really is just a good mix of like experienced players that want to prove that they still belong at the top tier versus completely new players that are just giving this a good go and honestly looking like top contenders to qualify for Ignite.
You'll hear us saying that fairly often throughout our MRC and Ignite cast. EMEA officially 2 times proven the best region in the world. We won mid-season, we won World Finals, we won Worlds. We are the best. We did it. It's over for 2025. 2026 is where everyone else gets to have another go. But until they can do that, EMEA, best region. So you get the best games here. And reason we haven't started yet is we're just waiting for Game 2 to start between Lunex and Planet Signage. So that's why we're still waffling on about some of these teams for you all.
Yeah, I mean, there's other games that we could potentially just hop into and just come back to this if we need to, because it is just like whatever games that people want to watch, we're happy to sort of follow. Like, that's kind of the beauty of it. It's just highlighting some of the games that are ongoing and seeing exactly what happens here. It is just, I guess, like, interesting. Like, these games tend to be pretty, especially at this level, tends to be very like, we're just going to go straight into the next one. Especially if you've like won, you don't really want to give the team that lost any time to like VOD review or look into any specific stuff. You just kind of want to get this going, especially because the loser is going to have to play another best of 5 straight after this. You don't want to wait around too much because that can exhaust you. And I think here it's like Lunex Gaming from that last map of Celestial Husk looking like macro-wise the stronger team because of like what I mentioned of it was so easy, I think, for them to like get one elimination and turn it into a point flip. Whereas for Plant Signage, they had to completely team wipe the enemy to get a touch on. And that's because Lunex didn't use any ultimates. So like, let's just give it up. They've thrown everything that they have at us. Don't expend anything. We'll just beat them on the next fight because they have nothing left. It really did feel like Lunex played the better, like bigger picture game in comparison. But Plant Signage having good moments, it was just hard for them to get started.
Lunex traded very well on neutrals, and then, like you say, we're able to be very patient with not burning too many tools, even though those drafts were extremely similar. Like, the only real difference was one team had the Thing and one team had Venom. A matchup that, if you look at it, like, actual proportionately, the Thing should have a pretty okay matchup into Venom. If you can get Yaz Street Charge at the right time, you can really prevent Venom from escaping. The trade in terms of damage, the Thing has a little bit more just consistent sustain as opposed to Venom's burst sustain with that symbiotic resilience. So it's an interesting matchup to always watch up, but in this case, even with the Thing coming in and clobbering time also being able to get them at least a couple trades, Lunex just still were able to outplay Planet Signage. But we'll be able to see if they're able to continue that route as we're getting ready to very shortly start with map number 2. We're going to be heading to Central Park for Convergence.
It seems to be like the most common like map choice after the mandatory random domination that we always start on. Seems that Central Park seems to be the most like neutral ground to see how these teams could do.
It's coming out a lot.
And because we're not on the rules for Ignite, it doesn't have to be anything other than domination. You can pick another domination like King of the Hill map if you wanted to, but it is also the most like coin flippy type of map. I think at this stage, when you're looking at how experienced both these teams are, you want to try to beat them on maps that require a little bit more coordination and team play, as opposed to a lot of focus going on who wins that first fight.
Speaking of first fights, we're getting ever closer to one as we have entered into the draft, which is always technically the first fight of the game, where teams battle over who gets the better draft. We're starting off with, once again, Lunex going to be focusing heavily onto Kelly and Mbappe. This is the anti-strategist Vanguard player. The Groot, blocking off heals for your frontline and your duelists. This is something Kelly and Mbappe is insane at. What else is really good at that job? Deadpool coming in with Vanguard Deadpool. The fluffy unicorn shields can be used to just throw either on top of a strategist or on top of your opponent's vanguards, which will still block any healing projectiles from actually reaching them. So this is why we will be seeing Lunex start to really target out those characters. It is simply because Kellyan's really good at just ruining strategists today, and there we go. Vanguard Deadpool taken out for the second time in a row along with Groot.
A little bit earlier in the draft as well, like Lunex leaving it till the last minute. And I think it was a nice change because of how Mbappe is able to actually play on this role. And it's just such a win more character as well, because every time you get eliminated, it resetting your ultimate on stuff, especially like domination. If you can keep control of the point, it pretty much is just refreshing those ults, getting your upgraded abilities and bits of kit handy, and you could just snowball into something really strong in the end. It's not really given that space, but also Plant Signage wanted to take DRP off of the Venom if they could help it. A bit more focus going on to the Vanguards. In fact, all of the bans that we've seen from Lunex here are Vanguards with Magneto being taken out too. Really does feel like it's going to be the protect on the Wolverine, I suppose, when all of these Vanguards been taken out, might not find too much value, but it's really, I think, a case of like comfort and seeing if they could just find these picks, and healers especially, very good melee duelist.
Very much is. We still have access to stuff like the Daredevil, still have, you've already mentioned, the Wolverine could be good here. Kellyan is currently hovering Spider-Man as they are once again getting to target ban. I doubt we'll see that exit the door, but it is still an amusing hover. We've also do see, potentially, ironically, DRP has actually been target banned sort of as well. They have a fairly wide hero pool, but some of their most consistently played heroes are Venom and Magneto. So seeing them adjust here will be interesting. We know they can play stuff like Strange. We know they have a lot of options. And it looks like, though, at least for defense, they're going to start us off with a bit of disruption, just in case healers try something melee. The Thorn is going to be hovered.
Yeah, DRP, one of the controller players as well that we've seen play at the highest level as a substitute for OUG in Atlanta for the grand finals, and regularly playing on the chopped roster, which isn't to be anymore, which is a shame, but the likelihood that we see these players played at the top level is pretty darn high. Lunex defending first as decided to choose in this map and also to attack first, speed boosting the team out to get past this choke and really trying to set Helis up to go for some good fights and cut people down. He takes a lot of damage, but it provides so much healing for the backline of the Cloak and Dagger and the Loki.
They tried to see if they could grab someone early with this cosmic fastball. See ya, Helis! Looking to see if they can grab someone into the backline and already causing a distraction, allowing Kellyan and Mbappe to push on up. They will retreat with the anti-streak charge to make sure they don't get caught out. In the meantime, Milk Boy is trying to deal with this very angry Canadian who's in the backline and will be able to take them out with a crystal kick.
So far, a good cleanup. Emma Frost, I think Moxie highlighted, even you highlighted yesterday, just like how little we've seen of them in these kind of fights. But clearly, like Lunex, expecting more of like a brawly composition with how the draft is formed. Having the front line of the Thor and Emma really is going to suit nicely if you're expecting Helis to be prioritizing that Wolverine. It was banned out in the last map. They know exactly what the win condition, I suppose, for Planet Sidage is, and just making sure that it's as scrappy as possible. Ultimates for the strategist not built up on the defense just yet, but it is seeming a crisis on a character that he became famous for in the grand finals is looking to have that Kraken's impact ready to go. It's just choosing the right moment.
When we talk about breakout people in last year for the actual EMEA Ignite Stage 2, we talk about Crazy Kitty, we talk about Crisis on those Winter Soldiers. They really made names for themselves with just incredibly clutch plays for now the Invisible Boundary, fighting into the doorway, able to take out Healers, who's once again getting caught out with just a huge group up. Apex Predator coming on out, Eternal Bond to try and keep everyone topped up. Counter Apex Predator grabs everyone! An absolute massacre coming in from KQ3 as they start to push on in. Planet Sidage looking up to the point. There is Doctor Strange available. A little moment is bought, but already point one grabbed by Planet Sidage.
Really good read from KQ, like Lunex Gaming highlighted on the broadcast yesterday as well, of just you giving up those first 2/3 of the point on the defense, backing off into that hallway, making sure that your strategists can build up these ultimates and then recontest. But it meant that it was an easy sort of pickup from the Glortrox to just carve through everybody, pull them back out into the open, and make it some easy eliminations for KQ. But because of how prevalent this part of the map is for the attackers, Lunex are trying to go aggressive here with the Emma Frost ultimate, the Sonic Seduction, making sure that the attackers can't get too much space. And Maverick up in the sky, taken out instantly, is going to shut down this attacking side and force them back into the spawn doors.
DRP not afraid to drop a solo ultimate. We see Healers just running off the edge. They got themselves isolated here. They want to reset and swap so they can try and help deal with this backline dive that Lunex are starting to roll with now. DRP and Ballas moving out together, trying to pick people off, bring out a Trooper's Fist, bring out a Bionic Hook to potentially try and deal with that. But for now, they just have to try and break the spawn hold. Awakening Rune for a bit of poke, but not committing to the full duration.
Having some verticality as well with all of these characters, really, but it's more about keeping the distance, making it a little bit more tricky, I suppose, for these defenders to set up. But Zeri actually gets taken out on the Loki. In fact, KQ just seems to find two picks out of nowhere, and Heel is switching over from the Wolverine to the Bucky, feeling like their best opportunity is just going for these neutral fights and going for the picks. It means that the defenders have to try and reset here. No change-ups with the composition, and no ultimates really that close other than the Invisible Boundary and the Apex the Ballas has available already.
Maverick in position, seeing if they can grab anyone who is off to the side. Crash going for the God of Mischief, for the clone of the Eternal Bomb. Going to be mirrored by an Invisible Boundary. It's Cloak and Dagger versus Invisible Woman in terms of these dark strategies. Glatrox comes on out as the retreat. Helis off the side, is forced off the map there. Going to be taken down. Kellyan is holding the front line though, trying to give them the space to push on up. And like you said, no one touched. Doors open already into the castle.
It's such a good way for PlanetSide to keep this going, find these eliminations. It was a lot used up, but you still have this good rotation of ultimates still being in use. You've got another great ultimate that came in from the Cloak and Dagger on the offensive of PlanetSide before. It's already been built up from Cap again, I think. It meant the Lunex gaming had to go for a more defensive Invisible Boundary, and because of that, Lunex didn't actually have anybody on the point. PlanetSide means that it's a very quick take of the point, but if they could actually finish this map with time in the bank, it would be a great way to set themselves up to come back into this best-of-5 series.
The Generation Domain going to be dropped out. Bionic Hook looking for the low-keys, teleporting away, but Ballas is going to be caught in the retreat. Crisis down again in the neutrals, and this is PlanetSide breaking on through Eternal Bond to commit to the dive all the way back to spawn. If they can stagger Lunex here, then like you said, this could be the triple cap that PlanetSide need to get back into this round, looking for those spawn doors. The throne room has been breached. Lunex, they have to touch somehow. There's the Psionic Seduction to try and stop them, to hold them off the point. Eternal Bonds just to reach the objective. Trooper's Fist and a beautiful shot from Helis. Counter as the door has been breached. Lunex are out of spawn and are trying to commit to this defense. Down goes DRP. Helis is uncontested. Apex Predator comes on out. It finds nothing, but it's enough to drive Milkboy off to the side, take them down, and it's one body at a time from Lunex with no one able to touch. PlanetSide are back in it.
Good lord, that took me by surprise there. KQ really started to shine there. Somebody that has had really good accolades, certainly in the last MRC. I forget which team he's played for. I think he was on OG Seed before for like stage 2 of Ignite last year. But a player that really just made something out of nothing for PlanetSide. And it just kept going for them, right? Like Lunex losing at first point rather surprisingly just because of the Apex Predator that came out from KQ. But it was also the 2 picks on the second point, and then just how things spiraled out of control on the third there. I think the Apex Predator, the Glortrox, was meant to try and go up the stairs, but it didn't quite catch in the way that KQ was hoping for right at the end. But he still made something of it. And here switching over to the Bucky means that it's just more of the same. Just picks out of nowhere for Lunex, and because some of these strategists taken out, like the Gambit, it just feels like the backline can only give so much sustenance to these players that are going from 100 to 0 very quickly.
Completely agree. There's only so much it can give, and as such, we're starting to see some potential adjustments. Looks like Lunex may be taking a little bit of a page out of PlanetSide's book here, looking for that cosmic fastball for the Wolverine thing team up, but with the difference, Milkboy looking at the Captain America rushdown style being considered by Lunex, going for this heavy brawl that has become very popular, but with even more speed than you might usually come to expect from this kind of style.
I think you called it pretty well, though, that like DRP's hero pool is a little bit more limited. Not just like specifically focused out from PlanetSide, but also like the Venom was banned out from PlanetSide, but the Magneto was banned out from Lunex. So it was kind of a little bit more of a focus on them. The problem, however, is that you end up actually losing one of your Vanguards just straight off the rip. There's no Rocket Raccoon to go for a be right back. It might even be a switch over to Strange quite early, especially now that everybody else has just got eliminated so quickly in the end. I mean, yeah, surely Kylian Mbappe might have time to actually go for the pole play because he went down first. But this is also such a fast pick. It might be a very straightforward take for Lunex in the end.
Portal on the ground floor as well, not even in the air, so they can't get body blocked and can just get caught out by Crisis on this Wolverine, trying to force them off the point. They have been able to delay while Kellyan did fall first. They can potentially make it back through the portal because they went down so early. Reinforcements have rushed onto the board. Helis into the backline to try and just keep them off the board. Move Maluki down. That's a huge chunk of sustain taken out from Lunex. If they can get Zeddy as well, then this might actually be a retake possibility for PlanetSide. Just KQ has to stay mobile, has to stay moving. going, has to keep it on the board. Healers in the backline, and they're so close, Ryan. Lunex are chasing them down with KQ gone. That's most of the damage off the board. It's Jeff to try and buy time, to try and delay Zenny. 3 people off the map, and that is gonna be even the Thing, who might have been able to get away with that. It's finally gonna unlock those doors.
Just takes them off enough for the rest of the team to take it down, but Planet Signage making the best of a bad situation. They really don't want to be caught out more here, and that's a great pick from Ballas to try to get Planet Signage whilst they're trying to reset. It means that they get stalled out even more, and so all of this first point, which regularly gets held in the spawn doors from the attackers, is going to go by pretty easily for Lunex. They don't have to worry about being stuck in that first choke.
Their car is just moving by itself at this point. There's one person on it because they are just trying to take momentum, similar to what Planet Signage did, because right now time is the best resource. If Lunex are that confident in being able to grab this entire triple cap, then you just got to make sure you do it faster. Living bullets coming on out, will not find the target. The devil has been unleashed. DRP taken off to the side and not even knocked over, just taken out with the Angelic Spear. And this is Planet Signage just trying to give themselves some kind of retake, and they have put a stop to Ranatoska and will stabilize, but that was a lot of distance gained.
There's been a stabilization of the characters in play too, like Helion being over on the Thing. Freedom Charge could be used from Milk Boy. You do have the Heaven's Retribution in hand for DRP if he wants to try to tie people down. But I think they're just sort of waiting out to make sure that the Apex Predator that is skulking through the streets of Central Park isn't going to find all that much. Invisible Boundary is going to be used from Planet Signage, a player down, and that gives the space for Crisis to go in for the Kraken's impact alongside his own team's Invisible Boundary being used from Maluki. If they can just out-sustain these defenders, which is what that Angela Ultimate's going to do, really means that they're able to sort of play this out. Planet Signage going to struggle to get onto the point for a final fight here, especially because Zenny's bought more time on the Jeff.
Zenny is worth their weight in gold right now. 2 it's Jeffs to help break open Planet Signage when they might have been able to reclaim some of these fights. Door is open. They're going to try and rush on through. The Apex Predator zones them away though, and Lunex are making really solid time. 4 minutes 20 seconds left to try and beat Planet Signage's time, which was 2 minutes and 22 seconds left on the clock. Meanwhile, Helis is still not even in the defensive position right now. They're trying to backdoor to slow this down.
I mean, it's a good fight in the end, actually. I mean, all of the ultimates for Lunex have been sort of used up. It's not like they've got much charge out of it, but Planet Signage able to actually go for a more offensive forward hold. They didn't have that opportunity on the start of the second point, like we mentioned, but on this third, they're trying to make up for lost time. Unfortunately, though, it's another first elimination against Kylian Mbappe, and now Helis is forced to use the ultimate to try to sort of even up the odds, but he goes down too. It's such a scramble for Planet Signage in the end, but they're buying time. It's only a minute difference at the very least for Lunex, and they still have to hold this third point to keep pushing.
DRP's moved back over to the Thorn, and it's giving them a lot of work. That Lightning Domain, giving a grounded ability, which is a great shutdown for characters like the Angela, and slows the mobility from characters like Elsa Bloodstone. The bonus health you get every time you Storm Surge can give you a lot of lockdown, and is, of course, great displacement with a very low cooldown. It's a great anti-dive tool, while also having solid damage output from range with the Awakening Rune. Thorn, especially with being able to change direction mid-Storm Surge now, is filling a role that's desperately needed. Apex Predator coming on out, and that was a beautiful setup, and Lunex continue to try and make good time. 30 seconds set between these two teams finishing time, and it looks like Lunex are trying to beat it as they rush on through.
Usually it feels like when a team finishes the map with time on, it's going to be like they've sort of full hold, or it's very irregular, I suppose, other than at the top level. You see these full maps being finished out, so there's one final fight for Planet Signage. 3 ultimates in hand, but it's whether Lunex, they're going to use stuff like you've got the God of Thunder in play from DRP, and then the Freedom Charge, and Ballas finding the pick, means that the 2 ultimates there at the end for Planet Signage aren't able to touch onto the point. It is just going to be 20 seconds really different. Oh, a second different, actually, as time has been whittled down. It's 2 teams that are very good on the attack, but I think it's how they play this first point.
2 minutes, essentially, for both teams. An additional second for Lunex to try and push on in. This first point, like you mentioned, is going to be important because both teams came close to being able to hold it in these early stages, especially with the portal re-engage from Planet Signage. Bought them a lot of time. It comes down to this final push to see if Lunex can extend their lead or if Planet Signage are going to even up the score in this best of 5.
Feels like this is their best chance in maps like this where it can go either way. And certainly stuff that Planet Signage can look back at and go, yeah, we could have done this better. Like, we didn't play this like we wanted to in scrims, like we said that we wanted to adjust in VOD review. First of all, that happens in officials, especially when it is stressful games like this. But it does feel like if Planet Signage don't win out on this map, it's going to be just doom and gloom maybe going into the third. Even if it's almost worse if it's more close, you know what I mean? Like, you get your hopes up and it can be dashed towards the end. So Planet Signage attacking first. Want to hope that it can find good picks in the end. It's actually going to be KQ switching away from the Elsa onto Phoenix and Helis, who has been pretty much playing gun game on all of the different heroes and duelists, especially. Going to be over on the Elsa himself.
It's not a bad idea. A lot of those tools from these melee heroes that Helis is so proficient at will transfer very effectively over to Elsa Bloodstone, and KQ is a legendary G Grey, already able to pick up the first hit onto the Jeff. This is a great hit scan player looking to make the most of this. With Zeddy down, it is a very quick reinforced character. Jeff, one of the quickest characters to get back to an objective. In the meantime, DRP trying to chase the backline, trying to cause some disruption, as Helis is showing exactly what they can do. Yeah, they can also Elsa, and that makes this team very hard to ban against. DRP's found himself isolated, getting chased down. They will likely fall in the backline, or at least get delayed out here, potentially not able to make it back to the objective in time. Chasing onto Milk Boy, forcing them off as well. Focus down, and a pause.
And a pause. Getting into the stage now, I think of the best of vibes. That was straight back, just a moment. Also, I think this stuff is sort of like hit through. It's one of the cases, I suppose, for like Lunex hoping to try to like stall things out and just go from this point to Planet Signage. I think one thing as well to say about the Jeff was there is this like moment I think of Planet Signage being able to like take the point. Not sure if like DRP's able to still be in play. I don't quite see him. But I think also like the Jeff is finding a lot of value because of that Magneto ban at the end of the draft. Like Meteor M is usually such a good answer to stopping its Jeff being used. That it's almost like free reign from Zeddy, who is actually the player that has disconnected in this case.
Planet Signage, though, they're just going to keep it rolling, pushing onto the point. DRP off the map so they can reset with the rest of their team. Hopefully Zeddy can make their way back in, but Planet Signage, with so much on the line, they're going to try and just keep this push going, it seems.
You got to try and keep playing. It's like to the referee's whistle. And it's a shame because it really was just feeling like teetering on the edge, right? Like a second difference with these teams attacking. And obviously Lunex are going to feel like it's a little bit more out of their hands. At the very least, they're 1-0 up. But still, you want it to feel like you're playing at full level. So yeah, hopefully it's a case of like Zenny's able to come back, or even if this case, like a bit more of a break for Zenny to come into the fray here. It does tarnish it a little bit, to be honest, but like for Planet Signage, they just want to like keep playing the game. At this point, try to keep pushing the point as far as they can, but a strategist down means that Maluki has it all to do. Invisible boundary going to be used. They almost go down twice. Just tried to hold on to the edge, but because all of the players are struggling to survive, it means that there's not much of a contest to actually be able to touch, and it is going to be Planet Signage just on the edge of hitting the second point now that overtime's looming. They're not going to get extra time in on this, but if they can get it past this point, it's going to be a huge thing for the spawn doors. They're able to actually make it to third.
Kraken Impact was used by Crisis to try and reach the point in time, but they do not get there. Will be taken down, and they have adjusted. They know they need some healing, so Crisis, a great hit scan player, is going to move over to, or at least for a moment, the Lunar Snow, so that they can try and get some extra healing onto the board here. Zeddy still looking for the reconnect, but the stairs are being breached. Planet Signage pushing up the board to try and claim this second triple cap in overtime. DRP looking for the backline. Milk Boy knows that they're in overtime. They can try and claim this with a Psionic Seduction. They only need to win one fight. We see Crash go down. KQ goes down. And Lunex are healthy. Finally balance off the board because Helis is still alive. Here comes the Heaven's Retribution from Maverick to try and lock them onto the point to allow this big group up. Planet Signage are reinforcing, but Lunex, they're not that bad in terms of numbers. Apex Predator only grabbing one, but it's enough to take out Kylian Mbappe. Maverick falls. The front line is evaporated, and Lunex, a player down, may be able to break this. Portal comes on through. Overtime is left with just a sliver, but Planet Signage are falling. And with a player down, Lunex are holding at the bottom of the stairs.
Managed to win it out. It's still a good amount of distance there, 55.55 meters.
That's big.
And it was 2 minutes 22 on the clock as well. There's a lot of these like repeating numbers, which is, I don't know, pretty odd. It's pretty spooky. But yeah, with any luck, like Zenny's going to be back into the game on this one. And I think it's going to be one of these cases as well where it's like, it is an upper bracket game. Like these teams are playing for elimination and hopefully able to be back. So like Lunex hoping for some sort of stability. They've drawn the line pretty well. And for Planet Sidage, if Zenny is back and Lunex is able to actually make this 2-0, you are going to definitely be feeling a little bit. For both teams, it's discombobulating when a player leaves, right? Because you just like, you've got to keep on playing. So yeah, Planet Sidage is going to feel even worse about it if they can't sort of push that advantage. But yeah, Zenny switching over to the Rocket. He is back and hopefully, I mean, this kind of thing has also happened to the likes of Virtus Pro. Might I remind people as well. So yeah.
This is not the first time this has happened. This is the Marvel Rivals Championship, meaning all of the games are in-game. So you play on through. There's no lobby set up by admins. It's just an in-game system that does run it. So the pausing is just what happened in the game there. The BRB set up for a little bit of pre-armor, that bonus health given to the rest of the team. And then Zenny will likely swap over to another character like the Jeff for the extra speed out of spawn, but could stay on the Rocket for BRB in case they are worried about getting picked off. And that's what's going to happen. They can now place this BRB forward, so just in case someone like DRP gets taken or Milkboy get taken down on these more aggressive characters, they can still come back and keep this pressure going. Good.
It's the same way that the last point started as well. Just the Jean Grey finding these picks in the neutral. Crash and Calf both going very low on HP, but able to survive in the end, up until Calf takes a bit too much damage over on the Cloak and Dagger. So now Crash has to try to hold on and keep the front line up. Maverick goes down in the same time, and subsequently everybody falls in a split second. Not sure if there's going to be able to be a touch from Planet Sidage to go for a portal play. Just maybe hoping to try and regroup, go for a clean fight once this fight has been taken, and just go for that age-old, like, spawn door hold. That's why already Lunex are pushing up past this to make sure that they don't get stuck in this opportunity. Really nice play in the end from DRP and Ballas.
DRP know that time is so not on their side. They only have a minute left. They have to keep momentum going. They don't want to allow Planet Sidage to get a retake, to get onto the board. DRP is going to get dropped low for it and will get taken down, though. Helis on the duel, keeping this fight going. BRB not placed in time for the revive, but Ballas behind the point, keeping the pressure on. If they can get rid of the backline with the Gartrox, Apex Predator comes on out. Ballas gets focused down, but the Guardian Barrier keeps them topped up here as they keep this fight going. But Planet Sidage are now regrouped as 6 and they're on the board looking for a retake. Helis about to charge up on their own Apex Predator.
There's a lot of time being bought here from Planet Sidage, and they have 4 ultimates to sit back on. It is going to be the ultimate from Jean Grey to try and come down, but you've lost the backline. The strategists have both gone down with ultimates in hand, and 10 seconds left. It is going to have to be like a fast reset in the end to try to hold on and touch. Milkboy so close to having a freedom charge, 99%. It would be really good to hold off. It has to be DRP over on the Angela to try and stall out. There's just maybe enough time to try to touch, and you've got the strategists that are able to try and push past it. DRP brought back by the Be Right Back. That's major for him to keep going as the Heaven's Fall is going to drop right in onto the fight. The invisible boundary perfectly timed from Maluki, but he goes down, as does the ultimate. Both Vanguard ultimates have to be used, but Helis has found himself too. It's really the case of Planet Sidage holding this fight, and Lunex tried to stall it out over and over, even having ultimates on their side. It's still not enough. Planet Sidage dig their heels in on this second point, and after the first go around, able to hold on and make this a 1-1 scoreline.
That is going to be 1-1 on the board now, with Planet Sidage able to take the Central Park, meaning that we're evened up. 2 more wins for either of these teams to move on in the upper bracket. What an intense matchup between these two teams. While the disconnect is unfortunate, unfortunately, it is a part of this kind of online play. And as such, Planet Sidage back in it. They could have been moved to match point if they had lost this, but they were able to reclaim that last point fair and square, taking the fight and being able to outlast all the delays.
Yeah, and like part of it is just like trying to control the uncontrollable. It is going to be tilted, let's be honest. If we're Lunex, it is going to be frustrating that something like that happens. But really, you have to try to like reset as much as you possibly can. It's a full best of 5. You have the next choice of map, and you have like a good 5 to 10 minutes to make sure that everything's okay. Like we've all been in those instances ourselves, but that is a test for the high teams, is to just be like, we can't control it. We just have to go into the next one. Let's take what we actually did do wrong and try to improve off of it. But if we let the situation of Zenny dropping out for that space of time affect us, it could be the end of the series. That could just fester away in the back of our head. So we have to like reset, go next, essentially. And they still have a good amount of maps to do that on.
That's going to have to be the thing, like you say. You got to have the mental reset. You can't let this bother you. Lunex, we've got players who have been literally on the main stage for Global Finals. They have been playing through incredibly tough opponents, and they have played through Ignite in the past. These are players who, if anyone can mentally reset through this and know how to tell their team how to move on from such a difficult situation, this is the team to do that. Planet Signage, on the other hand, they're going to be taking the momentum from this. Like I say, it's going to be confusing for them as well. Something happened, it was weird. They're going to be able to move on. This match is going to have an asterisk on it, but this is their opportunity to take that momentum and keep it going. And we'll find out if they're able to do so after this quick break. Ignite spots that are sitting at the end, waiting for these teams. We have 1-1 between Lunex and Planet Signage.
Yeah, we wanted to kind of start these like upper bracket games with teams that we've seen regularly, either with an org, a team, if you can call them that, as Planet Signage, but also the likes of Lunex, which has got players from Na'Vi, Alcacia, Dawncore, not only teams that have been in Ignite previously, but have also climbed through MRC to qualify for Ignite in previous stages when we looked at it back last year. So yeah, you're right. Like I think we expected Lunex to be the favorites in this one, and maybe to sort of take this 3-0. But the fact that it's 1-1 shows that this is like going to be a hell of a series to go. I would imagine here for Lunex, they would maybe want to go back to domination, because that is an area that it seems that Planet Signage have struggled with. They lost to Emerta yesterday in that first map. And managed to win it out on the third domination with some really good performances on the Vanguard Deadpool. That's regularly been banned out from Lunex. So they kind of know that Mbappe can have those moments of impact and allow his team to snowball and win these fights if he's allowed it. If I'm Lunex, I go King of the Hill, I go domination.
You got to bear in mind, though, that one of the big characters that Mbappe is good at, the Deadpool, is extremely strong on domination due to it being more of a brawl. You get those quick ult charges. What we haven't seen much, not just today, but in general throughout a lot of these MRC games, is Convoy. We haven't seen, outside of the one Museum of Contemplation game we've had, we haven't seen stuff like a Rako March, we haven't seen Yggdrasil Path. We've been very much sticking to a lot of convergence and domination so far.
It's true. I mean, there's been a little bit of Midtown, but it has...
Bit of Spider
I
Islands.
guess I think teams are wanting to like avoid it to an extent, because the meta has really started to shift away in the end from what we've seen a lot of like the first point triple Vanguard, triple strategist, because you have got so much now that can just absolutely blow through it with like Punisher, Storm, even like the new additions of characters of like Deadpool and also Elsa. It feels that teams have tried to move away from having these very hard to move off of the objective compositions. And if I'm some of these teams that are playing for my like qualifying life for Ignite, where you want to see what like Virtus Pro and Na'Vi are planning to do around like the meta, it's probably better to just avoid that game mode until you see other teams play it out and basically copy them. That tends to be the way the metas work. So going for maps that haven't really changed up how they work dynamically, but that you can slot in Deadpool and Elsa when it seems appropriate.
We'll have to wait and see, like you say, who's going to pull the trigger. I just had a quick peek over, and yeah, we summoned it. We are going to be heading to Convoy, and you summoned it in particular.
Oh, really?
We're heading to Midtown for our third map here. So we're actually keeping the classic Ignite style here of not repeating a map type as we make our way through, meaning in theory we'll be looping back round to Dom or Convoy in the next. But either way, Midtown. A map very well known for its spawn holds and very well known for OUG's creativity in particular with stuff like Blade and Iron Fist. So some good options here.
Yeah, I mean, DRP is one of the few players that got experience with playing with Bobo and Molan around. Sorry, even like playing against them. So it's he sort of knows like he's sort of just taken it into like his DNA, I suppose, of like playing with like Asian teams playing the Asian team way, seeing if you can bring a little bit of that like inspiration, I suppose, over to EMEA. But I do like this, I suppose. Like, it is very much more of like a macro map for these teams to be playing, but you kind of want to see that because there isn't a thing to stop teams from just going domination over and over again. You just can't play the same map. It is nice to see like the full map pool being used. Granted, we haven't quite got Shin Shibuya back yet, which is something that we know
that's Ignite, not MRC.
I am very curious of whether that's going to come back with some changes or not, but it's a wait and see.
Yeah.
But like even going for like Museum of Contemplation or Heart of Heaven, some of the newer maps, it feels that teams are like, let's not show our hand too much here. Let's just play the common stuff and just try to out-muscle our opponents pound for pound to beat a better team.
We're going to be heading on in to see who will, in fact, outmuscle in the ban phase. As we're starting off with, wow, this is familiar. We're starting off with a Groot ban from Ludex. Now we move over to Planet Signage to see how they wish to start off. Is there anything from Ludex that was a bit too scary? So far, they mirror from last time. They take out Adam for the second time in a row.
Yeah, first bans have been the same so far. You got the Wolverine Protect, which was exactly the same for Planet Signage over on Central Park. That's going to be the same as is the Elsa Protect. So it is just the main thing that has changed from the first map has been that Loki was protected from Planet Signage then, but the Elsa has been the common Protect, which works for Planet Signage in that sense because you can run it yourself. That's the thing. Like when Wolverine was in play, we did see both teams actually picking it up and using it. It wasn't just Planet Signage Healers using a Wolverine, and it wasn't going to be used by Lunex at all. They did pick it, and hero pool wise, feeling very similar between the two teams, and the Protect onto the Vanguard. So yeah, it does seem like Mbappe wants to get his hand on tank pool.
Ludex, they adjusted their ban strategy. They banned it last in the first game, second in the second game, and in this game, it wasn't moved to first. They still banned out the Groot, so immediately Planet Signage are going to leap onto that and protect the Vanguard Deadpool, but that's allowing Lunex to look potentially at a triple strategist with Mantis on the board.
Cloak and Dagger ban too. So you don't have, it's interesting because you have got the Mantis Protect, but you have banned out Loki and Groot yourself, so you don't have the team up really working for you. But like you said, she is just good in an instant with like what we said before of like being able to break triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, having a damage boost onto characters like Punisher when he has his ultimate, or Storm with his ultimate, or Jeff Nado. It really is just going to be a little bit of an extra help, I think, in the end. But it really feels that the thing that's been separating these two teams has been the Elsa's just being able to find the picks in the neutral. For like ultimate team fights, it's been fairly balanced. Maybe like first map of the Domination Celestial Husk, Lunex were a lot better team of playing around the ultimates, not expending too much, just enough to win out the fights as and when needed. But certainly on that last map, it was just which duelist could just get the picks out of nowhere. So a damage boost onto that, yeah, that's always going to find value.
I'm going to be heading on in damage boost, potentially in doubles with Storm and Mantis being hovered. No Moon Knight, but Elsa does have the Living Bullet, which will create a lot of spread damage. But Planet Signage, no triple Vanguard, triple Strategist. They are going for a standard 2-2-2 here with the double Vanguard of the Deadpool and the Angela for a little bit of disruption added into that. Helis moving over to the melee. Lunex, we are going to be seeing DRP moving on to the Magneto. This is a character that this is unfortunately the character they were on when they did lose out on qualifying for Atlanta, but then they went to Atlanta anyway, and DRP showed that they are actually goated on Magneto, and it was just a bit of an off day. So this is their EMEA redemption run here. Crisis going to be starting us off on the Winter Soldier to see if they can potentially grab that aggressive Angela out of the air.
Yeah, Lunex going away from banning the Magneto. Not only for this map, you know that Jeff is going to be in play from like Jeff Nado, and Magneto being banned out last meant that there was a lot of freedom in the end for Zenny to just find the picks and not actually have a counter to it. So DRP having a bit of comfort, but also having an option if we do see Jeff used on the attacking side of Planet Signage. Right now, though, it is Helis again, just going down in like the neutral fights. Both these Deadpools in the Vanguard role, looking to try and build their ultimates up. Millboy's done it early, but he's holding off on it so far. Like, there's still a good amount of snowballing. Planet Signage have to be pushed back. It is going to be the ban hammer used in the end, but Zenny's taken out, swiped in from the backline as Maverick swoops in to find and gets the pick himself.
Ballas on the flank as well. Maluki will fall. Maverick forced to back away. They're getting taunted. Shield up to try and buy themselves some time. In the meantime, Kath has been holding this defense for PlanetSide very effectively with the Battle Rebirth Beacon, but with Healers going down yet again, it is going to be LoonX slow but steady, pushing forward to Main Street as they look to enter into Grand Central.
There's just so much damage being thrown out. The Cavs able to actually get 90% on the way to a Jan amplifier on this defense, farmed it up, might just want to throw it out in this fight because he's already just lost Mbappe, who I think is going to be brought back from the BR back. That means, though, that the rocket going down, he's going to have to sort of come in from the spawn, means that Jan amplifier is not going to be used, and these defenders have just absolutely been rinsed one at a time. It's going to be nothing really able to be used in the end from Planet Signage. They have to try and touch the point. I don't think there's going to be enough time. There's no switch over towards the Stranger. LoonX just winning out in the end off the back of the Apex Predator ult from Ballas.
I said that LoonX would need to mentally reset heading into this third map, but it seems like they've instead just channeled that anger as they're making their way to the top of the stairs, continuing to try and zone out Planet Signage, get early advantages, push in aggressively to try and just get as much as they can. Maluki keeping everyone topped up. The stairs will be guarded. There is an attempt at a flank coming in from Planet Signage to try and make their way back in. Kellyan looking for a flank to try and make their way back in. Healers is also on the side, trying to find an opening. It's a visible boundary. Forced it out from Maluki with the Meteor M from DRP. Not finding a target, but it's enough to force Healers into a rough position. Well, they will fall.
Again, it's Kath bringing them back with a beer at back. The Banhammer used on the offensive side. Really does feel like Planet Signage haven't had a moment to just try to group up in the end, but it's a great Apex Predator from KQ to just almost just take some of the chaos out, to see some of the players down, they get eliminated, and the defenders holding the payload in a perfect position. I remember me and Moxie talking about this last MRC of like, which point is the most brutal when you're playing a payload map like Convoy or Convergence. Where's the worst place for that payload to be stuck? And I think we both like came to the conclusion that Midtown second is the worst because of like all of these positions to try and reclaim it. The Planet Signage holding out in a great position, and LoonX now have a lot to do.
There's a lot to do here as we're seeing Fader both. We're seeing the Soul Resurgence coming out from Zeddy for a little bit of counter push. Maverick, Meteor M with Healers already down. This is numbers advantage for LoonX. Meteor M from Maverick finds nothing, and LoonX will keep pushing on in here. Kraken Impact and the Apex Predator from Ballas is keeping the backline zoned down there once again, trying to flank, trying to just really pick people off on the way back to the reinforce, and they've been able to break that hold beautifully, Ryan.
So far, they've actually got things back into their favor. Jan Amplify is going to be used as well as Let the Devil Out. Great combo of synergy to actually just allow that damage to come through. Complete wipeout from LoonX as Planet Signage having to use a lot. I think even the Deadpool ultimate gets used in the end from Kylian Mbappe. So now it's building up these ultimates on the defense. LoonX Gaming, though, haven't really got too much that's ready to go for a next fight. Planet Signage have a window to try and build up some ultimates again. I was a bit worried that it overused stuff potentially, but no, LoonX don't have anything to try and counter it to go for a fast fight.
Let's see how they move on in here. For now, Maverick getting pinged on the stairs, able to pull back down for at least a little bit of extra sustain. Healers looking for an opening on the flank, currently hiding behind the boxes. DRP will pull the trigger, heading down to the low ground. Suddenly, everyone's a little bit more vulnerable as the Healers can pull the trigger and make their way into that backline, try and take out a strategist early. Healers dropped low, actually getting punished here, was caught on the rotation. Ultimate comes on out with the bad hammer, forcing Maluki to drop the invisible boundary to keep the team topped up, mirrored by Crash. But it's in fact Planet Signage again, able to come out on top and chase them back. And we're just seeing this go back and forth, Ryan.
The Planet Signage doing well to just have things farmed up, though. LoonX Gaming expended an invisible boundary, but that was it. Like Crisis switching over towards the Jean Grey, but had the ultimate themselves beforehand, and you have DRP that's built up a Sonic Seduction. So LoonX forcing out more from the defenders and have so much to go with here. 90 seconds. Feels that this next fight is going to have to be the big one. If they use all these ultimates and get nothing, this might be as far as she goes on this attacking side.
Getting forced to back away as Ballas is landing a lot of damage. Here comes the silent seduction from DRP, Soul Resurgence. Everything is being pulled out here from Lune X. Meteor M from Maverick, though. If they can find one of the strategists, this could be huge! Takes out Zeni! Soul Resurgence expiring, and Maluki is a long way away from the counter ultimate, but it might not matter because Ballas, Milkboy, and Crisis are causing a crisis in the backline, getting crashed as Planet Sidage's defense will once again fall. These back and forth fights are finally allowing Lunex to reach the doors through the subway, up through the Fisk building. Portal reinforced, it's still going! Reinforce coming on in for one last fight. Helis onto the backline to try and see what they can make happen onto this fight, but there's a lot of damage coming in already. Kath goes down, everyone's grouped up, the rocket will fall, but they still have healing from Crash with the invisible boundary to keep the fight going. We see a little bit of Helis diving onto everyone who even dares to show their face, and Planet Signage repel them one more time with only 8 seconds left. Zeni is being forced to portal.
Yeah, the strategist has to go on. Ballas is taken out as he's tried to touch. Overtime will be triggered at the very least, but you're a player down as they're both all trying to just one by one stall out for a little bit longer. It's Milkboy that's tried to hold as portals now come out again. And now it's the ultimate banhammer going to be used from Milkboy. Just match built up in time. McKeelan and Mbappe's also done it on the same side. Agamotto built up from KQ as they go for the stall themselves too. And he's actually able to get the pick onto the counterpart on the other side. Zeni not quite building it up, but Last Stand, has that pulled people off the point enough to actually start progressing it? No, it's still in control of Planet Signage. They still actually have the numbers here to keep this fighting. And Kath is very close to it. It's Jeff, but he gets picked off from Crisis to switch over towards Lunar Snow, even to the point that he's got the ultimate. It's the fact that these players are staying in the fight. You've got the Apex Legend trying to pull out Mbappe out of position, and an invisible boundary now from Crash, hoping to bring this all to a close, but it seems that Lunex are actually holding on just enough. 3 players on the point to 1, and Planet Signage have to maybe back out and give up some space here. It's whether the Meteor M can find anything or not.
It's Jeff! Pulls them off the point! The Jeff and the final dash is enough for Planet Signage to delay that. They brought it back because it was a quick reinforce to the point so they could keep their team healed up, even going down in that fight. But by that point, it's Jeff was charged on up, and Kath saves that defense at the doors, and Lunex now have to try and do the same as it's their turn to defend.
I think it was like really good play in the end from Planet Signage to stem the bleeding on second point, which, like we said, is a brutal point if the attackers like lose that momentum. But also, like, Lunex, they saved up all of those ultimates, as we mentioned. They used them all at the same time. But it was Planet Signage that got that first pick, which could easily send Lunex into a bit of a death spiral. They can start panicking. But they managed to focus on the right targets, and still end up winning out that fight. But it really was all to naught because Planet Signage had all of these stuff like the portals still available to use to try to stall things out in the end. And still meant that it was only like a 20 more meters extra that Lunex were able to get. It's still a tall order because that second point is so brutal to push past on second. It does feel to me that Planet Signage just have to have a really good first point, similar to what Lunex managed.
We'll have to see, as they are going to see Lunex move over. They actually ran that Mantis in a double strategist last time. They are going to be bringing it into a triple strategist this time. They've got the revives from Zeni with the Battle Rebirth Beacon, the damage boost from Crisis, and Maluki with the main healing output to see what they can do. DRP back on that Magneto Milkboy on that Deadpool. But right now, Kellyan has been showing just why this character is bad out against them so often, with the aggression from KQ43 as well. Ballas first to fall, but also first to come back.
And KQ's also playing on ping as well because he's like from the Middle East, so he's performing well, all things considered. He's played on like 100 ping, I believe. The Lunex really seeing if they can sort of match it themselves in the end. I think Ballas is the same, actually. So both these like Elsa players playing in a bit more of a tricky position. Mbappe is going to be the one that uses the banhammer first, but it's going to be traded on the other side, trying to focus on the targets, making sure that they get the most out of these shots being missed. But it really is the fact that on the other side of Lunex, Milkboy taking the attention of 3 players means that there's a bit more freedom for DRP to clean up the objective. Mbappe is the one that's taken out. Luckily, he just used the ultimate. Otherwise, he'd just have to farm it again from scratch.
Points being held, 2 minutes 55 left as Planet Signage haven't been able to break through so far. The Storm on the board for the damage booth. Apex Predator coming on out for Ballast to see if they can burst on through Cosmic Yard to match it. So now they have damage boost and the extra chase onto the backline. Counter Apex Predator, beautifully executed. Once again, KQ43 is making it happen, but the counter from Ballast, not even needing their Apex Predator, it was burned out earlier. Meteor M to take out the Invisible Woman, point blank to the face.
It was so quick as well with that invisible boundary use from Plant Signage that after that sort of counter-attack of Ballast just finding a pick again out of nowhere, it forced out Crash to use that ultimate, and DRP instant responses, just pull out the ult. You know that they're close. There's going to be a lot of chaos with like how much you can see and can't see. Slap bang right in the face. Moon Knight is even going to be brought out from KQ to see if that can find the opening, and it does. It gets the pick onto Ballast. He's not going to be brought back from the BRB as it's not quite available, and instead he needs to be careful as he went very low to going down. Soul Resurgence is going to be used from Crisis to keep this fight a little bit more high tempo in the end, but Millboy having Banhammer, just looking for the right target if they can stall this out. Crisis going down, however, is going to be brought back from the BRB, but just in time. DRP finds another pick at the perfect time.
The classic siege break composition, bringing out the Moon Knight, but it is forced back once again, taken down. Planet Signage forced back to spawn. They've managed to make 83 meters towards that first point, and they are struggling to break through this defense that Ludex have been able to set up, and so much of that is to do with Ballast being able to find these flanks, and DRP with these Meteor M's continuing the redemption run, taking out Helis as well, and this is looking good for Ludex.
They've managed to stem the bleed in a bit, and Ballast is just going to add insult to injury. 1 minute left, and just another ultimate used. So much more, though, that is being built up just in the hands with the triple strategist. Denny not too far away from Yarn Amplify and Invisible Boundary if they get dove on pretty hard. But you have to look at Planet Signage. Jeff Nato available. DRP is very close to having that Meteor M. He just needs to make sure that he can get out of the situation and maybe be the answer to it.
Kellyan tried to flank into the backline, got caught by the sleep from Crisis, is taken down. It's Jeff, Omega Hurricane to burn through Crisis for the second time. Jeff Nato to remove the defenders. There's only so much you can do, Ryan. But if you can't burst through them, literally remove them. They can't be healed if they're in a shark.
It's more the case of like Ludex, yeah, you sort of expect that play to come in. It's so key, but Maluka uses the invisible boundary, goes down. Meteor M gets used from DRP, he goes down. But maybe it's just a case of just give up this fight, go again. DRP switched over towards the strange, so it's not too bad there, but there's no invisible boundary. There's no strategist ultimates to try and hold on. You're just hoping that Ballast finds a pick, and he does again! Onto Helis, right into the backline. Had the Khonshu's going to be used and force these defenders a little bit further forward, but you just feel like Ballast, smelling blood in the water, is happy to go on the offensive when he finds eliminations like this.
Invisible boundary from Crash comes on out. Healer swaps over to the Strange so they can reinforce as well. There's the bad hammer from Milk Boy trying to take out that invisible woman. Remove the healing from the board. Crash falls. I am Agamotto on the point. Kellyan is slept. He's trying to deal with the rocket. Will do so. One strategist down, and that takes out the BRB as well. Crisis is the target from Kellyan if they can. Soul Resurgence from Crisis is the only healing ultimate left in the round right now. It's Jeff just charged up. If they can remove them from the board, then Planet Signage may be ruining Ludex's day via Shark for a second time. We see the takedown onto the Moon Knight being forced to come back on Star-Lord to reach the point in time as overtime ticks down. Ludex are running out of tools, but they're holding. The tools they have are all they need. And Ballast pops off, forcing Planet Signage off the point, and Ludex take the lead.
He just finds the picks at the right time, just seemingly in these like neutral fights. I mean, that's where people are like, Elsa is very strong, almost too strong. You have so many other characters that can do the same thing. Hela, Hawkeye, Namor, even Jean Grey to an extent. But it's more just how well his character fits into the roster, having an ultimate that CCs. But just a player like Ballast, such a strong performance. And when Lunex had nothing to use when it came to big utility, ultimates, stuff like the portal, it just had to be those eliminations of 14 final hits he was able to grab in the end. 35 and 7. A heck of a performance.
28k damage, 4k higher than
6.
Quarterfinals, danger. Semi-finals, danger. Upper bracket finals, minimum of 3rd place, meaning one of the 3 spots available for the EMEA Marvel Rivals Ignite will be yours. It will be cinched, and then you are just fighting for the incredible share of the prize pool, the $14,000+ available for each region. It's a lot to play for. So like you said, the teams are making sure they're getting it right.
Yeah, we are following along with the action that's happening in MRC here for EMEA. We won't have any qualified teams for Ignite this weekend, but from next Saturday, we will have our top 3 teams that will be joining all of the new franchise teams, such as Heretics, which is nice to see them as a big Heretics fan from various games, and of course our Na'Vi and Virtus Pro, as well as a multitude of partnership teams, some that we have seen last year, some that are showing up the first time ever in the ecosystem here in Marvel Rivals. I say that because I think we've seen some of the qualified teams already from like the Asia leagues, literally just before this, and I'm pretty sure that for America, which is going to be happening right after this, there is still going to be some deliberation on who's going to be qualifying at that point. But we wanted to highlight this game first, now that we go into sort of round 10, because we do expect that Lunex is going to be a common occurrence, and the favorites, frankly, to be qualifying for Ignite or even winning this whole stage of MRC. But I think Planet Signage have actually given them a good run for their money, and now they have map choice again.
They've made a good case for it. So far, they have taken Lunex to the limit in a lot of these games. There's been a couple times where either of these teams has, quite frankly, run down the other and like taken momentum and run with it, been able to grab people out of spawn and just keep pushing forward. But it always seems to come down to close fights, close distance, close times. 1 second between them during one of their actual matches earlier. This is how close that these teams are actually in these matchups. So the question is, can Lunex close it out with at least enough of a gap in a 3-1 potentially to show that there is that difference, to show that they are trying to be the undisputed champions here? Or can Planet Signage get us closer to potentially causing the upset?
Yeah, it seems that the map is going to be, I think, Clintar is going to be Symbiotic Service, not Showdown, which I just had a weird habit of doing last year. New year, new me. But I guess that makes sense because it does feel like that convergence hybrid style of map is pretty much where the likes of Planet Signage want to go on this one. The problem is, however, you've got like Heart of Heaven, which teams have just avoided like the plague since grand finals of Atlanta for the most part, but then also stuff like Benim T'Challa, which is brutal in various parts of the map. So it does feel like this and Central Park are the 2 main convergence maps that are going to win out, and it is going to be that is the choice of Planet Signage, and they're attacking first too.
They seem to prefer the attack side first, trying to set the pace, trying to show a little bit of aggression. Obviously, the more usually we will see teams potentially go for a defense first so that they can know how aggressive they have to be on attack. But going on attack shows you how much you can risk with like a bug comp, or whether you could go with something that can build up alternates for point 2 even if you lose point 1. It comes down to those gambles at the end. But speaking of at the end, once again, reminder, this is not just about these Ignite spots, this is about the prize pool. We are fighting to become the Marvel Rivals Championship champion for Season 6.5. I missed Season 5. I was unfortunately quite sick at the time, so it's very good to be back for this one as we head on in to our draft.
Seems to be the common way to start this so far, with the Adam Warlock being consistently banned out from Planet Signage, as well as Groot being taken off of the hands of Mbappe. I think mostly he was the one that really was. I think that's why I ended up calling it Planet Signage instead of Planet Signage, because the amount of Groot plan, you get the point. But Elsa, again, going to be protected. It is still perfectly fine in the end for Planet Signage in this retrospect. They have been protected at Wolverine, and we have seen bits and pieces of it. But in fact, they're going to move up the Deadpool Vanguard a lot later on in the draft.
That's honestly quite smart. Planet Signage, they've used it and they got pretty close in one of the games where it did come out. So being able to prioritize it earlier here could get them some solid value, because Lunex have been creeping it further and further up the ban phase. And yeah, Lunex will take out the Daredevil, take that away from Helis, one of their top dive duelists here. And on this map in particular, it can be very tough to deal with, as there is that large all the way around the actual first objective tunnels where Daredevil can kind of have free reign to just use his mobility to get past opponents and try and cause issues in the backline.
Invisible Woman being protected as well, similar for Lunex on the last convergence map that we saw, Central Park. And even a Cloak and Dagger being protected, exact same, actually. Really, the only thing that has changed so far is instead of Wolverine, it was the Deadpool Vanguard being protected, and then instead actually going for the Daredevil ban on the side of Lunex. Outside of that, it seems to be pretty much the same. The Mantis ban at the end, Planet Signage were the ones I think that wanted to try and go. Sorry, it was Lunix that wanted to go for that towards the beginning, and then Wolverine eventually banned out right at the end. Again, hitting Helis where it hurts, but he has been able to pick up the Elsa as and when needed. And KQ, I guess, would switch over towards the Jean Grey. That's what they're hovering. And I would imagine on their attacking side, this is what they're looking to go with straight off the bat.
We also do have Loki sneaking through the ban phase here, going to be coming on in for both teams. And once again, we see the slight disagreement in terms of what the main strategist will be, with Lunex, Maluki looking to start us off on the Invisible Woman, whereas Planet Signage are actually looking at Cloak and Dagger, with the Eternal Bond and potentially that vulnerability from Terracape being a bit more heavily favored, especially on attack, where if you can try and take out the frontliners quickly, you might be able to get some really solid value.
The Planet Signage hoping that this type of map is going to give them the same success as Central Park did. Lunex honestly hoping that Zeddy doesn't disappear and hoping that they can have all 6 players in those fights. But even then, you can't say that it was like the difference, like maybe the difference maker, but it was still a close map. And that 1 second difference between both teams finishing the map, overtime pushes, great battles towards the end of these objectives, similar to what we just saw in Midtown. Planet Signage have it all to do. Maverick is going for the portal play first. The RP not looking to counter it, but Milk Boy actually just trying to go for a high sightline, do a little bit of damage, build up that ultimate, but it's still on an E rank, so he's going to have to wait.
They will be forced to pull back. They do realize the portal is coming, so they're going to try and regroup. Regeneration Domain dropped off early, going to be picked out immediately. There was a magic on the board, taken out immediately. Heal is pinged off the board. Maverick goes down, and Planet Signage, they went for an aggressive start, but it is going to be shut down, and they will be adjusting for the future.
Yeah, actually going to face up in towards the Strange Portal, really mostly to get Crisis to build up that Kraken's impact a little bit faster. He's halfway to having it. Milk Boy is going to beat him out because, I mean, it's Deadpool, but Mbappe is actually going to be the one that has it first. Nobody else is really even close to what the Deadpool Vanguard is able to do on this attacking side, ultimate build-up wise. So it might be just a bit of an early ult that's going to try and force out these engagements, but it can be matched. That's the main thing. This high ground is being held, but you can already see from DRP's perspective, even on the controller, he has to look behind his shoulder the majority of the time, whilst the Banhammer's looking for the Elsa on the other side. Helis gets taken out. That's 2 eliminations against him.
Milk Boy going to just be positioning themselves. Very nice pickup, utilizing the Banhammer for the initial targeting, and then able to upgrade some of these abilities, get themselves a little bit of a head start in terms of that actual damage output. Kellyan is charged up with their own Banhammer, so if they're able to start to get a flank, then that could be the opportunity for Planet Signage to make their way onto this first point. So far, not a single third yet. They've yet to breach this first entry point.
Barely even had a chance to touch the point.
Yeah.
We're really hoping that sort of Doctor Strange Magic team-up play would really provide them a chance to snowball, much like they did on the previous map, but Calf gets taken out, nicely picked off in the invisible boundaries. Planet Signage want to go on the offensive. Not quite got a third yet, but Ballas is doing what he's done consistently throughout this series, just stringing these eliminations together, full on instinct. He's just making sure that this Planet Signage team are going to be stalled out for as long as possible. Half the time is already gone, and the most time that they've spent on the objective was maybe a second.
Planet Signage not finding any openings yet. Ballas causing a bit too many issues there. And like you said, Kath diving into the backline was picked off so quickly. Apex Predator gets 1, 2. Regen Domain will buy a little bit of time, but will actually allow Planet Signage to survive this. And now we've got to be careful. If Lunex get caught by Helis, this is the opportunity. Eternal Bonds coming in from the clone from Crash, and they have some kind of extra sustain. Meteor M and gone.
Just waiting for those final strides from the Eternal Bond to come through. A Meteor M and the Endsong Inferno trying to be used together to find elimination, but I don't actually think that Planet Signage have managed to pick up any eliminations so far. Lunix Gaming have been so comfortable on this. It really has been just sitting back, and now only a minute left. Planet Signage hoping that this map would breathe the way back into making this a full BO5. It might be cut short here unless they get their ducks in order.
Right now, positioning set up for Lunex to try and just catch Planet Signage again as they try to break through the spawn, forcing them further up. Here comes that Apex Predator, but again, Regen Domain shuts it down. The power of the Loki making their way into the meta, giving them that extra stay, but Kraken Impact, this is Crisis' bread and butter, has found the team isolated with Regen Domain down, and a tasty amount of eliminations, grabbing anyone who tries to push up, anyone who tries to retreat, and even a Loki clone or two to extend that duration.
Yeah, they are happily just taking control of this one. Helis has to be the one that switches over towards the Strange to go for a portal play. And it really is just an eternal bond that's going to set things off. Ballas is actually going to try and go for the pick. Yeah, the portal actually has to be pretty limited with where it's positioned. And look how much of a mad dash it has to be for Planet Signage to actually touch.
Here comes the Eternal Bonds to touch the point, barely in time. Invisible boundary for the counter, but Regen Domain is layered on top of it, which is a little bit rough. That's both their big defensive tools. This could have been a panic play from Lunex, and they might get punished for it. Maluki goes down, and Planet Signage with backs against the wall are trying to make something happen. Kellyan is dropped low and will likely be taken down, but the healing output is good. Milkboy with the Bad Hammer on the flank. They take out KQ on the side, take out Crash on the top, and this is Crisis with the Crisis management turning it round, keeping it here for Lunex. Kraken Impact, Ballas takes down Cav, and the end song Inferno for one last ditch effort to try and reach Invisible Boundary in the doorway from Zeddy, and that is going to be Lunex on a 0.0 hold, 62%.
Still an attacking side to come in from Lunex, but you got to feel that they're going to be happy with that. It was almost like first-person viewing that we saw from there, but it was just a model of Crisis. He was feeling very John Cena, can't see him with just how much impact that he had, but I really do think it rings true that Lunex didn't really lose any players that were eliminated against them. The way that they were playing, the way that they were positioning, the ultimates, how well they were cycling them. And it's just easy when Crisis and Ballas could just completely stop Planet Signage in their tracks with a well-needed, well-founded elimination that just breaks apart the attacking side. So it's definitely a chance to win this map still for Planet Signage, but it has to be a really strong hold in the end because Lunex might be able to find that pick instantly. DRP is on the Doctor Strange. I imagine it might be a similar play to what we saw from Planet Signage on their attacking side, but just minus the magic.
KQ did have a quick disconnect, but they've actually made it back before the point opens, so that is pretty convenient timing for them. They will be able to make their way back in, still on this Elsa, able to charge back up. And like you mentioned, DRP on the portal could try to set them up for something that Planet Signage were unable to do, a potential early engage. Crisis, yet to decide his opener, was hovering on the Hela for a bit, and now hovering on the Phoenix, has some solid options to try and ping people from a distance at least.
They're scouting it out, I think. See if they can go for the pick in the end. You got Crisis. He's deliberating on which poke character he wants to play. He hovered over the Hela, but it's going to be over on the Jean Grey to begin with. Seeing exactly where DRP is going to be set on, has a lot of protection going in for the dive. Whilst the focus is going to be over in this direction, you have to really be looking at where Crisis is because he's going for the quiet flank, really try to split this defense right down the center.
He's coming in from behind, but gets immediately caught out of position. DRP tried to set up the distraction, but the sound gave them away. Beautiful reaction from Planet Signage. They're holding the high ground, but they have to touch the point. With so little percentage on the board, they have to be ready to progress down to that low ground. As already Lunex Gaming, even though they're losing members, are forcing positioning changes out of Planet Signage. Helis moved over to a Winter Soldier of their own. KQ is in a lovely duel with Crisis to try and gain an early advantage and takes Ballas out, not even aiming for them, gets Crisis as well, as KQ might be holding Planet Signage in for at least this first fight.
Yeah, Milboy's found himself too, and it's the fact that Lunex are on the objective that Planet Signage need to be careful of. In the end, they're able to hold on as Maverick finds a nice pick onto Zenny, so the backline is going to struggle to keep up this offensive front from Lunex. And no thirds gathered. It is pretty much about like 10%, but it is going to reset at this point as Lunex need to try and regroup. They lose Milk Boy. There's on the poke and see if they can get some other ultimates built up in the meanwhile, but Planet Signage already have the main ones in place. And you have to look at KQ to be the difference maker. Him versus Ballas has been the head-to-head to really watch, and they both have their ults.
Speaking of ultimates, invisible boundary, we're starting to get close to a feast from the abyss. Here comes the Apex Predator coming on in, beautifully executed by Ballas. Cap to drop the Eternal Bond to try and tack him through this, but with Killian and Mbappe already down, it is a numbers advantage, but DRP will actually fall, making it even, keeping us heavily on this board, allowing Planet Signage to zone off to keep those strategists safe in the backline. And with Lunex, their main frontline taken down, they're forced to reset.
They're hoping that they can get some of these like strategist ultimates out of this defense because they both have the invisible boundary and the copy to go for it too. It's just a Ballas used up the Apex Predator. Planet Signage win that fight without using anything, just from the picks that Helis was able to get. He has a Kraken's impact. The defense is going to be sat pretty nicely here, but Helis gets taken out in the neutral. It's a big loss in the end. The Meteor M is going to be used for Maverick as well as the God of Mischief copies to try to go for multiple invisible boundaries. It misses on the defense, does the Meteor M. The Endsong Inferno doesn't catch much, but DRP finds two.
Lunex are bursting through this. They've been able to grab a couple on the neutral, grab a couple on the reset. They were able to burst through Crash, even through the Eternal Bonds, meaning they did not have the healing, and a portal might be the only choice left. Kraken Impact coming in from Helis just to burn every second they can, but no one can even make it onto Strange in time. That is Lunex taking not just the map, but the series in a 3-1.
One more win away from qualifying for Ignite. The problem, however, is I'm pretty sure that their opponent is going to be Rad because they're played up against Luigi, and I just think the Rad is the likely favorites in that one. That's a hell of a qualifying game that's coming up for them next week, but they at least have a week to prepare for it. For Planet Signage, they do have to go down to round 11 straight away, playing up against those that are in the losers bracket to see if they survive for next week in the end. It's a map that didn't go their way in the slightest, but they held their own against like the favorites of this tournament, you have to say. It's just that small moment of Helis being caught out right at the end there. It really did feel like the setup from Planet Signage on that defense was so robust. They had so many ultimates to sit back on, but Helis just being picked off from this neutral trading of damage cost them a lot in the end. But it's a long series in the end. Lunex came in winning out 3-1. We'll play again next week. And Planet Signage have to regroup and prepare for the next round, which I think starts in an hour.
I believe you are correct. There's plenty of time for them to at least reset, considering how stressful that map in particular, that matchup in particular was with all the other stuff that happened during it. You can't blame them for at least wanting a bit of a break, and luckily they will likely get one, so they can take a bit of time for a mental reset. We will also be getting some time for a mental reset in a bit. As well, right now, apparently, we're going to have some time for our match, two of the most well-known teams in this tournament. And now it's time for new blood, as we are jumping in with some teams who have not shown up in previous MRCs, at least in positions that Ryan and I have seen.
Yeah, certainly not towards like the bigger matches like this, because similar to what we just saw from Lunex and Planet Signage, the winner of this game would be one series away from qualifying for Ignite, which, you know, we've highlighted players that have had good experience in MRCs. It ignites and stuff like that, but this is the first time that we've really seen Remake and Revertex shine at this level. And Celestial Husk is going to be where we start off again. It is going to be a duelist Deadpool. Because we don't really know these players as much, there's always going to be some like, oh, this guy's a really good Magic player. And it's whether these teams like know exactly what they're preparing for. It's going to be a mixed bag. We have no idea who's the favorite here, which is always part of the fun.
Yeah, immediately, like you say, we see some different stuff. The Duelist Deadpool being banned out early. The Hela being protected early. Something we really have not seen. Even we've seen people consider it, but not really protect it as much today. So a touch yesterday. Mantis taken out early, which means Loki, Adam, all these characters available. Deadpool number 2 taken out by Remake, keeping us on our toes. But the Magneto protects early. Is still going to be that we see Elsa coming on in as well. I was wondering if we would see it protected or banned.
Yeah, late protect in the end. I wonder if we're going to see the full Deadpool like strategist being taken out. Maybe if we'd seen MRC play very early on in Deadpool's like life in this game, there's going to be a protection on the Invisible Woman. The final ban is just going to be like all of the strategists so far for Revertex. Are they going to want to try to take out something else? It's going to be the Groot, who has been out of action consistently today. Understandably so on a map like Domination.
Come on, Remake. Complete the set. finish the trilogy. It's no more. We do, if they want, have strategist Deadpool at the ready for remake if that's the direction they wish to take, or even for Revertex. But it looks like Deadpool is in fact going to go ignored by these teams for now as we begin to lock in. Immediately Loki, who once again made it through the ban phase, is going to be hovered for both sides. Elsa available for both sides, but at this point, we're only seeing Hitscan athlete hover. Revertex not looking towards Elsa yet.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine it would be in play here. I think the Neymar ban is good in the end. It's certainly on parts of this map, depending on where we start first on Celestial Husk. These very closed-in areas, the bottleneck tidal dirge between the Hela and the Neymar, can be just such a pain in the backside to try and deal with. And especially when there's that early prio going towards having the Hela, you have to imagine that there's going to be that open element. At least you have Elsa to sort of make it a little bit more like have to choose here, but it's maybe going to force out what duelists you want to be playing. But all of them are very different so far. In fact, majority of the compositions looking completely different outside of the the Loki being in play.
I'm going to be heading on into our first point. Loki Boki, not on the Loki, is going to make this a very fun cast. They're starting off on the Winter Soldier. We are seeing Elsa from the side of Remake, Revertex with the Hela, which, if Hela can get those distances, they can get very quick pickups onto someone like an Elsa. It's going to be a difficult battle. Let's see if Igor with the skills can live up to their name.
Yeah, has been enjoyed a ton of Strange, but no Paul blades. Maybe going to be a little bit later on and just see if they can contest this fight as they go in up on the high ground. It's going to be that first pick going over towards the Hela and just chipping away at damage with this poke. With that player advantage, though, it's going to be a drop down for Revertex to try and take the objective. And Remake still sort of in the middle of this fight, not actually going down to contest, but they find a pick over onto the high ground and now trying to really put the pressure in onto Revertex by taking the objective themselves. Right now, it really has to be a force back from Revertex, but Igor's found himself a second.
Massive Blackthorn there. Immediately we see the dive coming on in from the Emma. Heal Pups going to be pushing on, trying to reclaim the position as they're currently already at 23%. Remake are winning a lot of these fights, but they can't seem to just get onto the point. They're so close to capping this, but Revertex are making them work for it. Heal Pup Soda forced to back away. Gad's taken down on the flank. In fact, Eagle with skills moving in takes out Big Manju, and the front line from Remake is starting to struggle. The knockback with the Trooper's Fist, and Revertex with the recap, with not even losing the point, but losing some members, still able to hold control.
It's a lot of re's, I suppose, with Revertex Remake on the retake of Celestial. It doesn't quite work with Celestial Husk, but it is still Revertex being still in control, and it's very clearly different from what we saw from Lunex and Planet Signage with how much Remake are staying in these fights despite the fact that they're losing them. Trying to build up these ultimates, finding a pick, but not really actually able to turn it into any objective take. Just a little bit of an attempt to try to take a hold of it, but Revertex having 5 ultimates in hand, save for Remake, as the first one's going to be used for the God of Mischief, going for an Eternal Bond copy to make things a little bit easier to try and fight and hold on to the point. Meteor M trying to go into the high ground. It's a nice Apex Predator up onto the high ground that connects, but now you've got the Ensong Inferno slamming down onto the ground to actually catch the Invisible Woman on Revertex. They're losing numbers, but they're still progressing all the way up to 99%.
Ensong Inferno also taking Hela out of that Goddess of Death, allowing Remake the full flip here, but big hold for Revertex to start us off here. 93%, and it took almost every ultimate from Remake to make that happen. They only have Eye of Agamotto left. Revertex, they have Eye of Agamotto, they have Kraken Impact, they have Silent Seduction, and they have any ultimate they want with God of Mischief. So they are ready to reset, and then they only have to hold it for 7% more plus overtime. Remake Maxi Preppers is about to have to pull off some incredible positioning in order to hold them out through one more ultimate cycle.
It's a really good call for Revertex. If the IGL's sort of keeping track of what ultimates were used, they know that they have the ultimate advantage, so want to take this fight quickly before other stuff can be built up. They do find the pick onto the Doctor Strange, and just off the Kraken's impact, snowball the eliminations that they need. These last players of Remake touching the point to try and contest it a little bit more. I don't know if you have got the Strange Portal, if it was used before in the end, but it is going to be 95%, capping all the way to 100. Have to assume at this rate that there is going to be that touch in the end, and the portal was used, but just a second too short. Remake are not going to have it at the start of this next round. And Revertex steaming ahead in control of that. Remake taking a lot of long fights that didn't amount to much.
For those who might be joining us who are newer to Marvel Rivals or the esports, for starters, welcome. We're very glad to have you. But a reminder that for domination maps, these maps where you have these 3 points that you have to hold the King of the Hill style, if you use an ability, if you use a large cooldown in one round, the cooldowns carry over. It's not like Convoy or Convergence where those cooldowns are reset as well as ult charge. In this case, as Ryan mentioned, that portal is now gone. Maxi Preppers, it's on the full 160-second cooldown, and it's already down to 130, but that's still 2 minutes from doors opening that you will not have portal for re-engage or for any kind of portal engage.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Tricky, so you can already see it like 2 minutes for Maxi to actually go in for the portal play, but it's still sticking on the Strange as he does have the Eye of Agamotto. This is the area of the map where like that title dirge would have been really annoying, but it isn't going to be in play. I don't think there's much change up to what kind of characters are in play this way, but the portal is going to be used on the other side from Hasbin Enjoyer. Tries to go for this fight, but actually Remake managed to sort of skirt around it, get away, and try to get into the objective beforehand. You've got the Apex Predator being used to see if it can catch on to Merch, and an elimination does come in onto Ego, but it's traded on the other side. Hitscan Athlete is going to be sent back to spawn. A Remake actually tried to take the point just before Revertex could get there, but there is a touch and a contest, and now all of the ultimates are starting to rain out.
Visible boundary is going to be mirrored from both sides, both of which were God of Mischief, so meaning that Remake actually nicked theirs from Revertex. Eye of Agamotto finally going to be dropped here from Maxi Preppers into the backline, but it's mostly going to get blocked out, but it's enough of a distraction. They are trying to follow up on it, that it's going to be taken by Igor with skills, pushing in with the Hella, basically a 2 or 3 cap for most characters, giving them all the positioning they need. Regeneration Domain has to be used as well as Guardian Barrier, as Revertex forced off the point this time.
They have so many ultimates built up, so I'm quite surprised that like Revertex are just facing this as much as they are. They have the ult advantage, but they're just really allowing Remake to farm up these strategist ultimates, especially after the Eternal Bond was used from the Cloak and Dagger on the side of Remake. Revertex having a lot, but it was really good play actually in the end from Hitscan Athlete. See that Igor was pretty much given the clean skies to go for a pick, dives on him, make sure that he can't get too much more, and already you can see the Hitscan Athlete is just trying to build up another very quick Apex Predator. Kraken's in fact going to be used. It doesn't quite get the resets, and in fact he's taken out in the end from the slam down from Remake. Meteor M, it could maybe try and get a bit more, but he doesn't quite get the elimination. What he does do is forces back the Loki clones right into this like back entrance, and now Remake still managing to hold on to this point, gives Hitscan Athlete the space to get the picks. The Apex Predator is going to be used to try to pull the Loki out of play, but it is just a clone. They're still in play, and the point is actually given up in the end.
The Apex Predator meets the God of Mischief, gets deceived, and as such, it is going to be Revertex with the countercap. Maxi Preppers is trying to make some space and will take out Hasbin Enjoyer, making as much of a push-up as they can. Here comes the clone from both sides once again. Eternal Bond from Yokami, creating the pathway, allowing Maxi Preppers to re-get the flip here and claim the position. Now we have on the other side, we have Balthalux ready with the ultimate, but getting picked off by Gads just as they use it.
There's great picks at the end from Gads. It's back in control of Remake. Revertex now having to try and back off this a little bit more, but both these teams, in comparison to what we usually see on Domination, is just constant fighting, constant pokes, seeing if they can just string off these eliminations and farm up ultimates. But for Gads here, he already has the Ensong Inferno. All he's really doing is giving ult charge over towards the strategists on the other side. It's not really a fight that neither team wants to be taking, but it's a really good sign of seduction to go in behind where these attackers are trying to play for, and free ultimates used from Remake as they're about to hit 90%.
Eye of Agamotto not finding it on targets, neither does that Ensong Inferno, but the Apex Predator does, gets the duel, takes out Loki Boki, pushing on in Hitscan Athlete. We're seeing Revertex getting removed from the board during overtime, and that likely means Remake are about to even up the score, taking us to 1-1 on Celestial Husk.
A Remake fighting back nicely. It was just a portal play for Revertex, just avoided really. Remake getting onto the point first, really letting Hitscan Athlete set up nicely. And Igor, even though he was finding some picks, as soon as there was that little bit of window where it felt that if the Hella is uncontested here, she's going to absolutely farm up, it was instantly shut down. It was dove on nicely from Remake to the point that Igor's had to switch over towards the Jean Grey. Now, for both these teams, I think the portal play is going to be available. And the reason why you do see these portal plays early on is just it's a easy, almost cheap way to get an elimination to allow you to get that point first. And once you have that point, it's a hell of a lot easier to hold on to it than to try and take it once you lose it. It really is just kind of like set up camp as much as you possibly can. So I'm curious to see if both these teams try to go for some portal hijinks with the Doctor Strange.
We'll have to see. Portals might be available this time for the setups. Igor, once again, back on the Hela off the Phoenix this time, despite how useful it could be against these Lokis. And it looks like no portal. We're just going to see the rush out from Revertex. Remake, on the other hand, we don't have a good view of them yet, so there could still be shenanigans. You can see they're playing grouped up just in case, so they can protect each other. I see a large group of people hanging out together on the other side of the map. Who's going to fall in? Portal comes out, team comes out, invisible boundary, and it is punished.
It's just that when things go on that while, like Revertex are like, okay, they're still on the Doctor Strange. We're not using the portal play. Let's group up. We don't see them on the objective. We don't see anything. Not even a player sort of trying to sell the bait. They know that a portal play's coming. As soon as they heard that noise, invisible boundary was used, they find that elimination straight away. It's such like a great, if it works, it can backfire massively like it just did for Remake. And now it's hard for them to go on and fight this. They do have a God of Mischief to go for a copy of Eternal Bond if they want to go aggressive. That's what they're going to do. But when it comes to the duelists having anything that can find eliminations, the ultimates aren't quite ready yet.
Hitscan Athlete on the flank, gets pulled in there by the Soul Siphon, forcing Hela into the sky though because there's just too much damage coming from Hitscan Athlete. Sends out one shot, two shot, and Igor is taken down once again. Got a little too isolated from the rest of their team there, and now Revertex, down a member, are forced to pull back. They don't want to give up too much space, but they don't want to get caught out.
Hitscan Athlete, I mean, it's the common thing for Elsa. As I said, that there's nothing in play for Remake to make this happen, and it's just Elsa, just doing Elsa things. So now they've got full instinct. They're trying to go for the pick as the Eternal Bond's going to be used on the other side. In fact, it's going to be traded either way. Sadness Seduction and Kraken's Impact used alongside for Revertex, as well as an Eye of Agamotto that connects onto one. It's the Loki, but I'm not seeing that HP in the top left actually drop at all because of how much that the Cloak and Dagger managed to protect their counterpart, their other strategist. The hold is good for Remake. They still have control of the objective, and Revertex try to go for a high-tempo, aggressive dive, find nothing.
The flip was insane there after what was such an unsuccessful first engage with that portal. It's the major standard retake with the Kraken Impact attempted, but Revertex just unable to hold the point. 55% now for Remake. Great healing with the Light Force wall from Bismuth, making sure everyone is grouped up and sustained. Looking at ultimates on the side of Revertex for their retake. They once again have Goddess of Death, which is forced out again as Igor is spotted on the flank. Remake are just so aware of where anyone is on the map.
Really does feel like you've got this like one-sided Elsa too, which is absolutely winning these duels and fights. It's Hitscan that's taking it on himself to be the sort of master hunter, making sure that the Goddess of Death is sort of afraid of it themselves. Ensong Inferno is going to sort of provide a bit of a stamp here and really shut down this for Revertex. They were the ones that held on to the portal, so they're going to have it for the refight here. But Aspen Enjoyer is on the objective himself. They still haven't quite taken the objective themselves, so they're just trying to stall it out as much as they can. Any eliminations go against Revertex have to make it back on their own because the Strange was involved in the fight up until now, and nobody can switch over towards it. This could be a real disaster for Revertex and Remake. In the end, they were the ones that ran with the Elsa. Hitscan Athlete find the success, and they bounce back nicely with a reverse sweep on Celestial Husk.
Remake, nicely done, taking the lead in this best of 5. Revertex started off so strong. Where did it go throughout these matchups? You mentioned the Elsa started to get charged up, started to get all those Hunter's Instincts at the ready, and just kept the pressure on. Not even just from Apex Predator with the Glatrox coming in, just with actual duels. You see Hela, who's so good at picking people off quickly, would just seem to get too close because Hitscan Athlete would be able to move quickly, get in range, and punish Igor with skills. 13-2 with final hits, 21-2 with just eliminations.
And it's like move on, much like Rad. And if it is the case of Altacenif winning their game in this upper bracket, their opponent of who's going to be like potentially qualified for Ignite whoever wins that series is one of these two teams. Which I'm thinking, if you are Alta Zenith in that situation, you are rubbing your hands together because these are two very brawly teams. And the fact that we go to a domination map as our second shows that these guys just want to take utter chunks out of each other.
Captain, my captain, we will see you soon, I'm sure. But for now, we head on into Krakoa. You mentioned how these teams are brawly. We go to domination for the second time. And for the second time, Hela is protected. A big preference pick, it seems, for Revertex.
It does feel, again, like, yeah, if you want to go for the Hela and then with the Elsa Protect, it really does feel like Remake were expecting, like, okay, they weren't looking at playing the Elsa themselves. They might try and first ban it. So the first protect instead of second is a good fit for them. The problem is that they first protected the mag last time, and that's been banned out instantly for Revertex. So you have got these mind games that are happening between the two teams, as Nemo was banned out to stop that title Dirge from showing in, and a Groot finally in play is going to be protected on the side of Remake.
The group going to be on the board. The Namor banned out earlier this time, like you mentioned, because there is a chance Revertex might have tried to protect it in this spot if they had been given the chance. But last time, Remake banned out Duelist Deadpool.
Yeah.
This is not going to be something we see protected by Revertex. Is it something they play that Remake just knows about? Or was this just a little bit of a scouting ban by Remake? We'll have to see. For now, though, Revertex is going to try and negate the opportunity of damage boost triple strategist onto an Elsa, or even double strategist damage boost on an Elsa Bloodstone by banning out the Mantis in general.
Really does feel like the group protect against Hela is good. Just put walls in the way to make sure that you break these sightlines. Invisible Woman means that, like, we don't have a Gambit in play. We don't have a Invisible Woman. The strategists are sort of taking a hit again. It's likely to be more of this Loki cloak and dagger backline to go in for these scrappy fights. But Ego with skills, the one that was playing the Hela before, looking to go over towards the Elsa this time with that protect. Maybe we weren't expecting Remake to go and put so much stock on it early, but naturally, yeah, it's Elsa. So it does kind of dilute the choice and the control of the draft that Igor with skills and the rest of Revertex were maybe holding up for. But I'm curious to see how the group plays because we've seen none of it so far this broadcast.
Root coming in is, of course, still such a valuable Vanguard. While we're seeing a lot more brawly, a lot more dive-heavy Vanguards from a lot of these teams, sometimes it's nice to go back to basics. We're seeing Doctor Strange, we're seeing Emma Frost, we're seeing Groot. So good for setup and combos. If you can get a Strangling Prison, you can just set up for either just a full one-shot, or even for a Apex Predator to just try and take everyone else out if they look like they're going to live the first initial engage. Revertex, on the other hand, are going very heavily onto this Groot style. They've got Groot, they've got Doctor Strange, and they are looking at Moon Knight as their second DPS, not with a Storm or a Mantis to damage boost it, just straight up to try and bully out Groot and Loki.
We've had some success. This is a really good point now for the Jean Grey as well. Just playing around the waterfall, various bits of high ground that you can just do damage with that zero drop-off range. It's like if Igor can keep on top of things and whether he has enough to keep himself alive or whether Hitscan Athlete is going to just hunt him down like an animal, much like they did on Celestial Husk. Both the fights just try to break out the damage on these shields, the Aegises that are coming in from the Doctor Stranges. They're trying to hold on as best as they possibly can, but the drop down to low ground means that Remake want to try and take things early. Ultimate's not quite built up, but a very close God of Mischief actually in the silence of Revertex is that Loki is farming up the healing.
We're also seeing Phoenix Gads beating out Loki Voki for a long time, but Loki Voki is finally seeing everyone grouped up on the bottom side and has built up towards a Hand of Khonshu right away. We could, if they want to be spicy, see Bath go for a clone onto the Groot, go for a Strangling Prison, and set up for a Hand of Khonshu if that's the way they choose to go. But now, though, Ensong Inferno is going to be the first trigger, a Fate of Both Worlds from Balth to make sure that they can try and stay sustained through as Yokami will be mirrored. Strangling Prison comes out first from Maxi Preppers to hold the board, and it's enough for a wipe, forcing back any survivors through the doorway and trying to cut them off with the group walls. It's a full chase coming in here as Hitscan Athlete forces anyone back, and a beautiful long-range shot with the Elephant Rifle, taking out Balthalux.
There going to be much of a changeover? No, like Revertex wanted to try and build up stuff, but it was only the Cloak and Dagger ultimate that he used Has been enjoying. I'm surprised that he just got the ultimate then. Was it interrupted is like my initial thinking, but we'll have to like double check it. Either way, Revertex losing the fight but having 5 ultimates means that they want to take this fight quickly, knowing that Remake used 3 themselves. It's just whether like Hitscan Athlete can actually get a pick with the Glatrox, pull somebody out of position, find the elimination, and actually force Revertex to try and regroup and allow them to build up ultimates. It's not going to be that. It is going to be a similar play though with these group walls, just finding these picks, breaking the line of sight from the strategists, and it means that Revertex with this ult advantage, it's going to be short-lived. Remake are building them up again.
And these are beautiful picks from Remake, getting the isolations, getting the positioning advantage. They are already up to 51% living bullets coming in from Hitscan Athletes, just ping from a distance. And yeah, all these tools still available for Revertex, and they can't make it through the doorway. Balthalux swapped off the Loki onto the Cloak and Dagger to try and give them enough sustain to fight through this and not give as much value over to the Phoenix. Here comes the Glatrox, Apex Predator from Hitscan Athlete to try and take people off of the high ground. Won't find the value this time though. Revertex with the engaged straggling prison, Hand of Khonshu. The Dagger Storm is, well, it's ambitious, we'll call it that, to try. It was optimistic. We will see Remake getting lost with 2 members off the board. The Regeneration Domain board at least a little bit of time, but this is easily Revertex's fight.
Makes sense. The Remake like wanted to go for the group protect ban, not the Invisible Woman afterwards, but they were sort of on the other end of it there in that fight when you have got the Moon Knight in play alongside the group. So now it's Revertex taking the point, but Remake having 4 ultimates themselves, it's just a similar sort of thing. Can they try and go for a fight early, knowing that you forced out much, especially if they can get in just before this Cloak and Dagger farms up the Eternal Bond? You have got an Apex Predator use from Ego, but not quite finding onto much. And this is a really good, like, actual contest from Remake, to the point that they almost take the objective, and Revertex have to awkwardly try to stop it from going into play. They got off it for a second, and Remake now have control of it back, and it's going to hit 99%.
Strangling Prison, group walls to try and protect them from the counter dive. The healing is good, and that's going to be Loki Boki. He's looking to turn this round. Aya Magamoto won't find targets, but it's enough for the zoning to try and chase back the strategist. Eagle with skills. He get hits by the Terror Cape, but is enough to duel out Glads just with the extra mobility that they have. And Revertex, they got taken to 99 by the Remake recap, but Revertex still hold, and they've just got their main combo back. Strangling Prison and Hand of Khonshu at the ready.
They're going to be frustrated that they gave the point away for free, though, just because of the fact that they didn't have much to work with. Remake forced the fight onto the objective, and they were so uncomfortable with it, they actually let it flip over towards the blue team side. Losing Gads, though, is going to buy a little bit more time and allow these strategists to build up the ultimates. A Fate of Both Worlds is going to be the thing that's in the hands of Revertex first. But outside of that, Aya Magamoto, a third of the way building up, halfway done for the Eternal Bond. Strangling Prison's going to be used for the Hand of Khonshu. It's a great way to find these picks, as there's not going to be much for Remake to actually contest with this, but it buys more time for the strategists to get their stuff together.
It's so rare that we see a Moon Knight coming in that isn't from some kind of spawn break, usually to break through triple Vanguard, triple Strategist, or similar bunker-style compositions. But Loki Boki has just seen that their opponents are consistently running Groot, and they're consistently running Loki, and they're consistently grouped up. They can just take advantage of this. A Moon Knight in the neutrals. Here comes Apex Predator to try and isolate Groot on the early side. Groot will set up to try and prevent the healings, but Regen Domain is a bit too much. And Song Inferno from the side to burst on through, and it's gonna be Heal Pup's owner taken off the board right away. That's bad for Revertex, who are trying to consistently take this fight. Fate of Both Worlds has to be used. Portal will be available to bring Revertex back to this fight, but who will be left to hold it? Hand of Khonshu, Strangling Prison to try and flip this from both sides, but it's still Remake who are taking the advantage. 2 more down. Portal for the reinforce coming back in from Heal Pup's owner, but they're just staggering one by one by one. The Eternal Bond is giving them some time, but they just don't have the bodies. The focus is too good, and that's gonna be Remake holding the point. They're still flooding in one at a time, but they just cannot hold this.
It was just outside of the play it felt around the Groot, Strangling Prison, and the Hand of Khonshu. Revertex not having all too much in the end, just in a sort of neutral fight. And both teams sort of going for some, like, look at the bans for both sides. Like, Magneto, it means that you don't have any shields, any bulwarks to put against being caught out. You don't have to cleanse naturally, to purify from Gambit to be able to get out of these strangling prisons. It really feels that both these teams try to go for the same win condition, but Remake just having a little bit more about them to find the picks outside of it. Certainly from like Hitscan Athlete, his focus on the right targets and getting Revertex whilst they're sort of in between these stages is just finding the Achilles heel every single major fight.
This is, however, a very good position, a little bit better than the last point for Moon Knight. This is where you can get so many good arcs onto the objective when people try to enter through the main choke points. This can be a very hard point to push. This could be the best opportunity for Revertex to even up the score, especially as they already have a Strangling Prison at the ready. And while Hand of Conchu helps, just Moon Knight with those ricocheting shots can get a lot of value. Big Manju, though, has decided that it's time to go aggressive. And they're going for a portal gank.
We've seen some of these work out very nicely. We've seen some of these absolutely backfire and losing the point as a result. It's seeing if they can quite find these players, get the information of what kind of comp they're trying to run, see if they can get the selection onto the backline. If you can take out a strategist, it's right into the face of the group. However, it pretty much is just straight through the front door of Hasbin Enjoyer. But there is a trade, actually. You do lose the else on the other side, and an Ivagamoto going to be used. Whoa. I don't think it quite connects. It's actually taken out just from the Maelstrom right beforehand. But Remake forced out a lot more with the copy. They got a Mischief onto an Eternal Bond. And Gad's trying to hold the W key down to find a pick, and he does.
They take out Igor once again. Elsa off the board. Reinforcements coming in from Revertex, but Remake, despite the fact they lost a member, they pulled the trigger on the God of Mischief into the Eternal Bond so they could contest this, and it worked out beautifully. Able to grab the first percentage on the board. A little bit of an overlap there with Daggerstorm and the regen domain, but Daggerstorm is a slightly lower cooldown. They can afford to burn it at least while Revertex are starting to regroup up, so they've got a couple seconds. Whoa, that's also good.
Lovely pick in the end. We've seen some good strange stuff. Like, usually I don't like just him being like a bit of a portal bot. Like, you just gotta go for the portal. But we are actually seeing like him stay out some good Eye of Agamottos in these kind of fights. And with the Groot, it works. The hop up towards the Apex Predator pulls everybody down from the high ground. And it's a mad scramble for Revertex as they're trying to tread water, plunge into the abyss. And those picks for Remake are perfect. Well played from Hitscan Athlete. Yet again, to just find these fights that Revertex very clearly do not want to take.
This is still the same Strangling Prison charge that Hasbin Enjoyer had when this round started. They just haven't been able to do anything because they're getting bullied off the point every single time and just getting picked before they can even make it to the objective. They have their wombo and no one to cast it on because they're in their spawn a huge chunk of time. We're finally seeing the high ground going to be taken as Revertex go through the portals to the low ground to try and wrap around Remake. That allows them to touch the point first, and they've got a great choke point to try and zone everyone out through. Strangling Prison into the backline, Hand of Conchu, regen domain to buy a couple extra seconds, but it's not enough to protect Gads.
Yeah, it really feels that like when you have Remake up on the high ground, that this front to back is just like unbeatable. Like you have to go to the high ground to pull them back, and when you create that space, the Strangling Prison and the Hand of Conchu can find a lot. But it's still requiring a bunch of resources for Revertex to actually take the point. So 85% for Remake, whilst they have some ultimates not only built up, but about to be with the Apex Predator and the God of Mischief. You're going to be happy. You forced out quite a lot. It's the Eye of Agamotto and the God of Mischief on the other side for Revertex that you really need to worry about. But you know that you have a window outside of that Hand of Conchu Strangling Prison play. You have to make this timing work.
Positioning set up for Revertex. Like you say, they have to make this work. They have to maximize their time on this point because they can't afford to lose it again to Remake, despite the fact that Remake do have the ult advantage. There's already 86%. You can't really allow them to go onto the point and get free charge like last time. Yokami goes in for a God of Mischief, so is ready, likely with an Eternal Bond for their first setup. Hasbin Enjoyer looking to potentially try and wall them off. It's gonna be the clone. Yokami. Eternal Bond. Agamotto from Healed Pup's owner to try and set this up, but they get taken out immediately. Balthalux with their own Eternal Bond, Strangling Prison, and ends from above, and that is Remake holding this fight beautifully. Healed Pup's owner is going to have to portal back in as Balthalux is delaying as long as they can with the regen domain. Sad Trappy is available to try and reinforce as well, but they're going to be down a member as they try to reinforce this on 90%. It's not overtime yet, but they have to try and step up and recontest this.
They got the Strangling Prison, had the Khonshu combination, but look at that. The Apex Predator just cutting across the hand of Khonshu, and the Ankh damage in from the Moon Knight has found itself too. But it's not even the eliminations, it's the disruption. It's really allowed the space for this IVAG motor to connect onto both the strategists, which means that there's some chance for Remake to find the picks. But Vertex, they actually do survive through it. Loki Boki finds himself too on the Moon Knight outside of these ultimates, and he's actually forced to reset. The timing is getting very close. Vertex don't have that combination anymore, but they still have control of the objective whilst Remaker at 99%.
We're at neutrals for everyone. No one is at an ultimate yet. Just a couple of people are just above halfway. 99 to 80%. Revertex, their best chance to make their way back in. Immediate setup, setting up the Ironwood walls for the Unstoppable. Soda has been Enjoyer. Is not going to get hit by Adam and taken off the objective here. As we see Remake grouping it together. They need to be careful, of course, because that Loki's going to step up. Heal Pup's Owner on the Venom. Not the Strange like they would like, but it's reinforcement. Has been Enjoyer is the one who's taking so much damage here, but the regen domain has to be burned.
Yeah, trying to hold on, trying to keep fighting this as it's 99% for both sides again. But Revertex finding the eliminations outside of the ultimates. It's got Athlete just finding a few more and is trying to get onto the Loki. Doesn't find the clone, finds Lady Loki herself. Had the Khonshu thrown out in a last dash attempt to try to keep this fighting. It gets Gads, but whilst Remake still have people around, nobody was touching it. We got to a third point.
A lot of good flanking, but the flank isn't the objective. And in this case, Revertex are able to get the best of that with no one able to touch the point in time. Revertex even up this map number 2. And if they could take this third point, they might even be able to snipe their way back in and even up the overall series score. They're building up quite nicely. They might even stay on this Venom as they're at 98% towards a Feast from the Abyss.
Might as well. You could combine it with something else. It might work out quite nicely. You don't have the damage boost to get the most out of it. It doesn't matter too much. It's really the case of like Remake not having anything straight away. But both strategists relatively close. It's both these teams sort of trading in, like taking the point first, but also dropping the point with some like recontests in the right spots. Revertex, though, trying to make this more of a full best-of-5 series. It is domination, so it's a lot of points trading either way. But it's now Igor moving over towards another duelist to go in for the Star-Lord. And Hitscan hasn't moved off this Elsa so far this series.
Igor going to be coming on in. Like you said, the Star-Lord does give them more attack speed, which means that it will help burst through the group walls, which are going to be very hard to deal with on this map, and they can get some really solid damage output with it. Here comes that Feast from the Abyss. Regen Domain immediately going to be utilized to try and sustain on through it, and Yokami going for that God of Mischief right off the bat for the Eternal Bond, so they can keep this push going. Balthamux going for a clone of their own right, so they can try and contest it, even though they are down one member. Eternal Bond comes on out. Aya of Agamotto for Big Manju on the stairs, but the healing output is keeping this fight going. Not as good for Hasbin, though, who's taken down as legendary Galactic Legend takes to the sky.
It's not going to find too much, though. You have got the Moon Knight group combo, but because Hasbin took so much damage from this initial fight from Remake, it's not going to be in play so far. You've got the flanker out from Gads that's actually found the elimination and the pick in the end. But here now, it's just a brutal fight on over sides. It's crazy. It's just a match to the death for both teams, but Revertex, the combination comes out, but it finds nothing. Everybody is cleared out.
Maxi Preppers just put them in the time out routes, just strapping them to the wall there and leaving them for the Ensong Inferno to land directly on top. Remake take the first percentage on this third point of map number 2, and they're looking to set up Ironwood walls for the Unstoppable of the Groot. The Loki has clones everywhere, and they're setting themselves up for a bunker.
See how much they can fight this in the end. Try to push up a little bit more. There goes Hasbin Enjoyer again, just as these fights are trying to look a little bit more succinct for Revertex. How you have got an Iabag Moto on the other side from Big Manchu. They can just sort of like hold on to these spots. Remake don't want to just overfeed the strategists on the other side some healing in the end if they can, but they are really trying to feast up another Strangling Prison. It seems to be the main ultimate that is defining some of these fights and some of these matches. But it's kind of Athlete finding another pick just as Revertex will try to go in for the counter-attack.
Regeneration Domain is going to be burned. That's a long cooldown. from the backline. Apex Predator comes on out from Hitscan Athlete and is able to bring a delicious Doctor Strange. He does have an Eye of Agamotto, so that's not the best position for them to be in for their safety. That's better. The Spawn is a much safer position for him to be in for your safety, as they'll make their way back onto the objective, trying to take out the Cloak and Dagger in the backline numbers advantage. Straggling Prison. There's the Hand of Khonshu. This is their opportunity to try and turn this round, but it only takes out Yokami, as they're trying to just charge on up, build as much Moonlight charge as possible. Eternal Bond at the ready, burning the Dark Force teleport very early, so now Battleflex will not have it to escape if they try and target him, but instead just chooses safe positioning.
It just feels it has been on this Groot. It's just getting taken out and eliminated first every single time. There's just too much damage on the other side from Remake to find too much. They get the stun actually over onto the Moon Knight. He's eliminated. The follow through from Remake is so good, and it's without Hitscan Athlete for the time being. Doesn't matter too much. It is Gads that's over on the Jean Grey that is finding the picks, and even up in the sky, you've got the Loki that's just getting his free reign up with the clones to fire in on the objective. The Elsa is back. It's a cleanup on the fight, and Vertex just run out of steam again. It looks like no chance to touch, and Remake again, they make the Elsa work in the non-mirrored, and Vertex, every elimination they got could not go into any semblance of taking the point.
2-0 in his best of 5, 1 win away from Remake making their way through to the next round in this upper bracket. A convincing showing so far, and a well-deserved MVP from Hitscan Athlete, showing just why Elsa Bloodstone is so prioritized for a lot of these teams. The Galatrox, not just that, but just the mobility, the ability to flank, the ability to get picks on those strategists in the backline is so valuable. Ending up with the final score of 18-7 if you go by final hits, 43-7 if you go by eliminations, with one of the highest damages in the game. Of course, the highest damage does actually go over to Loki Boki on the Moon Knight, because he was just stacking.
Yeah, it was one very straightforward idea to go and work with. Both teams were quite happy to do it themselves with the focus onto Groot. It was just a has-been enjoyer. Most of those eliminations against him were on that final point. Just felt that every time the Vertex were trying to set up to go for a fight, he was taken out. The frontline mitigation completely dips, and there's only so much in the end that they could do. They have to try and back out, and Remake are just able to farm up these ultimates pretty consistently.
In favor of Remake in our best of 5 series, and we are finally not going to see a domination match, as Vertex, in order to try and make themselves shine brighter, Has-Been Enjoyer and the team are taking us to Spider Islands to see if that could give them the Has-Been guarantee.
Yeah, my eyes are watering because I just took a drink of a cup of tea that was way too hot. So this was a hard intro because I'm just there like, oh my god, my mouth. But yeah, this has been pretty much in control of Remake for the most part, but with both these teams taking chunks out of each other on domination, it's been fun. But we're looking at a team, whoever wins this, plays up against, I believe, Alta Zenith next week, qualifies for Ignite. It needs to be more than domination if you're playing for Ignite. You need to play these other game modes. So I'm at least glad that we've got out of the just taking chunks out of each other on a neutral objective. It is going to be Vertex, try to see if they can outplay them in other areas. Elsaban, finally.
Yay!
There's always a reason why it probably wasn't banned out earlier beforehand, but it really did feel like if Vertex don't want to play around the Elsa themselves, just take it out, because a non-mirrored Elsa is just way too strong right now.
Honestly, this is the best I think we're seeing from Vertex in terms of both the map and the ban. While they have been playing very solidly on the domination, Remake have been able to take both maps. So where are you getting a lot of your value from? You're getting a lot of value from your Groot and your Moon Knight combo. That's working very well. You're getting a lot of value from your Cloak and Daggers. That's working quite well. You even got some good value from your Hela earlier on. That was going quite well. So what do? You pick a convoy map. Somewhere you could try and spawn break with the Moon Knight. Somewhere you could try and ping from a distance with a long line of sight with the Hela. Somewhere you could try and set up and actually break, and you bat out the Elsa, the biggest tool that's been giving you problems. The one risk for that is we are going to see Gambit protected. So now the Moon Knight combo with the Groot becomes a little bit harder to deal with.
They're going to go for the Groot. They're like, you've got the Gambit in play. Maybe there's more prio that goes on to having Loki, for example. But instead, they're going to go for Rogue, so they have at least that team up with the Magneto band out. Means that they're looking to be a bit more scrappy. Loki being protected means that I'm a little bit worried because they have got to protect on the Invisible Woman if it's going to be them trying to go for the Invisible Woman copies, but then you've got Gambit Loki on the other side. It feels like those kind of moments of like Remake having more available to them and actively using it, whereas Revertex, based on like the Elsa stuff, might let a lot of stuff go through, but they're not actually that keen on using it themselves. That seems to be like a common thing. And Groot finally being banned out at the end means that we're not going to see the same level as we saw in the last map.
Team to win
This is the risk, but it's not out of the question, particularly when Gambit came out, to see people run Gambit in a triple strategist with Loki and Invisible Woman. With the big risk of running a Gambit Loki is you do not have a big defensive tool to try and stop your opponents from rushing through you. So sometimes we have seen Invisible Woman come into that, but unfortunately that particular style of play has fallen off pretty heavily. We're not seeing it very often from most teams. So now instead we start to see the initials of the Storm coming in for the Moon Knight combo, and they're not looking at Loki, but we are at least seeing Vertex hovering over that, hovering over the Gambit, and I expect we'll probably see Loki on the way out.
Yeah, it's got our fleet over on the Star-Lord, which again sort of seems to explain like the Gambit protect, the Rogue protect. Magneto being banned out was really well sought after in the end from Revertex, because that combination of Gambit, Star-Lord, and Magneto is a hefty one. The Hitscan athlete has sort of put the game on his back in some elements. He's certainly been the main player for Remake to be highlighting. And I go with Skills, been playing all sorts of different duelists, to be honest. Like, he's going over towards the Storm to begin with, and Loki Boki. Not surprising on the Moon Knight after what we just saw in Krakoa.
Never have I been sad that you guys don't get to see the team rollouts due to the map warp fly-throughs, because I just saw an insane rollout from Maxi Preppers, so hopefully we might get to see that again if they do go down. But now, though, Revertex starting off strong. They lose the Moon Knight, but Eagle's able to match it up by taking out Gat, and they're going to try and turn this round and keep this push going. The point is active, and we do not see that Loki, like you said, but they do have Jeff for speed, which might allow them to capitalize a little bit more aggressively when they do start taking points.
Yeah, they're on Strange to begin with too, so like the portal play is a little bit more awkward. It's not who goes down that gets eliminated first, switching over to Strange to recontesting. So it relies on your Strange being the first one to be taken out. Ego with Skills, work is done. Storm's like, all right, I'm off, I'm clocking out for the day. Likely going to be switching over towards something else. Yeah, they're going to go over towards the Star-Lord themselves, halfway to having their ultimate at the very least from the switch over. So you might be able to catch them by surprise if Remake are quite checking the tab to see exactly whether there's a Star-Lord in play or not.
This does mean they lost the value. There was 68% of the charge towards having an Omega Hurricane, which could have been a Jeff Nado before the swap. So, but they do still have an It's Jeff, which they can utilize to try and gain some value. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush into the Galactic Legend, and that will nuke the Shark, completely shutting down the value of the It's Jeff. And there's that swap immediately over to the Loki so that they can get their own double Raging Royal Flush.
They have to. It really did feel like you could see all of the things click together for Remake with the comp, and that's exactly why. Just a copy over to go for the Royal Flush, and then just a Star-Lord ultimate makes it very easy in the end. Revertex, like, they have got the thing in play now, as well as having like the Eye of Agamotto and a Royal Flush themselves. You have to sort of really be looking at this for Revertex to see if they can find a map in this best of 5. Otherwise, it's Remake heading up towards the semi-final. Big Manju finds a pick to really stop this attack inside again, as Revertex were looking to try and set up. It is going to be that front line that's taken out.
Ego on the move, but the chase is coming in from Maxi Preppers, taking them all the way out of the sky. Nicely done. And this is exactly what Remake need to be doing, just picking off Revertex one by one. They can't group up and push if they are constantly staggered. They've so far done it for Strange, now they've done it once for the Star-Lord. Loki Boki has moved off the Moon Knight and is now the Namor to see if they can punish these backline dives. Here comes the Raging Royal Flush into the Galactic Legend from Igor to see if they can capitalize, to see if they can take an advantage, take a lead. The counter-rated Royal Flush from Remake, though, is allowing them to push on back. Covering time onto Maxi Preppers to try and trap him, taking cover. Region Domain keeps them in this fight, allowing them to try and fight through, but finally they will fall. But it's a trade out for the side as Benja is a big magic, is able to push back in and take a huge pickup.
He's trying to block as much damage as he can from all different directions, building up a Maelstrom to throw out a lot of damage. Eye of Agamotto handy too. Actually a good hold in the end there, because Remake looked like they had lost that first point pretty early on, at least this first corner, to the point that Igor switched away from the Storm. But ever since then, I don't think the objective has really moved. Agamotto dropping down. It hits both the strategists. There goes one, and the other has to use the regen domain in order to survive. But it is only for a short second. Big Man G finds a lot more in the end, and quite the way building up another ultimate.
Tried to use the Seraphim Shield there to block the healing onto the Thing to see if they could get the finishing blow, but they could not do so. The Thing too tanky with that Yaz's recharge, able to dash on through and get the healing back up again. Loki Boki is now fully charged up with a Horde of Proteus. See if they can capitalize. Balthamux, Raging Royal Flush, but already hits Gaddafi is taken to the sky with once again Raging Royal Flush, Galactic Legend, and the backline is toast.
It's just too much actually to deal with. Remake's strategy was simple, it was straightforward, and Vertex looking to only make 88 meters on this first point, moving over to a different game mode. Still seems to be Remake in control of this, pretty much at match point as you can imagine. And even without the Elsa, Remake have a plan and they play around it perfectly.
Including which side you're on.
Rough position to be in if you are Vertex. Now onto their defense, and Remake have shown that they are more than happy to go for hefty pushes. Utilizing that Rogue was especially good at shutting down Vertex when they tried to take to the sky with their own Star-Lord, to the point where they swapped over to the Namor and found no value with it. No Horn of Proteus, they just couldn't get onto the point. Now looking at the defense, we're not seeing a lot of adaptation for Vertex. They will move off the Thing with Heal Pup's owner, looking to potentially go onto the Rogue to see if they can get some kind of disruption as well. But is that going to be enough to stop Remake from just pushing on through, especially as they're still sticking with that Star-Lord and Gambit combo?
Really does feel like, yeah, Gambit isn't the same threat. And Vertex at least have it's, you know, the upper bracket is the friends that we make along the way. In inverted commas, friends. And they were roommates. I don't think it quite works this way. But yeah, Vertex at least finding these moments. It just feels like Gambit, like the reason why he's strong is just how much he synergizes with particular people outside of the obvious team up. But also, like, with Magneto, with Star-Lord in this case, against certain things, he is just the catalyst of so many different ideas that if he's into play and Remake want to build around a certain confident idea, it's so easy to do that.
Well, already Remake are trying to make a lot of space. This seems to be an almost safe position coming in from Vertex at a time they can't really afford to play safe. They have to try and just maximize space and time. Take it to the sky. Maxi Preppers looking to see if they can catch anyone out of position. Same with Heal Pup's owner, both trading back and forth and looking for a position. Meanwhile, the Spider is uncontested. Up to the high ground, we immediately see the dash out from Bismuth, looking for any extra healing and an anti-heal if they find the opponents grouped up. Regeneration domain for the initial first push. There's the stairs, there's the finish line, and Vertex still aren't stepping up. There's the first Raging Royal Flush, there's the Unsung Inferno, and there went Vertex.
Just absolutely bulldozed over. As soon as that Royal Flush is in hands, it's just an onslaught. Nobody else can even touch. You've got Has Been a Joy on the Strange, but there's no chance for a portal here. It's complete clean from Remake. Once we moved away from the domination, it was easy for Remake to make their way up into the upper bracket semifinals. One more win against Alta Zenith, and yeah, they are very much on their way to playing in the preseason of Ignite. Surprising because we don't really know the players or the names all that much, but with performances here, solid with how they play around it, you just got to imagine Alta Zenith are looking at this and going, we know what we need to do here. And they can also play Elsa.
They can also play Elsa. This is true. Vertex, though, reminded they are not out. They are heading down to the lower bracket where they can take the lessons they have learned today and continue running on through. To quote one of my favorite esports personalities, in order to get better, you have to lose. If you win, you don't learn anything. More GG, more skill.
More skill, more GGs, more wins, more chances to play. At least you have got that security net for Remake. If they do lose their next game, they would play in like the lower bracket. I think like it would be like a 4th place game, 6th place game. For Vertex, they have to play again kind of right now. Pretty much the next round of games for round 11 are going to be in action. I think that's what we're going to be moving on to now. But it was a good chance to at least see some of these upper bracket teams that we are going to see in action for sure with Remake next week, that we have a better idea on who they are, because for teams like Rad, for the likes of Lunex and for Alter Zenith. We're a lot more familiar with the players on it. So those games next week are going to be a heck of a lot more exciting when there's a lot more on the line. So yeah, it's a great way to sort of show some of the teams that we don't typically get to see. But for Revertex, you have to dust yourself off and go again very, very soon.
Yeah, there's not a lot you can do. You have to try and fight your way back through with just anything you can. There's no time. Similar to the situation that Lunex actually found them in earlier today. There's no time for wallowing in Marvel Rivals Esports. You have to get back up and you have to start playing right away, basically. Because if you get knocked to that lower bracket, there's no more safety net. You are on the edge of elimination. And judging by a little peek from our production side, I'm sure after the break, I believe we might be going into the lower bracket potentially to see what's going on down there. We'll have to see.
Vertex versus Chicken Jockey, I think is what we're hovering over. We'll have to wait and see. I think we're good to be thrown into a break at this point. I don't know if we're going to go straight into another game, but I'm okay with it either way. But like I think it's just these kind of like weekends before we get into sort of like the big stuff like Ignite. It's just a good way to sort of put your chair back, watch some of the games going on. We've just the Pacific going into EMEA, going into Americas this weekend. It is a good chance to watch just what is going on with Marvel Rivals, the esports scene throughout the whole stage. And we got to look at, I guess, what's going to be happening in like the next patch. What kind of characters we're going to be getting. Rumors and stuff are plenty, but it's not a focus yet. We're really capping off this season as we're seeing. But we're going to go for a break before we start into Chicken Jockey. Chicken Jockey moving on a little bit later on into the bracket, beating the Uncles, as you sort of highlighted. And of course, Revertex, as we just saw, losing out to Remake in the upper bracket. So they have to bounce back quickly. They played maybe an hour ago as we were watching the replays. Now this is pretty much happening as live, and it's a big game for both teams.
Yeah, this is happening right now. So Revertex having to come off a very rough series. Chicken Jockey, they also came off a rough series, but they 3-0'd it. And the Uncles, not only being a great legacy team for Marvel Rivals, being around for a long time, they also have some very familiar names on it, like Larry, Welsh Mania, and Bassong. This is a very solid team that Chicken Jockey was able to take down on their way to this point, 3-0. Let's see if they can repeat it for Revertex, or if Revertex can reset themselves and try and make their way back through this lower bracket.
Already it feels that this draft is working out a little bit better for Revertex because we saw so much focus going in on the Deadpool Vanguard ban. They're going to be able to get that and also go for the first ban over onto Elsa. So I already feel better about their chances than what we saw in the last series, where it just felt that they couldn't quite get the comp that they wanted to play together all that much. Gambit also being banned out means that you're not going to have to worry about what we just saw from Spider Islands, but an Invisible Woman sort of means that the strategist backline might be hit a little bit too hard. Loki is still available. You're not going to protect it, surely, but you have to be looking at what's the best way to actually keep that front line going, especially when there's no Magneto, there's no Bulwark. It is going to be the Loki, but you are going to have a Cloak and Dagger to copy at most, potentially. Seems to be that. Or maybe an Adam, but yeah, still.
Invisible Woman, Cloak and Dagger, or Invisible Woman band, sorry, yeah, Cloak and Dagger, or potentially, like you say, well, you could double Jeff. You shouldn't, but you could double Jeff if you really wanted to. Eat the opposing team, carry them halfway towards the edge of the map, and then eat them again if you really wanted to. But odds
Cloak
are...
and Dagger ban.
No, I don't think that's it. So what are you copying now? Luna? We're running out of the big strategies. We're even going to take out Mantis as Revertex. That Loki starts to fall down in the value a little bit, but we're still going to see it double rocket potentially. Cosmic Yarn Amplifier. Luna is in fact going to be hovered because we've really started to run low on strategists, whereas Chicken Jockey, they're just going to ignore the Loki. They're just going to move over to the affectionately dubbed Zootopia backline here as we're going in for the Jeff and the Rocket potentially.
Seems to be something that, like, with the amount of dive that's still available, right? Like, Deadpool, the Vanguard version does suit into this nicely. Rigseed Shoe has the freedom to be on the Jean Grey, and I'm So Bad's Daredevil has been very impactful in the right places. Revertex going for something that's very akin to what we saw beforehand. Loki Boki actually going towards the Namor, which I guess is quite surprising. Like, Igor is actually going to be on the Jean Grey. It's a little bit worried. Like, Chicken Jockey are going in, much like the namesake, just in with no fear in their eyes, going to be leaping in to go for the divest composition that you've ever seen. I think a lot of focus goes on the Has-Been Enjoyer over on the Ember Frost that could really deter that, but it's a tall order. It's whether or not this backline is able to survive for Revertex, who are going for the same sort of thing with the Zootopia line.
But the difference is that Daredevil, while the Zootopia line is called that because they are picked together due to their ability to survive being dove, there are very few dive characters as sticky, ironic because there is Venom in the game, as Daredevil. And I'm So Bad can chase down very effectively. So we have to see if they can play safe and try and back away from this very aggressive lawyer. For now though, Krabby taking a couple shots down center on the high ground to see if they can get some pressure onto that backline. Same with Rigsy, and that's kind of forcing Revertex to reposition and back away from the objective, likely meaning that this will be Chicken Jockey getting the first point, although Hasbin Enjoyer punishes I'm So Bad as they try to step up.
Yeah, it really is just making sure that the main factor, I suppose, in how this dive works in is taken out, but Hasbin Enjoyer isn't able to actually turn it around for something in the rest of his team. You have got the Vanguard in use finally for Revertex, but now consistently really start to see maybe it come into the fray as him and Krabby both using out the Banhammers, I think, in this case, to see if they can form these fights to make it a little bit more scrappy. But it's Rixichu getting the space now that's actually just finding these eliminations. The dive isn't quite connecting onto him, but Revertex haven't given this up yet with the Yard and Amplified dedication, and the Horde of Proteus is available, but where quite do you place it?
Might also be waiting to see if Hasbin Enjoyer can charge up towards the Psionic Seduction. That might allow them to try and combo through. Nice use of the It's Jeff onto the top of that little wall to the side there to try and hide it from their opponents, but the Diamond Form from Hasbin Enjoyer was able to avoid getting caught out of position. Will get grabbed by their own Jeff, but of course that will mean they can get delivered out to a safe location. And Loki Boki found on the flank by Krabby's brother as Chicken Jockey. Still no one's been able to grab this first point as Revertex are actually trying to come on back, grabbing one more. It's back and forth across the board here, but Revertex have more bodies on the board.
9 HP just healed up for Igor. That's actually able to get a pick onto Rixichu as we saw the end songs used on both sides. Mira back means that really anybody that's taken out this fight isn't going to be taken out for much longer. And the amount of ultimates that we've seen from the Deadpools be farmed up in this space is ridiculous. Loki Boki on this Namor still having the Horde of Proteus. Just wants to almost like put it in the freezer, I think, but actually able to take the point, holding onto these ultimates after the Silent Seduction. Good work in the end to just have the attrition because that was a long fight.
Now it's a better position for Revertex. They've got themselves that, the Mortar who can set up the Monstros onto the sides, get some ping onto anyone who tries to push into the objective. Bubble sent on out with the Fluffy Unicorn shield, dashing on in from Calyx with the embattled lead to try and get some early pressure onto the board. Diamond Form not enough to save Hasbin Enjoyer and the rest of the team as well. Only Loki Boki and Balafux left, but there's nothing they're going to be able to do to reclaim that point as Chicken Jockey not even really burning anything outside of the Let the Devil Out. They just claimed that back almost easily.
Sort of said it earlier with just looking at some of the other poke duelist players, whether it was Psy, whether it was Professor, even Rixichu was sort of on that list of just if they're given that space, even if there's no Elsa in play, they could just do so much damage and find the picks. Now an end song is available again. 3 ultimates used up from Chicken Jockey in a quick moment. As the Yarn Amplifier is going to damage boost the end song Inferno, and the push up from Krabby is going to see if he can find just a little bit more in the end as Chicken Jockey having control of the point, now able to actually surpass Revertex with the progression, still finding eliminations as Revertex, much like we saw in the last series, over fighting when it's clearly over and done.
Delivered up to the high ground, allowing I'm So Bad to grab Igor on the way out as well. Chicken Jockey extend their lead at least a little bit. Igor going over to the Punisher, trying to take advantage of the fact that there is that massive thing hitbox that they can try and build a quick ult charge off of. But what's there to protect them? They don't have a Magneto to try and shield out that Punisher. They're going to have to rely on a Mind's Aegis or a Fluffy Unicorn shield from Heal Pup Soda in order to try and take this back. Clubbering time comes on out though, and they won't have to worry about it for a while because they're in fact going back to spawn.
Trying to see if they can go for these fights, but Chicken Jockey, it just hasn't ended for them, really. They want to keep this going whilst the momentum is very much in their hands, but now 80% has hit the board. Sort of expected that there might be some like portal play that could potentially come out, seeing if they can scout out some information, but not overstepping to allow Revertex to find that gap.
Has been Enjoyer looking for the portal. 90% should be able to reach there in time, and it will come out immediately. You can see Calyx turning it around. Here comes the bad hammer from Krabby to try and get onto the backline. Eagle with skills is deleted off the board thanks to that. If you miss shots on that Deadpool with that bad hammer, you are getting taken down quickly. Heal Pup's able to take out Rixie on the side, though, but it's brought back in the Battle Rebirth Beacon, allowing Chicken Jockey to remain as 6, whereas Revertex are remaining in spawn. First round of this first map. It's going over to Chicken Jockey.
Gotta say, well played for Chicken Jockey. That first fight was so long, and Revertex able to sort of win it out, but only able to get 30% progression after you threw everything that you had in such a long brawl. Really, Chicken Jockey just sort of managed to sneak and steal the point objective and hold on to it ever since. It seemed that they sort of knew that once they took it, how they wanted to play, how aggressive they wanted to be, and I'm so bad on the Daredevil, just unrelenting. Revertex, not good for these mirror matchups. It just feels like in these kind of cases that they have what they want to play, but even with these like neutral bans for both sides, where more characters are naturally taken out for both teams, it just is, they don't get to play what they want. Chicken Jockey have something that just seems to provide a lot more strength.
We are going to be moving over to a team up though. Revertex, they are moving Igor over to the Hela. So they now have that Namor Hela team up. This actually does give them a little bit of a better neutral fight. While of course, Namor is much less reliant on his team up these days, he can still get a lot of value out of it, which means that Revertex will have a better neutral fight, because if they get any momentum, then they're going to be able to capitalize off it outside of having to rely on their ultimates. They also have Heal Pup's owner on the thing now to try and punish I'm So Bad on the flank. Rixie, though, not having a lot to deal with. Eagle's just going to have to try and out-duel the Phoenix.
Really hoping that the poke can be uncontested, but with how diving Chicken Jockey's composition is, I don't think you're going to get that window. Pretty much scouted out perfectly in the end from I'm So Bad with the passive from Daredevil. The rest of the team could just dive in with the ultimate dedication, make this a very quick first fight win, and unlike the last point, it's not going to be a multi-minute fight and scramble. It's going to be Chicken Jockey very cleanly taking this in the end. Nice work, Krabby.
And they're literally already at their opponent's spawn as well, just trying to zone them away down long, using the hit scan Vanguard, one of the first in the game, in order to try and just keep the pressure on there. As I'm So Bad can see them all, giving the call-outs to the team so that they know exactly where everyone is. I like that Revertex aren't adjusting, that this composition should actually work quite well for them if they can just break out of this spawn point. Calyx taking a very roundabout route to try and disrupt the high ground, will knock up a couple members there and will get punished for it. This is the opportunity to capitalize. Beautiful aquatic blessing to get out of danger there. Now to try to chase down that Daredevil on the flight. Krabby also getting focused, and this is the opportunity for Revertex to try and get something out of this. Heal Pup Soda chasing all the way to the backline to finish off Krabby, and Revertex will flip this at 50%.
Average, like, yeah, Vanguard POV there, just the thing swinging with all of the Deadpool stuff on the screen. Still able to just find what they need in the end, but it's halfway done for Chicken Jockey. Ultimates are plenty. Rixie Chu is going to go down, but has got the end song to go in for the next play if they want. And Calyx, a clobbering time. Those two connected together would be nice, because you don't have the Meteor M combination, because the Magneto was banned out in the end. So now Chicken Jockey quite happy to sort of let this take up for Revertex, but Revertex, for ultimates that they sat on, actually going to be forced out to use the copy from Lady Loki. And in the end, is there going to be much follow-up in the end, I believe? It's not really going to be all that too much, but the Yan Amplifier used up towards the end of this. Stalling out a bit more time, as Chicken Jockey don't need to fight this.
Yeah, Chicken Jockey, they were able to burn through one of the big strategist ultimates on the side of Revertex, and all they had to do was stand around the side of a wall. Clobbering time comes on out from Heal Pup's Oda, trying to capitalize Horde of Proteus from Loki Boki, but Krabby snipes the Loki in the backline with the bad hammer, and once again, the elimination feed is looking very blue on the right-hand side and very red on the left-hand side, as Chicken Jockey go for a full team wipe and claim back the point, immediately taking back the lead.
We got it.
Much holding it out. Revertex just can't deal with the pressure, end up using a big strategist ultimate in the end, and it is the Loki that goes down yet again. Revertex having to use a lot and then still losing out the fight is what could be costly, because Rixie Chu still has got the end song and the combination, at least with the thing. It wasn't quite baited out in time. Let the devil out, also teetering on the edge for I'm So Bad. They got the high ground and they're playing this very forward-facing high line with the dive. 3 ultimates all used together. Combos perfectly. 2 eliminations in hand. Chicken Jockey knowing that it's pretty much on the horizon of Celestial Husk. Take it out and Revertex, surely they have to switch over towards the Strange.
They need to, but already I'm so bad at the point, and they have a little bit of disruption. If they can get onto this Doctor Strange, it's Jeff, beautifully executed. Krabby's brother with the swallow, preventing the portal, and that was Chef's kiss. Chicken Jockey take map 1.
Really well played in the end for them. It was just, you could see the draft. It was like, okay, it was looking a little bit better for Revertex after what we just saw. They get to play the Deadpool Vanguard. They get to get out the Elsa. But it's more of the same. Really does feel like Chicken Jockey knew what they wanted to play around with this dive line. They got the Daredevil that has been consistently working out for them. Just really did seem that Chicken Jockey knew how that they wanted to play this a little bit more. But it is curious. This is still a best of 5 for Revertex. Are we going to go to another domination map, or are we going to potentially go to like Spider Islands again?
We'll have to see. It's their choice, but again, coming off of a couple losses like that, it's going to be difficult for them to try and recenter themselves. Chicken Jockey, they have some great momentum going, and now they've shown something like a Daredevil that might force out a target ban. Everything right now is looking up for Chicken Jockey. They have everything they need to try and continue their run through this lower bracket. Revertex, they're the one who has to change something here.
It was like, I mean, looking at the eliminations, only one against Tim and Krabby's brother. The 2 strategists in the backline of Chicken Jockey only died twice. Whereas you compare that to Revertex, their backline went down 14 times total. Really did feel like when you have got the poke of like stuff like the Hela and the Namor, they weren't able to get the picks on the backline. So it was just free healing in the end, actually, for Chicken Jockey to just keep things up and keep them surviving. And when they're playing
Vertex in the lower bracket of the Marvel Rivals Championship, and they look to see if they can extend it in our next map in this best of 5. Revertex, they just came off of a very rough matchup against Remake, whereas Chicken Jockey, they took out one of the big favorites in this tournament, the Uncles, to get here.
And like we saw a lot of Chicken Jockey yesterday, I think, being knocked down to the losers bracket. So it is the fact that, you know, that you come off of one best of 5 win and you can keep that momentum in your sails. For Revertex, you've just come out of a grueling like 3-0 loss in the upper bracket, and suddenly you go from having such an advantage a couple of wins away from qualifying for Ignite, being eliminated if you can't quite get a grasp on this. And you've tried going to a domination map in the last series and it didn't work, and even Spider Islands, and you found so little success. It was really like demoralizing, I imagine. So I am curious on where they want to try and take us here. I believe it's Krakoa again, but the picture is small and it's a bright map, it's not a dark map. That's about as much information as I can give you. Could be Yggdrasil, because that's kind of bright.
It's Krakoa is. There it is.
Yeah, it's Krakoa. There we go. I knew it. Like, I was just, it's like the Limmy meme. I was just squinting to see exactly what it was. But yeah, it is going to be Krakoa again, like we saw from the last domination series.
We got plenty to find here. Revertex once again trying some brawl style to see if they can make their way back into it. They seem to very much like these big team fight style maps, although they did try a little bit of something different in that last series. But this time, Chicken Jockey are just going to try and hold them back once again as we get ready to head into Krakoa for the Hellfire Gala. And will this be a celebration of Chicken Jockey extending their lead, or will Revertex have to channel a little bit of Chicken Jockey themselves and have to be a little bit of tenacious defenders here?
I hate how much we've had to say Chicken Jockey as well, by the way. Like, it's 2026. That was a 2025
We're
meme,
down with the kids. We're up to date with our memes. Hello,
I wonder how many
kids.
6-7 teams there were this tournament. Like, what percentage? Because this is like the most teams that we've had like take part in this event for a while, naturally, because it's qualified into MRC. I do wonder how much are like, oh, let's just do a 6-7 meme as the name. And I'm glad that they lost. I'll say that much.
You know that there's probably at least a couple teams here who are memes that we just haven't even heard of yet. But for now, we're heading into draft. We're too far behind the times. We're heading into draft, and this is what we kind of expected before we had a lot of time to see, like, when the patch first dropped. A lot of people just expected the bans to be Elsa and Gambit, and it's finally reached that point in a full circle moment.
Full circle, yeah. Invisible Woman has been protected to just give some form of like backline in the end, because so much of it was just stretched out. But the Jean Grey Protect makes sense. Like, Ridge Situ has been so good on it in the end. You know that you don't have the Elsas, you have something to work with. And it seems to be more of the same. Just try to take out the strategists, whittle it down, so you at least for Revertex have the Invisible Women. I don't know if it's going to be like the Loki's going to be banned out because it was left last time, but it's like if you keep the Loki but you take out everything that is really good at copying, that's why we got Zootopia.
That could be the plan here. The Thing protected as well. It's been pretty solid as a main force of like taking out anyone on the flank, preventing any kind of counter dives. With the brawling diving style that has become so popular within this MRC, the Thing stock has just risen. And as a Thing enjoyer personally, I am delighted.
Really does feel like Revertex now. Yeah, it's a good ban for the Daredevil as well. It's just taking out the stuff that you have no interest in using yourself. Like you've gone for the LC, you've taken out the Daredevil, and at the very least you've stopped having like the Jeff Rocket combo, and you're forcing pretty much the backline to be this like Loki Invisible Woman. You don't have the Vanguard this time for the Deadpool, but I don't think that's going to matter too much, especially when you know that the other side of Chicken Jockey are more than happy to play it themselves, as we just saw.
Interesting hovers from the side of Revertex. We'll see how many make it out of spawn, but they're looking once again at the Namor. Rigsy looking at Spider-Man, and I'm so bad as looking at Squirrel Girl. Very curious how much of this makes it out of spawn. I'm going to guess not much, because an Iron Man Ultron just got offered in a triple duelist composition. So let's take these hovers with a grain of salt as we head onto Krakoa for the Hellfire Gala. The Living Island itself, a fitting battlefield for Chicken Jockey versus Revertex. As Revertex, they need to show some signs of life to even up this score.
No, I don't like the taking it with a grain of salt. Let's be like hyper sensationalist about this. Get ready to screenshot it, like put it in a thumbnail, like the new meta, question mark, question mark, question mark. And yeah, it's been moved away. I really don't think that the strategist play of Krabby's brother is going to be on the Iron Man, but I could be wrong. Yeah, one by one, my day has been slowly ruined. But we are going for the Penny Portal play at the very least for Krabby. So at least there's that.
Well, I'd like to point out that this is currently something that Chicken Jockey have done before. This is the opposite. This is a composition called Gator. Go all tanks and one rocket. A 5-0-1 composition. Portal comes on out, and Chicken Jockey look for an early setup. They have swapped the rocket now for the Invisible Woman because the Strange does get counter-ganked here. We do see Sav taken down, but this is a 1-for-1 so far. But the question is, do Revertex have the tools to deal with this much beef?
I mean, I just need to take that in for a second, because this is the first time that I've seen this. I'm like, they even have like what's the word where it's like broken, like letters being certain words in like a name, like a code name. And I was like, oh wow, and then it just instantly gets deleted. I'm like, oh. At least Revertex actually take the point pretty easily, but I'm not sure if that's what they were expecting.
Well, they've adjusted here, so they're finally starting to one by one swap it out here. Krabby's brother does move over to the Invisible Woman. Rigsy is onto the Phoenix. Gator gets to show up, but it is not going to stick here, considering that Revertex do actually claim the first point. But we're sticking with triple Vanguard, at least for a moment, with Krabby, I'm So Bad, and Calyx looking to see if they can break through this. They've got the groups to try and split the team in two. They've got the Thing to try and dive, but I'm So Bad with the main shield. But clobbering time already built up. Horde of Proteus and Densong Inferno for the first setup. Calyx, Krabby, both taken down. I'm So Bad, the front line is in tatters.
I mean, it's everything that they needed to sort of throw in, so this fight is still going Revertex's way. Chicken Jockey adjusted much. Yeah, I'm So Bad is not got access to the Daredevil this time. It's going to be on the Wolverine, and with the amount of Vanguards that you could sort of go in for these fights, the Thing is a bit more of a difficult one to be moving in or out. But now Chicken Jockey, the plan failing, it is going to be 2/3 of the way done for Revertex. Honestly, the most straightforward time that they've had on these domination maps so far. Just need one more good fight. They're building up both the strategist ultimates, so they have that to rely on. But you also have to be looking at Igor that is on the Jean Grey to hope to just find a pick in the right spots.
Wolverine onto the board. Straggling Crescent comes on out from Chicken Jockey with Ensong in. Blind into the invisible boundary, but the boundary is enough to protect Revertex and hold the point for at least a moment. But here comes the clobbering time. Second invisible boundary comes on out, but Wolverine removes Sad off the board, taking them down and removing that boundary, removing all the sustain, and Vertex are starting to run out of tools to hold themselves in this, but I'm So Bad is taken off the board, dive from Calyx, takes out the second strategist, and it's just whittling it down, but 99% for Vertex is not a bad time to lose a fight.
Yeah, 99% all the way done. Chicken Jockey managing to find through, just having to use ultimates too, so it's not like they just sort of had the attrition. Big dedications. Vertex, the fact that they use both their strategist ultimates is going to be the thing that concerns them the most, but a full window of time to build these up. And honestly, I imagine it's going to be like Clobbering Time, Horde of Proteus, Insong Inferno combination again. Just have to wait for Igor to catch up.
They might just have to stick with a Clobbering Time Horde of Proteus if they want to try and break through this, because Igor is only at 50%. Good knock-ups onto Balthadux. Sad also dropped low in the back. But Chicken Jockey, they're playing it safe here. Even though they do have access to that Cosmic Fastball for an isolation, they don't want to lose I'm So Bad to heal Pups Oda if they're not careful. Sad taken down on the back as Rigsy is on a fantastic flank right now.
You are nothing!
And so the blow-up is unfortunate. 2 down, 3 down, and Vertex are once again repelled. The flank was a great distraction, but I'm So Bad was the setup.
They're still building up these ultimates though, so like Chicken Jockey is using the ults, you win out the fight, but it's only that one. You've got 3 in your back pocket, 2/3 built on the Clobbering Time Last Stand. Vertex, it's a narrow window now. They had all of the time in the world to work with, but now they're going to start to feel a little bit more stressed out. Fastball might be able to catch somebody out. There goes the Wolverine, seeing if he can quite get the dive and pull somebody back in. Not quite, but it does mean that Chicken Jockey can back out a little bit more now that the times are looking a little bit close on progression.
And Street Charge for a little bit of extra bonus. Health Clobbering Time comes on out, and Chicken Jockey Draggling Prison for the mirror, and it's gorgeous, taking down 2. The invisible boundary is cancelled once again by bursting through a Horde of Proteus into the choke point to try and keep the zoning going, but Vertex are getting deleted off this point. They were able to recapture in the backline to try and force an overtime, but they are forced off the point with 91%. Vertex are going to have to portal this in order to try and contest, but 96, 97, they're running out of time.
Yeah, just been deposed on. I mean, that is very much horror from Krabby right there. But like we sort of said it, like those 3 ultimates, really good at winning a team fight that they did before. Just do the same. And then you see the Clobbering Time be used, and it connects onto 4, and no other ultimate was used alongside it. There was no Horde of Proteus, there was no Ensong. Not quite sure why, but it was like, then we saw the Horde of Proteus be used on its own in a vacuum. Ensong Inferno used on its own in a vacuum. Vertex just couldn't quite get the same amount of synergy. And Chicken Jockey, right at the end, actually able to take it from 0 to 100%, whilst Vertex had it on 99. They're going to be kicking themselves, really frustrated about how that one went. We're going to see any more Gator is the question that I have. Probably not when you have I'm So Bad almost building up another Last Stand.
I think they're probably done with Gator, if I had to guess. They showed it off for the first time here, but it did not find the value they wanted, and Vertex showed they were able to deal with it, at least in these early stages. But I think we might see some more Cosmic Fastballs. I'm so Bad, potentially becoming a surface-to-air Wolverine to try and grab anyone from the backline and isolate them more. Heal Pups Oda on that thing is still going to be a saving grace, and has been a Joya moving over to the Emma Frost in order to try and use that Diamond form to prevent getting isolated as well.
Seeing now, point is pretty much just been held by Chicken Jockey before it opens up, not trying to play for the high ground. Forcing Vertex to drop down. You have got that Punisher in play. No Groot walls to actually block a lot of this damage coming in, but got a Mischief is going to be used first. Chicken Jockey not quite taking the point, but they haven't had to dedicate all that much. Like, they have 3 ultimates. Sat on all of them. It's just going to be like the Venom ultimate being used, but I don't think it gets all too much in the end. Odd, really odd fight, as Chicken Jockey are actually able to take the point without really using anything.
Last Stand comes on out. Might not have been needed, but it probably felt good as they are able to take down everyone in the backline, remove the strategist, and that is truly the end of Vertex's first push. And the point is taken by Chicken Jockey. Vertex forced to regroup, forced to reset up. Rigsy is at their spawn again, looking to see if they can isolate someone who's found a bit of ceiling you can just kind of hang out on.
He's just surfing, yeah. Not quite got the custom maps in this yet, but look at him. He's just, whether he's going to be spotted or not. It's too much for Revertex to be able to sort of deal with, but Chicken Jockey feeling very comfortable with how things are going so far. You got the end song that is used alongside the Invisible Boundary, and the Feast of the Abyss, which I heard before from Krabby, but was it interrupted, or was it the Loki on the other side copying the Venom and then using the ultimate? Because I was very much thrown off by that.
I mean,
I was like, why am I hearing a
Krabby's
Venom
ultimate
ult?
is gone. Balthadux is currently charging, so we'll have to see the replay in the future, unfortunately, as the dive comes in. Krabby once again disrupting the push out, takes out one, takes out two, and we're starting to see Revertex get split up here. And when they're split up, this is where Chicken Jockey are just going to pick them off one by one. They have Venom, they have Wolverine, they have Phoenix. They can just pick people out when they're isolated way too easily.
Clobbering Time's going to be used. It does connect onto the thing on the other side, but that's about it. It's a really good regen domain that comes in. The Loki leaping down to provide the peel and the healing, but there's only so much that they can do to keep Calyx alive. Enzo Inferno looking to see if it can get onto the Loki. Instead it catches, and Emma Foster was hiding around the corner in the end. So that's going to be them taken out for the time being. Now Chicken Jockey scrambling a little bit more, but they have reached overtime. Revertex, this is just descended into pure chaos, Tetcher.
Well, they have reached the point. Fate of both worlds and Invisible Boundary layered on top of each other. That's a rough one. Even if Revertex win this, they won't have any defensive tools left for an attempt at a retake. Here comes the final judgment. Last chance for Loki Boki to try and clear out the members of Chicken Jockey here, but there's too much damage coming out. Feast from the Abyss onto the Punisher, and this is Revertex being forced off the point, and this is going to be 2-0, both in the map and the series so far for Chicken Jockey.
This was a weird map. Just full stop.
Yeah.
Start to finish, top to bottom. I also want to say with like Gator, was it the coach, like previous player Gator, that came up with it? If so, I'm wondering how he feels that his name's been. Probably not. It just so happens. But then I was
think it's
thinking,
just
like,
named after the initials.
yeah. Now I'm trying to think of an acronym that's Ryan, but I don't quite know what kind of strategy that would be.
We'll have to figure that one out together later. I think Tetcher, there's too many letters. But either way, Rigsy, that is going to be another MVP for them, and well deserved. They were just sniping people every single time. The flanks will once again beautiful. The speed at which a good Phoenix can blow someone up is very hard to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the damage as well, like more was done from like Igor, like 17k, but just again the eliminations. It feels like Chicken Jockey are a lot more focused on the right kind of targets, whereas Revertex, because they do play such like a pokey composition, just aren't able to get the eliminations. And it again is a backline where Tim only went down once. So there's just not enough damage going in onto the backline. There's too much peel, and Loki's hard to uproot anyway. It just feels like Revertex can't quite get the meaningful eliminations. Doing damage and stuff is fine. I think off the board, like Revertex are doing just quick maths, like more damage than Chicken Jockey did that map, but how much did it realistically like amount to in the end of the eliminations? Especially when Chicken Jockey were playing 5 Vanguards, but then for the majority of the first point, 3. So yeah, a lot more damage being done, but it didn't amount to much. So it's a scary spot for them to be in now too.
We're going to be heading to a break. Where will Revertex take us to try and get themselves back into this? This is their last chance. They lose this, they're out, and their Ignite dreams for the preseason and stage 1 will be over. Or can Chicken Jockey?
Revertex having a horrible time, let's be honest. They haven't been able to pick up a win in the last 5 maps we've seen. Not yet, but now instead of going to Spider Islands like they tried to last time in the upper bracket, they want to go to another convoy map, but this time they're going to be heading to Midtown, as Chicken Jockey are looking to boot them out of the competition and continue on to next week's actions by winning this best of 5.
And it's been a bit since you might have joined us due to the fact that this stream has been going on for a while. So let's do a quick recap of what's happening here today. For starters, if you're new here, welcome. We're very happy to have you. For second, this is the Marvel Rivals Championship, where the winner gets their share of 14 and a bit thousand US dollars, which is a huge chunk of change. But the top 3 teams will be qualifying for the Marvel Rivals Ignite series in 2016. This is where you will find teams like Virtus Pro. You will find teams like Na'Vi. All these partner and guest teams. One of these teams could be joining them if they can finish in the top 3. But right now, Revertex just have to worry about still being here after this map.
It's always hard when it's just like you've got all of these losses back to back and there's only so much time to fix stuff. A bit of a difference to the last draft. Instead of the Invisible Woman being protected, they've gone for the Cloak and Dagger protectors. That was banned out a little bit later, I think, in the second one. So I would imagine that whilst certainly on this map of Midtown, Jeff could have been a really good option to actually try and take this out. They've instead gone to try to remove the Magneto. Here, you can like take out the Invisible Woman instead. If you're Chicken Jockey, you could even go for taking out the Jeff if you don't want it on the other side. But considering Chicken Jockey would played it before, I'm pretty sure the Krabby's brother would like to keep committed to some Sharknado action if they need to.
Could be good if they do go through here. Chicken
just don't ban
Jockey isn't
anything.
going to commit
Just
to
don't
something.
ban anything.
Yeah. That's
grief.
about as cast a curse as you can get. What's a solid ban here? Well, nothing was never in my repertoire of options there, so here we are. Here comes the Jeff, so Sharknado is now potentially possible for Chicken Jockey as well here, as we move over to Revertex with their own protect. Do they protect the Storm with the Jeff on the board, or are they scared of Chicken Jockey noticing and potentially copying the idea? Adam, full revive defense here.
It's Revertex is attacking first too, so it's the first Adam I think that we've like seen today realistically come out. Certainly when it comes to the draft, a lot of bans out to get rid of him like first, but a protect in the end, making sure that the strategist backline is a little bit more to support with, and a Daredevil ban. I think you got to say for Revertex to make sure that I'm So Bad can't play it. It's probably a smart idea.
Loki on the board for potential double revives. Invisible Woman is banned out, so we now have access to Sharknado, Loki, Adam, double res, potentially triple res if we want to throw in Rocket. Triple Vanguard, triple Strategist lineups. This one could go a while. We could be here a bit.
Long fights seems to be what Revertex were doing, and kind of successful at from some of the domination maps. You also have got like the Deadpool Vanguard being available for Revertex, but nobody is hovering over it. With so much of that was like a first ban out, really making sure that Revertex didn't get a chance to play it. It's available and not looking to go for it straight away.
Apparently said 2016 earlier. 2026 is this year's Ignite as we head on in for the first defense. Midtown, a tough spawn to break. This is where we saw the first original big spawn holds outside of the portal re-engages that we would see from teams like Team Peps on maps like Spider Island. This is the map where we would see teams initially would start with penny compositions, for example, with triple Vanguard, triple Strategist there. That has since evolved into compositions with stuff like Groot, and in this case, we aren't going to see any of that. We're seeing a Groot, we're seeing a Angela, but it's still going to be a duelist in the form of Rixie, and we are seeing double revives, but with a damage boost in the form of Mantis.
Right, going in for Revertex as they have chosen to attack first. Seeing if they can quite get the damage in. Loki Toki, I think it's been like a mix of whether who's been playing it, because I know that Igor's also picked up a little bit of the Storm. Actually gone over towards the Bucky as the Black Widow. I mean, I'm not saying it. It's low-hanging fruit, but they're trying to see if they can go for a pick and find an opening in the early days. Chicken Jockey doing their very best to just try to use the terrain as cover and not give too much damage over, making sure the Krabby's brother can get up towards having his Karmic Revival, but he's still a long way off.
The Widow could be a good idea here. We've talked about how you deal with this extra revive composition with stuff like an Adam Warlock in the past, and that is an amazing straggling prison. I'll continue that sport in a moment, as it's a huge blow-up Revertex sent back to spawn. But how do you deal with a multiple revive composition? You take out Adam as many times as you can, and people did that with Hela yesterday. The Widow could have been a solid option here. If they've been able to take out Adam to force that cocoon, take out Adam to just take them out and prevent revives, it could have got a lot of value. But in this case, Black Widow isn't going to come in. The vibes are off. They've swapped over to the Storm and the Moon Knight, who is sent back to spawn.
Yeah, I'm surprised even with the Black Widow that you've got Mantis available. I'm So Bad as playing it on this defense. Just a damage boost to just make it a little bit more scary in the end, but Revertex still struggling to get through the doors here. 3/4 of the way built up with the Karmic Revival on this defense. It's really looking scary for Revertex. They have to find a way through before all of these bits of kit start to come into the fray. Even the Loki is sat with a God of Mischief and a Soul Resurgence for the Mantis. No need to use it for Chicken Jockey. They are sat as comfortable as can be.
Just coming on in. Here comes the Omega Hurricane, but Igor is currently sitting at half HP. Could get taken down if there's enough focus fire, but instead, a lot of people are just going to avoid it. Regeneration Domain comes on out, and the first Karmic Revival is on the board. Brings back Tim Tim, and I'm So Bad. All the strategists are going to return, and there is an attempt at a counter-engage with a Hand of Khonshu, but it finds very little. Revertex once again going to be forced back. Here comes a second elimination onto I'm So Bad, so Tim Tim going in for the second Karmic Revival here in order to make sure that they can stay as 6. Krabby dropping low will also get revived, and some Inferno for Rixie. They will just get healed back to full, and Revertex back in spawn again.
Yep. Forced them all the way back. Forced out 2 Karmic Revivals in the end, which is nasty in the end. With Retribution, handy in the hands of Calyx that's on this Angela. Not quite being spotted out, might be able to just go in for the dive onto the backline, but instead it's going to opt to just hover around the objective, place away a little bit more safe as Krabby's brother finds himself a nice elimination, played up onto the high ground now, off the back of this Angela ultimate. And for 1 minute, Revertex have to try and fight and get this defense to move further than the 40 meters that it has.
They're trying to build up as much as they can. Loki Boki's going to be sticking with this Moon Knight. Igor moves over to the Hela and the nope, swap to the Storm. Build up Loki Boki fast. That's their best chance to try and make something happen here. Isolation onto Hasbin Enjoyer though, but they're going to commit to the Strangling Prism. And where's the follow-up? They can't reach around the corner. And with the regen domain, Krabby's brother falls, but they just come back with the Cocoon. There's a great pickup from Rixie, who's still on the flank, causing problems, finding pickups. Good isolation. That's going to be Mantis likely falling at the spawn door. Rough times. Oh, more T-posing.
It's been a rough all day for Revertex. We were saying that we wanted to shut them on the broadcast, and ever since it's been really grueling for them to get these wins together. Tried to be able to touch. The objective isn't too far away. A portal isn't going to quite be required. And yeah, you've still got the Groot that's just T-posing there the whole time. He really was there for the full like 20-25 seconds. And nothing can be moved further than 38 meters.
I'm going to say it was, in fact, 26 seconds in order to revive my reputation that it wasn't 2016. Hooray. But
again.
Only if... Oh, again, yeah, we don't need to go back. But Chicken Jockey, an incredible hold, just a few meters on the board, and now Revertex find themselves in a doom scenario. They have to pull off what is essentially the miracle defense. We're talking revives, we're talking strange portals, we're talking every tool in their arsenal that they can think of for this defense needs to appear right now. This has to be the best game Revertex have ever played in order to stay in the Marvel Rivals Championship.
We're going to go for the Adam Warlock comp themselves. Naturally, it makes sense. It's worked so well for Chicken Jockey. Really just feels that there's so many combinations of stuff from a remake and Chicken Jockey of like the Adam Loki combo, stuff like with Daredevil, with the dive, Elsa and various things. Revertex just can't quite let these compositions like go without there being some broken synergy that the other team is using that they're not. But they have to try and do better themselves. They have got a rocket as well with the Be Right Back. I'm So Bad. Is he really going for the Black Panther?
Yes, they are. Pain Brothers plus Black Panther for the team up with the Hulk. For a moment, Hasbin Enjoyer was actually hovering over a penny, which would have actually been quite good into the BP, but did swap off. Eagle's taken out by Riggsy right off the bat. That's the first Cocoon going to be taken down. BRB not going to be utilized in this scenario, and we're starting to see Revertex getting picked off. The BRB will get cancelled because Sad is picked off, and already momentum is in the bin. Chicken Jockey are pushing it down, taking full control. Diamond Form has to be used just to try and tank through Riggsy 2, who will fall, but Revertex just do not have the numbers. Bath might just need to portal back from the objective to make sure they come back in. Here does come the portal. Last chance, because quite frankly, they're not even close to a Karmic Revival.
It's looking dire as the Black Widow, Black Panther like combination is actually finding potentially 100% win rate if they can push this towards the end. It's just swinging through to take out whoever is left on this defensive Revertex without a portal. There isn't going to be too much to stop them. They're all being picked off one at a time, stalled out in the end. And just like that, Chicken Jockey really making this a horrible couple of hours for Revertex on broadcast. 0-3 loss for them. Eliminated from MRC. Is Chicken Jockey progressing to next week?
Chicken Jockey continue their journey through the lower bracket. Vertex, a solid first showing. That is a good finish for a team that we have not seen in MRC much before. In terms of actual placing, that's not bad. We're looking forward to see them in the future. I do hope they'll make a return. But Chicken Jockey, they started out as a team where we were surprised when they took down Schmungus and then were eliminated by Schmungus in MRC Season 5. They have since come in and are continuing, getting a much further finish in this Marvel Rivals Championship, looking to see if they can not only get a higher finish, but potentially an Ignite spot at the end. And Chicken Jockey just seem to improve as time goes on, and they definitely seem to be having fun.
Yeah, they're holding their own for sure. Like, Vertex just couldn't really get anything working for them in the end. The Chicken Jockey, sort of knowing how these maps can play out, didn't have a choice of map because they weren't on the losing side at all with Chicken Jockey. Just kind of like went with what the choices were, knew what was really what they wanted to play around. And yeah, they've done well, knocked down to the losers bracket this weekend, able to like keep themselves treading water and a bit of time to recuperate, VOD review, and look into next week to maybe steal like losers bracket spot. Really, like it is going to be like the top two teams from the upper bracket qualifying, and then everybody else taking that one slot to try to get to the losers bracket final next Sunday. So it's a chance for Chicken Jockey, but they have a lot of competition to go through.
Just looking at some of their potential opponents as time goes on, there could be Crownfall in their future potentially. There could be obviously any of the teams that we've seen knocked down so far from the upper bracket. We saw Planet Signage are in that lower bracket somewhere as well, so that could be rough to deal with. There's a lot of pressure on these teams to make it into that final lower bracket final spot, because that will be the last remaining chance for them to do so. You already mentioned it. Upper bracket finals, you're done. That's as far as you need to get for Ignite. You are guaranteed third. There are so many extra rounds the lower bracket have to go through in order to reach the same success.
Yeah, there's so much to like do, right? Like one more win for the teams in the upper bracket, like 3 more that you have to try and do, and it's going to be really difficult for you to actually prepare for your opponent, because it is going to be decided like on the Saturday an hour before you would actively play, I suppose. So we are going to continue on with the losers bracket round 11 to see who is fighting for their lives still, who's going to be playing next week, who's going to be eliminated. We really have a good choice. I do want to sort of check out how Flankily Blessed versus Planet Signage is looking, but we might also be going over towards Crownfall and Crimson Jolt to see how they're doing, because we haven't seen either of them play at all, I think, throughout the broadcast this weekend. So we'll have to see on that front whether we're going to sort of go on that focus. But we have lots of games to go over and a couple more hours of action to be watching as we see how EMEA is going to do.
Plenty more games to go through, plenty more fun to be had, but we also have time for us as the casters to potentially get a little drink when needed, and we have even more incredible matchups to come. It's best of 5 all the way from now until the finals, which are a best of 7. So I believe it is okay if we head to a break. If not, that I'm about to put someone under the bus. My apologies, but we will be back very shortly with what it looks like Crownfall versus Crimson Jolt, which could be an absolutely insane match. I just got it confirmed. Glad I drew that out. Thank you all for watching to see who else will survive and who else will be eliminated from the Marvel Rivals Championship.
Yeah, so it's Crownfall. They beat Homelanders earlier today, and then Crimson Jolt did lose 0-3 to Alter Zenith in the upper bracket. So it's whether it's going to be similar to the last series that we just saw, where Crimson Jolt just free fall out of the games today, or whether they're going to have a fight back. But Crownfall, very experienced, a really good finish back in last season's like MRC in Season 5 in January. But like this is like an extra test, I suppose, in the end. I think all of the players from Crownfall are like sort of like in the Middle East, like Abuhu and stuff. OG Seed was on there previously. Looking to see if they can sort of do some good work here up against Crimson Jolt, which I think is more of the same, actually. You've got a couple of like Saudi players, at least on this roster, but like a good mix, couple of French players, Lithuanian, Egyptian as well. So yeah, it is a lot more like sort of towards the Middle East part of EMEA, hence EMEA, Europe, at least
the ME
Africa
bit
as well. Yeah, Africa often gets ignored, but like it's only a case of that. But yeah, it should be like more of a less of a ping issue, really, because sometimes you see a player like KQ playing on 100 ping because the majority of players are like playing on Frankfurt servers or like towards like Stockholm or the UK, France, etc. Here, like, it should be both teams sort of being able to play at the majority of their strengths. As we go into the draft, the Crimson Jolt have decided to take out the Vanguard version of Deadpool.
This does mean that with Loki taken out on the other side by Crownfall, we have Gambit and Elsa both available, and yet the priority goes to the Daredevil. Feeling almost like we're at the end of last season here, but Daredevil still pretty strong as we've seen them multiple times today.
Trying to remember who it was. I think it might have been FHD or MJD. Of course, it's just the 3-letter usernames, which somebody quite rightly put in chat earlier. Like, you see those players on the enemy team and you start panicking a little bit. Much like when you see a player with like kanji or hanzi text in their username, you're like, oh, sweet Neptune, sweet mercy. Elsa has been protected too. So when it comes to the duelist options, a good mix that really define your play style. I imagine it is going to be the case of both teams wanting to run the Daredevil and the Elsa together, as well as a Cloak and Dagger ban at the end.
I think that is quite likely here, with the Daredevil being a good tool to potentially help deal with that Elsa Bloodstone. We have seen those duels a couple times throughout this tournament so far. Star-Lord will be taken out, but they do still protect the Gambit. So Crownfall will get that Purify on the board, but they're not going to play one of the most common combos with Gambit, aka the Loki, which they've already banned out personally, and the Star-Lord, which they've already banned out personally. So the question is, how much of a commit to this Gambit are they doing, or are they trying to force Crimson Jolt onto it, and Crownfall feel confident dealing with it without those enabling tools?
Yeah, Rogue being protected, maybe there's a ban onto Magneto, because it does feel like if you do leave the Star-Lord open, that you kind of have to play the Elsa because it is in play. But if you have the Star-Lord open, you're then not able to use the Daredevil. So at least banning out the Star-Lord means that we pretty much have to run this duelist line, both of us. And Groot's been banned out at the end, which naturally makes sense when you have got the Gambit protected. Like, Groot being able to just make it a game of who can purify away the struggling prisons or not seems to be like a smart thing to do.
And Angela, the final removal on the board here. One of the best dive vanguards in the game. Great disruption, can be played defensively if need be. If someone's bullying your backline, then take them away from the backline via Angelic Charge. So removing that from the board could be nice. We are seeing those Gambit team-ups coming in for both these teams, but it's a little more heavily for Crownfall as they are going Rogue and Magneto. Just the Rogue for the side of Crimson Jolt.
Then for the Venom instead.
Yeah, very
I mean, there's always the chance that it changes up because you have got SCP that is hovering over the Jeff, and whilst there is no Deadpool in play, at least the Vanguard version, which sort of essentially means that it is going to be in play, there's so many like team-ups that you can effectively use. Seems that maybe it's just going to be this sort of fast rundown. I mean, Jeff with Venom, Daredevil, and Rogue is just such a rush-down comp that, yeah, that could be a way of setting the pace. MJD is on the blade,
I doubt
but
that.
yeah, you never know. We have seen some like weird stuff. We did see some blade in action from last stage in season 5, but like the Daredevil's in play. That's what he's going to be playing around. That's what he's going to go for. And the portal play maybe for Boohoo to start us off.
In fact, they are already starting off with an opening portal, which is not going to be seen from Crimson Jolt, who are just making their way on foot due to their lack of Doctor Strange. Portal comes on out, immediate anti-heal coming in for the first setup. It's MJD who gets locked down. SCP-1356 will get dropped low, but will escape, and it means they weren't healing because they were being forced to run away. So it's going to be the Rogue that falls first.
Now Crownfall having the numbers and just trying to see if they can deter away Crimson Jolt a little bit more. They have information on who's trying to be able to contest. Isolating him if they can, but the dive is still being attempted from Crimson Jolt. Objective is being taken from Crownfall, so Crimson Jolt, if they can, just a fast reset needed. Don't give these attackers that have the objective the actual like ult charge that they're fighting for now. The Boohoo, after the Doctor Strange play, moving over towards the Rogue, so you do have that full team up in full swing of the Love Triangle.
With a huge amount of extra damage with that Gambit team-up can give them a lot of work. Trying to make their way onto the board. Crimson Jolt with that Jeff is still allowing them to rotate quickly to make their way back onto the objective. They've got to be careful about that Daredevil chase. See if they can make much happen out of it. Chain heal from Darby. Here comes the Apex Predator from FHD as the first one to be dropped onto the board. And that's exactly the issue we thought might happen. MJD with the chase, able to grab SCP, the rubber duck SCP, onto the board. But the dive from a Boohoo, already a very deadly Vanguard player, now getting given one of the stickiest Vanguards, one of the hardest to deal with in the form of that Rogue.
Yeah, they had to back off now. Crimson Jolt just can't really get this play in together. And MJD doing a really good job of like actually diving characters like the Jeff. Hard enough to do with how mobile they are, but he just sort of knows the focus. Him and Rogues try to scout out a bit more information, especially with the sonar sense to see exactly where these players from Crimson Jolt are coming from. Must be expected that the Elsa does have the ultimate on the other side. Royal Flush is going to be copied, like sort of going to play on both sides, mirrored, but it is more certainly defensive for Crownfall as Dabby is just completely giving up the space that he's controlling to survive, avoiding the Jeff as much as he can.
Char gets nuked, taken out by the Meteor M from Twice, and this is a beautiful hold coming in for the side of Crownfall. 86% already. Portal for Crimson Jolt may have to be forced out just to try and recontest here because they are getting forced off this point. We're seeing a portal coming in using the map teleport to try and reach the point in time. 97, 98. Rogue's going to be the one to dive on in and touch that point with the Venom. Able to follow up. A Boohoo does go down. First pick up a Crimson Jolt, but it's met very quickly. Invisible Boundary going to be coming out from Mayberries to keep the team topped up, and Crimson Jolt are forced off. First point for Crownfall.
Yeah, more of a difficult fight in the end for Crownfall. Like, they just had so much like control the way that they were dictating the fights. Had the right responses, right? You get the Raging Royal Flush used on Crimson Jolt, instantly mirrored on the side of Crownfall to go in for those fights. MJD finding and isolating the picks, the Magneto saving Meteor M for any Jeff plays in the end. The Crimson Jolt, a bit behind on this one, might want to go for something a little bit more different. And so many ultimates been saved across as well. Like FHD still having... I think we didn't see an Apex Predator at all from either Elsa, actually.
We saw one right at the start from FHD, but he charged up so quickly that he had another, and then they just didn't need it for the rest of the series. At this point, Crimson Jolt, it's a good idea to probably just rush down as fast as possible, burn those ultimates, and that can leave you the opportunity to swap off if you lose a retake fight, or you somehow don't achieve much with this first push. They are going to swap one, though, as Fan Thumb is going to move over to the Invisible Woman, and SCP-1356, moving off of the Jeff, is going to bring out the Gambit themselves.
Are you really going to say the full name each time?
There's a lot of SCPs, dude.
I mean, clearly there's 1,356 of them at least.
Foundation.
A whole foundation. I mean, the Rogue has just absolutely found his way in. It's the similar play. This time it isn't a Boohoo that's on the Strange, but it's Twinkle actually is the one that sort of goes through. Crimson Jolt just down in numbers. Seems at the point it's going to go and control the Crownfall. Although it is a little bit more. Never mind. MJD sort of finding his picks. He's sort of doing it single-handedly. This feels very much like a Daredevil Born Again scene. Just how much he's fighting on his own, but he's taking the full attention, and it has pulled away Crimson Jolt from maybe taking the point first.
Crimson Jolt forced off the point. Crownfall take the fight, and we aren't seeing any adjustments from Crimson Jolt, even though they did try to take that fight. Here comes the Heartbreaker from a Boohoo. There's the Apex Predator for FHD, but they're going to be chased down here, able to dash away, won't get caught out. And Darby will be the one to pull the trigger on that Raging Royal Flush, and Crimson Jolt forced back for a second time. Crownfall didn't get a lot of percentage due to Crimson Jolt delaying them on the first cap, but they're still extending that lead pretty effectively, already a quarter of the way through.
Yeah, both strategists have the ultimates for Crimson Jolt, but what is going to be the catalyst to find a pick? Well, certainly just being able to take FHD is good. You have an Eye Vagabond used instantly. You got to say that's the good thing about Crownfall is just as soon as something kind of goes against the grain of what fight they were expecting, they do have some really good responses in the end. It's forcing out more from Crimson Jolt, but just that first elimination over onto FHD, I think it was, is enough for Crimson Jolt to springboard this into a point take.
Focus onto the Gambit, taken down to the backline. Great isolation by Cole there, able to find someone on their own, meaning that they can stagger that Gambit for at least a little bit longer, forcing Crownfall to wait out a little bit here. You can see them pulling back to the ramp to make sure that they move together and don't get one-shot or isolated by Cole on that Daredevil or Vueltas on that Elsa Bloodstone. Ultimate-wise, it's a little bit in favor of Crimson Jolt, but not for long, as Invisible Boundary is just charging up for Mavis, and FHD is getting close to their own Apex Predator. MJD's going to pull the trigger for the first dive into the backlane, but gets locked down beautifully there. Great setup there by Astamar.
It's really good play for both teams, right? This has been a long day. Full best of fives being played out from both sides. And it's more scrappy, but Crimson Jolt now starting to get some more momentum in favor. Cal is really showing up on the Daredevil, making sure that MJD doesn't have all of the success over on the Matt Murdoch. So Crimson Jolt now, really good position to be in. I've taken progression lead, at least on this second objective, and have so much to boot to sit back on. You have the invisible boundary. There's 2/3 of the way built up. Nothing quite there yet ready for Crownfall, as the ultimate from FHD has been just chipped away from the Heartbreaker. It's really stopped FHD being able to get stuff, and I mean, it's found so much success. It really did feel like FHD was trying to set up the Apex Predator and just didn't get the chance because Astomar, he didn't let him.
And Crimson Joel getting themselves back into this. They're up to 78%, already holding on this point. Ultimate-wise, they're about to have Apex Predator. They're about to have Invisible Boundary. Crownfall, though, they are about to have Rage of Royal Flush and Apex Predator off their own. They might have to pull the trigger. Apex Predator comes on out from FHD and from Vueltas. Both trying to take down each other, but it's going to be Crownfall who are falling for the second time. Heartbreaker from a Boohoo because they have to reach the point. Every tool should be burnt here if they can commit to it. Portal coming on in to touch the point. They were able to touch it and delay twice will fall. But it looks like as overtime ticks on down, a portal will be forced out.
Has to be. They're going to be able to touch now. It was a body block. The Rogue pretty much isn't letting anybody through. Might need to see some ID from Crownfall, but they're actually able to get onto the point to fight this. Invisible Boundary is going to make it just a little bit better, but now you have got the portal on the other side. That means that there is going to be reinforcements available in both spots. Crownfall not losing anybody else. They do get the pick onto the Rogue just as the Royal Flush comes out on Crimson Jolt's side. And now watching Cal using the portals to try and go in for the chase onto the backline. Takes out Dabby. Nowhere near having the Royal Flush himself, but Crownfall taking progression back into their hands. They take this point, they take the map.
Full falls. Vueltas is dropped low, but MJD is running out of shield, forced to be dropped to the back. Invisible Boundary comes on out, and the front line of Crownfall is falling. Crimson Joel looking for a recap. Another last-second dive coming on in, but there is Darby, is all that's left to try and touch this. But at this point, I think he's just let that one go. Crimson Jolt evening up the score on map number 1.
I think the thing about Crimson Jolt that was really impressive was just how much they really got their timings right with their ultimate utility, sort of knowing that Crownfall was going to go and try and recontest the point, go for a retake. And then it's immediately like you've got the Rogue ultimate used in the face, pretty much perfectly capitalizing off Crownfall having ultimates, but just no window to use them, buying more time in the end. And that's the map might consider going for the same play again. It was off Crownfall good for the portal play to begin with last time. Doesn't seem that that's what they're going to go for here instead. So ultimate progression-wise, Crimson Jolt having just a little bit more, but not by much.
Last time Crimson Jolt were able to get their momentum going due to their ultimate advantage, but like you say, they're only barely ahead this time. Crownfall used Portal for that last re-engage, so they're going to have to make their way on foot for the first time this time. Can Crimson Jolt get an early fight here with that Heartbreaker and potentially a Meteor M? But Crownfall will be very close to charging up an Apex Predator. Have an Apex Predator close to their own Heartbreaker and almost at a Radiant Royal Flush. So if Crownfall can delay the first fight, they will probably be able to take an advantage.
Seeing how much of a fight's going to be. Yeah, it's just a Heartbreaker used instantly. Cal very close to having the Let the Devil out, really hoping that they could go from the Heartbreaker into that ultimate, string together some more, maybe even the Royal Flush, but you lose the backline, you lose the Invisible Woman, as Meteor M is going to be used as a Boohoo before he's even got the Heartbreaker, because it was sort of taken away progression-wise. He's just found himself 2 off of the neutral. Meteor M on the side of Crimson Jolt is not going to find anything, and Crownfall, even though it was Crimson Jolt trying to go in for the offensive off the ultimates, just manages to survive without using a thing.
Crimson Jolt down, Crownfall with the cap, and now they've built up their ultimates. They are about to have a full 6 ultimate set, while Crimson Jolt will be down the Heartbreaker, will be down Meteor M, and are currently down Invisible Boundary. Crownfall in a great position to secure the end of this first map, as it has proved to be a little close. Looks like SAP's going to be dropping that Rage of Royal Flush. Cal into the backline with the Let the Devil out. Boohoo, though, is trading it out beautifully. It's a 1-for-1. Boohoo takes out Cal. MJD, both Daredevils will fall, but the backline is deleted as a Boohoo takes them down.
I mean, this is a hell of a perspective to be watching. He manages to find himself free, just connected onto the right players. And Crownfall really just shutting down the offense from Crimson Jolt. They go in from the Royal Flush, Let the Devil out. Heartbreaker used to maybe stop any other ultimates following, but they both managed to go through. It didn't matter too much. Abuhu just using that as a great chance to go for the fight, finds himself free. You gotta say, it's really good support though from Crownfall strategists to just give the resources over towards the Rogue. Now it's the Daredevil that you're looking at as Let the Devil Out. It's gonna be used from MJD, and now you have got the Apex Predator to try and pull people out to make it a couple of nice eliminations and keep things trucking along for Crownfall.
Keep staggering, keep delaying, keep picking them off before they get a chance to reposition. A couple of people looking at the portal to see if they can wrap around and taking cover from FHD, who's keeping the pressure on. Portal is going to come out. They're going for the wrap around. FHD spots it. They can all hear it from the sound cue, and it's a retreat from Crownfall. Back to the point. They're already at 82. One or two more wipes, and that will be enough to secure them this first map, as Invisible Boundary will come out from both sides looking for the sustain. But Cal is the one who's deleted on the side, giving Crimson Joel once again a deficit. Here comes the Apex Predator from the side of Crimson Joel, this time to try and grab someone, but they find nothing.
Find absolutely zilch. Crownfall hitting 99% and finding the eliminations off of the Royal Flush. You do lose out on having your Elsa in this engagement, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. The Heartbreaker from Abu, who finds a lot more, and Crownfall, they drop one of the rounds, but they're able to take this first map and really keep this losers bracket run going.
It was a little close. There is some good potential. Crimson Jolt, when they were winning, they were winning. But Crownfall, they seem to be able to take these earlier fights a little bit more consistently, and as such, take a small lead in this series and are one step closer to qualifying for Ignite and at least surviving in the Marvel Rivals Championship. Darby with a well-deserved MVP there. Really good strategist in the backline, had some great range of Royal Flushes, and was making sure that everyone stayed topped up in those fights. Also, 11 final hits. Gambit, people do seem to forget sometimes, does insane damage.
I mean, yeah, it's really just a case of like playing around it for the most part. You get the Rogue, you get the Elsa, you have to protect onto the Gambit and Daredevil on the other side. Really did string together perfectly in the end, and just good moments on all sides, really. Abuhu having some great moments on Rogue, but you got to say that Astamap had those himself. I think the one thing that I did want to highlight going into this is Crimson Jolt, when they lost to Alta Zenith on that first map, which was also Krakoa, they chose the Museum of Contemplation as their second map. So there is always a chance that we go to the latest Convoy map as a choice. It didn't quite go the way that Crimson Jolt were hoping for the last time around, but that was against Alta Zenith. Is Crownfall prepared on the new map? Yeah.
We'll have to find out, as we are in these best of fives now, so we are starting to see a couple maps that we haven't seen so far. We've mostly been leaning onto, of course, the Dominations, because we always start on those, and then mostly going to Midtown or to Central Park as like our main choices, it seems. We still have Araco, we still have Spider-Mans, and Crimson Jolt. Already, we saw a little bit of back and forth, but so far Crownfall have held solid control.
Yeah, I mean, this is a hell of a test to just go to the new map, which at this point, teams are maybe holding their like strategies very close to their chest or just going for like Hail Mary approaches. Crimson Jolt did pull this out before against Alta Zenith, and it didn't quite work. So it's whether Crownfall feel prepared to be going on to the latest map being added in. First time I get to cast it. So I am curious to see how it plays out realistically for Crownfall. For me, learning what kind of characters might just go up in the rankings of choice because of the map's layout, the interactions and stuff around it. It's going to be a Gambit ban straight away for Crimson Jolt, which makes sense after all of the action we just saw in Krakoa.
Yeah, Gambit's a little strong. So is Elsa, so maybe we will see that banned out as well. Will we see the mirror, or will Crownfall realize that they had a pretty solid run with it and potentially give it that protection treatment in the lock phase? Starting off with Angela. This is a map where there are some environmentals, but it's more about the fact that, in particular on point 2, you will get some very long fights at that second doorway right before the third objective. So if you can use someone like Angela to push people off, you might have a better time. And also, long reinforcements mean characters with fast fly speed or fast move speed, like Angela, can help you get back on quickly. So we're not going to see the Elsa Bloodstone protect. We do, in fact, see the Vanguard Deadpool.
Wow, the Cloak and Dagger protect as well. It's like one of the first things. It was banned out second from Crimson Jolt beforehand. So it's the fact that they protected it and then taking out the Daredevil themselves. It feels like there was too many good characters left in the draft for Krakoa. and Crimson Jolt themselves are making sure that there can be the same sort of levels of synergy before. Loki's also been taken out too. I sort of see what you mean about like Angela. It feels like a lot of teams did this with Captain America before as well on stuff like Spider Island. It seems that Angela is like the supplementary replacement for that. Elsa being protected too means that you have at least some of the major characters in this patch still in play.
The Daredevil taken away would definitely be targeted, even though Cal did put on quite a fight, but it looks like Cal is not going to be jumping in this time, as we have TP Spy making their way into this draft for the side of Crimson Jolt, going for a little bit of a substitution here. Cranfall, what is their last ban? Sorry, it's Crimson Jolt with the first ban here. Mantis protected, so Elsa plus Mantis could be available for either team here for some hefty damage output. But what is a priority ban? What's been a problem for you so far? With Loki taken out, you don't have to really worry about Adam reses as much, so I don't think Adam will see a ban. It's going to be the Invisible Woman. Crimson Jolt gambling on the fact that they have a better Cloak and Dagger player.
I mean, you'd hope so. If it was a first protect, maybe there's a lot more triple strategists with the Adam that they're looking to try and maybe play. You don't have the Loki, so you have some of the major elements in there to sort of fit it through, but I have to think that the protection onto Mantis means that they want to keep the door open for triple strategist in this kind of area. A lot more dive taken out too with the Angela and the Venom. So Crownfall defending first, as it's the choice of Crimson Jolt to attack first too. Really does feel like Crimson Jolt want to try and make the triple strategist work on the latest map in the pool of Marvel Rivals.
The Venom could have been a pretty solid choice there, as we already saw that SCP does like to play the Jeff, so they could have committed to a hyper pressure here with the Jeff Deadpool team up with the Venom for Symbiotic Shenanigans and the Chaotic Toy Box, allowing you to just get maximum value out of that land shard. But for now, it looks like Crimson Jolt may just be looking for a siege bust here, as we're once again seeing a Moon Knight being hovered. But first, we will be having a look at Crownfall on defense, and even without that Loki, as you said, we are potentially seeing triple strategist with the Adam Warlock and the Rocket to act as a second revive here. Darby on the board.
Maybe it's just a case of like there's so many different more options for like siege breaking, the Moon Knight damage boost on stuff like Punisher, even like Elsa could fit into that really nicely. The Crownfall sticking with the triple Vanguard, triple strategist. There's so many like different angles to sort of play around here. Crownfall hoping that they can. It really feels from the games that we've seen so far in Ignite that these first points have been taken very quickly from the attackers.
We're off to a start, and let's see if Crimson Jolt can use this Moon Knight or use this Elsa to try and burst on through. Crownfall just go for maximum sustain so far, but they're looking for a better position. They'd rather have a better angle than to prevent movement, and they are being punished for it right off the bat here.
That was quick.
Twice is taken down immediately. The Battle Rebirth Beacon will bring them back, though, but Astaroth is creating a lot of value with their own group walls and is starting to split the multiple Vanguards away from their strategists.
There's not many players or characters that can get their ultimate before Deadpool, but it seems that the Moon Knight there, very similar to Canute, like a 20-second ultimate on the start of these convoy maps. He's halfway to having another one, so it's like 2 in a minute. You have got the Banhammer available for the Deadpool side of Crimson Jolt if they want to keep this going, as well as a build-up of like an Apex Predator, so a lot of damage done against Crownfall, but lots of ultimates, certainly for the strategists, to work with on the defense, so nobody's been eliminated yet.
MJD did get sent into the cocoon 93 seconds before that is back, so they have to stay up. They are the target for Crimson Jolt now, as Twice is going to be taken down. 99% on a Karmic Revival. MJD might be looking for a safe position to bring back the group. For now, they might just let it go. Nope, Karmic Revival will come in, committing to this to make sure that they can keep bodies on the point. 2 members down for Crimson Jolt, and that will be a stop to their first push. Is Jeff on the flank, trying to find a safe place to come out on the other side, but instead just gets eaten alive.
Yeah, good spot out, good cape to make sure that that damage is good enough to get the Jeff before he's able to sort of go out. So a finish maybe for Crownfall as they hold on to all of the big ultimates Crimson Jolt had built up. They did have a Hand of Khonshu, but it didn't quite get paired with the Strangling Prison, because I think that the Moon Knight of the Crimson Jolt, he wasn't quite in play at that point, sent back to spawn briefly. But things aren't moving here. Banhammer, Strangling Prison is going to be used on the defense to hold out. Gets the Moon Knight again, just as the Hand of Khonshu was used. It has forced back Crownfall to give up some space here, but Eternal Bond means that there's going to be this like recontest fighting in for Crownfall.
Pushing on all the way back to the spawn. Crownfall not giving Crimson Jolt an inch. Building up as many ults as they can, but you already mentioned it. The D-sync between the Hand of Khonshu and Straggling Prison as Astamar finishes charging. Vueltas is only on 49%. Karmic Revival also at 96%. From downtown, Straggling Prison group war a little bit on the wrong side, but still trying to commit to it, and they burst on through. But the Battle Rebirth Beacon, Karmic Revival, but MJD is down. That's the last revive this team will see, and it looks like Crimson Jolt have found the opening finally.
Through a Karmic Revival as well, which shows that they have a lot of attrition. And this is how many of these Hand of Khonshu have we seen from Crimson Jolt? This must be like the 4th or 5th.
Only 60 seconds left.
It's so much stall actually for Crownfall. I've made a good go of this, holding on, but there's still so much Crimson Jolt have available to them. It's Jeff was used. Now Hand of Khonshu pretty much right as the portal opens. Finds himself 2 alongside the Deadpool that now does have the Banhammer, has found its target to focus on. And it's the Wolverine that is trying to not like swing out in the open too much. Means that the Elsa makes this a pretty easy fight in the end, and all of that stall for Crownfall having to switch away from the Adam so they don't have that Karmic Revival means that finally Crimson Jolt get past this first point.
I liked the ambition from SCP-1356 trying to it's Jeff the portal opening so that if someone stepped through if they all came through at once, they'd just be removed right away because they won't hear that. They're too far away to get the sound cue, so they wouldn't have really known that's happening. But in this case, was a little too early, was unable to grab their opponents, but there was more than enough power there with the Hand of Khonshu to open this up.
Interesting.
And Crimson Jolt will now swap around here, bringing out the Mantis. They're going with the full buff onto T-Spy, bringing out that Elsa Bloodstone, sending out the Apex Predator, and that's allowing them to already find a couple pickups, taking down twice, taking down MJD, and Crownfall's defense is crumbling.
Wow, it's just snowballing a little bit. You do have some stall that's actually come in from the Vanguards to make sure that this objective isn't going to move. What we were talking about with the Angela and the Captain America working out there for a Boohoo. But I think what's interesting is Crimson Jolt have gone for the on the attack Adam Warlock. And SCP is almost close to having a Karmic Revival, feeling like if they lose this point, that the objective could just halt out and they don't have enough time. It's really good for SCP to just sort of sit back a bit more. If there's a big team fight that's lost, he can just bring everybody back on the objective.
Adam's damage output isn't bad. He's in this triple strategist setup for a reason. They also have the Mantis, so they can get some value out of it. And yeah, the timing is perfect. SCP brings back the team. Phantom right at the end as well is even brought back, bringing everyone Apex Predator. And a couple of those people who come back aren't coming back again.
Very good cleanup. The Apex Predator just scooping out all of the players that were in that little hovel hole with the Karmic Revival. Brings them out into the open, sends them back to spawn again. So is there going to be a changeover actually from the Adam? No, it's SCP still going to dedicate to it. No change up for the compositions. It's just what Crownfall have available to them. Scout out some information with some of the protection from the barrier doors. A Boohoo having Banhammer. There is a Yarn Amplifier available and a Straggling Prison. Have to imagine they're probably going to wait for MJD to have that last stand available too.
Could give them what they need. Here comes the Apex Predator from T-Spy. Not going to be able to find too much. Crownfall, Abuhu's going to be the one to take the most of that damage. There's the Straggling Prison. Group up using the tower to try and cover them from their own strategists. 2 do go down, but there is a counter engage going to be picking up 1. But overall, Crownfall still easily win that fight with the Battle Rebirth Beacon cancelling out their only elimination.
How much are they going to run back in this case? Crownfall now. It's been a good hold for them in these right kind of areas, but 20 seconds if they can stall things out here. Crimson Jolt might be feeling a little bit more nervous about choosing this map again after already lost them earlier today against Alta Zenith. So now you do have the Soul Resurgence to maybe power through. Eternal Bond is very close as well in hand. You have a lot of ultimates that are just teetering on the very edge of being ready. They want to go in for the offensive, but Yarn Amplifier and Apex Predator used together. I'm not seeing the eliminations show up at all from Crownfall though, which for Crimson Jolt, as stuff is starting to come online, they're going to have plenty to carve themselves through this defense.
MJD has the last stand, though. That could be enough to get people off the board if we see Crimson Jolt group up. Last stand comes on out. MJD to try and remove them from the board. SCP falls. Just a couple seconds, comes back with the cocoon. They're so close to a Karmic Revival. If their team can stay on the point, they could keep this fight going as long as they stay safe. Astronaut comes back, which means they can't be revived. They're having to run back on the Captain America. Karmic Revival comes on out, and Crownfall are losing members. Twice back on the Strange to potentially portal back in and hold this a second time. time, but that card is moving forward here, looking to take down the Deadpool to remove them from the board. Will the Portal reach in time to keep this overtime going? One more reinforcement, one more delay. Portal comes on outflank onto the other side to delay as best as they can. Darby is keeping the team topped up. They might have a Battle Rebirth Beacon off to the side for the team as Wolverine's dueling with Captain America to try and burn through that percentage damage as Crownfall lose Strange a second time. The Rebirth Beacon is taken down and numbers are heavily in favor of Crimson Jolt right now, but Crownfall are just relentless. They just keep coming, but they might not have enough. They're losing people too consistently, and Crimson Jolt breakpoint 2.
Yeah, it's just the switchovers to have characters in these like nice spots like Captain America. It just almost building up that freedom charge, managing to stall it out, fight it out again. And now Crimson Jolt keep things going. Crownfall going to be frustrated that this didn't end at the first point with how well of a hold that they had on first. And they really don't want to let this spiral out of control if they can help it. But T-Spy does have the Apex Predator. He's trying to scout some information up on the high ground. If he can pull somebody out on a spot, it's going to be good, but the ultimate isn't going to be required just yet. Just wins out on the duel, and NJD finds Frey, pulls them back into his team to try and clear them up. And he's found so much in Crownfall, falling to their knees, hoping that there's going to be a stall out in the end with 45 seconds left.
FHD is on the Adam Warlock themselves. They're almost at a Karmic Revival that could save them on this final push. SCP also almost fully charged and is going to burn it to make sure that they have Deadpool for what could be a final push, and also to try and build up some extra charge in a final fight. They could potentially try and sneak out a second if this fight is extended, but Deadpool goes down a second time. That is disastrous for Crimson Jolt.
These scrappy fights just seem to keep going for these two squads. Your Freedom Charge is just going to allow Crimson Jolt to hold on a little bit more. The Eternal Bond, when in hand for Crimson Jolt, it is available to them. But after they've used the Deadpool ultimate, Eye of Agamotto is going to connect onto the Elsa, the Captain America. The former does go down first. Eternal Bond now holding on for the 5 players of Crimson Jolt to see if they can keep this fight going in the end. It's actually going to be used on both sides as Dabby's going to bring it out for Crownfall. There is a Karmic Revival available for FHD too if there's enough players that get eliminated, but this seems to be it. Crimson Jolt managing to make this fight go on a lot more often in these cases might have reached the end.
If they have a portal, that'll be the time to use it, but no one is able to swap in time. So much attrition from Crimson Jolt, but that one Karmic Revival at the end. The Eye of Agamotto onto the back line, meaning you didn't have that tool to protect your team later on. A fantastic final push by Crownfall, punishing that opening left by Crimson Jolt. And now Crownfall, they have a chance to try and push on through without having to risk an overtime.
Long way to go. You have to imagine the Crimson Jolt. It's managing to sort of dig it out of nowhere in some of these cases now, but for like Crownfall, it's how much expense do you have on this map too? The Crimson Jolt, it's always a curveball to sort of take the new map and try and exploit against an opponent. Everybody should be, certainly at this point when we're like reaching top 8, yeah, every team should be somewhat competent on this map at the very least. Especially because there is no like ban system for maps. It's just at the behest of what your opponent wants to pick.
Very true.
I'm just nervous for Crownfall if they sort of go through the same struggles that Crimson Jolt did on their attack. Like this first point, lots of like Adam Warlock stall, the be right backs, etc. Do Crownfall have the experience on this map to actually get past it at this rate?
This is what we will find out. Crownfall is one of the more experienced teams in MRC, but Crimson Jolt, they aren't going for that triple Vanguard. They're going for Mantis as one of their strategists, and they're still committing to Elsa. Really keeping the heavy value on that, but Crownfall, they have a lot of displacement here. They have triple Duelist here, with Elsa Bloodstone for as max damage as they can, Moon Knight for as much Siege Break as they can, and Abuhu is committing to that Wolverine. If they can displace, then it doesn't matter how tanky your opponents are if they're isolated from their team and picked off on their own, although Abuhu is spotted trying to go for a flank there, but will get healed up. Already, Crownfall making great pace halfway through the map already.
Much better pace, I suppose, than like Crimson Jolt were able to do, but Really depends if this fight is going to completely clear them out. You have got a really nice pick, actually. The Hand of Khonshu forcing the Groot into a really rough area. And then the Wolverine just being able to go through these barriers, not shoot through them, means that you might be able to catch just players on this defense and weren't expecting somebody to go for these flanks.
The healing wall from the Mantis team up from the side of Crownfall, actually, on the attack, using that Wildwood wall. Here's Crimson Jolt with their main commit, Apex Predator. They're getting isolation onto the Cloak and Dagger. Beautifully done right at the end of the ultimate. Apex Predator countered, though, off the side, looking for an environmental. Gets TP Spy, but Karmic Revival is already going to bring them back. Crimson Jolt on the defense are making the most of this Adam Warlock, and it's working, but Crownfall aren't done yet. Taking down TP Spy for a second time. Well, let's force to use the Soul Rejuvenation to keep the fight going. Soul Resurgence keeping their push going onto the point, but Crimson Jolt are running out of defensive tools. They have no more revives. They don't have a portal available right now. Last stand, and finally, Crownfall will break this hold.
Crimson Jolt, it's similar to both teams. Like, you have some really good Karmic Revivals, but just the way that this map is working in the comps, both teams have been very good at, like, okay, don't panic. You have got a Karmic Revival bringing back three or four players. We can still take them out and force out some big ultimates too. Like you mentioned, the Soul Resurgence used to try to keep things good for Crimson Jolt. A good time set for Crownfall so far, but we've seen this point be a little bit more scary, certainly on this high ground. If there's some good dives, certainly from Crimson Jolt to jump on the objective and keep stalling it, Crownfall might lose a good portion of this time.
FHD looking to see if anyone steps out. Might be worth dropping a Hand of Khonshu, see if they can get an early pickup. That might allow them to push on in and get a spawn hold. That way they could punish their opponents. Having to dash down to the low ground, though, was a very aggressive move up from Inazuma. Able to try and dive up, set up the Fluffy Unicorn to prevent the healing and look for a quick pickup. No isolations from either side. Boohoo will finally fall down, as will MJD. And on the sides, despite the pressure being put in by FHD, Crimson Jolt are the ones who are finding the pickups.
Crownfall, ooh, they do lose FHD just as he gets the Hand of Khonshu on line. MJD have an Apex Predator, but like you need something a little bit more to work with here. You can almost see Crimson Jolt try to spread out various different levels of verticality as well to not just get strung along by the beast, I suppose, for MJD. T-Spy has the ultimate himself, just seeing if he can scout out some information. Patient and very deliberate in like the picks. They actually pull out these players from the high ground onto the objective themselves, gets the 2 picks, gets the control back on the objective on the payload from the defenders, all in one foul swoop of T-Spy getting the pick. He gets eliminated, but the ER back is going to bring him straight back into the fray.
Pushing back on Crimson Jolt, though, they are very heavy in the ult department. Soul Resurgence going to be committed to from Maybazese as they try to push on in, but with Meteor M and the Cosmic Yard Amplifier, you can't tag through that with any amount of bonus health. We saw the Endsong Inferno also get dropped, though, so Crimson Jolt did use a lot of ultimates, forced to drop the Eternal Bomb just to make sure that they can contest this Hand of Khonshu on the top of the ramp to punish anyone who tries to follow up, gets SCP, and we are seeing Crimson Jolt start to fall. FHD is taken down, but numbers are looking solid. Finally, the flip, though, was a beautiful pickup from Astomar. Takes down twice, and we are seeing Crimson Jolt from what looked like a really rough fight recover and keep the hold.
Really makes it just, that is a good example of like, whilst we can say about like Elsa and stuff, just doing what we're watching Elsa do right now, just getting the picks and stuff. The Magneto is so good at just finding like those picks out of the neutral as well. Often overlooked that a Vanguard can front that much burst damage. He does save his team. Crownfall looking to take those ultimates into a fight win and back with control of the objective. But where this Van is stuck is so hard for Crownfall to dive on. You don't have the Angela, you don't have the Venom. Leaping past the objective to get into this backline that has a Rocket Raccoon. Yeah, very difficult in the end now for Crownfall to actually break this space down. Hoping to find a pick. So Boohoo takes a lot of damage in the end. Hoping that the ultimates could be the defining factor, but I just don't know. MJD, it has to be a perfect like Apex Predator to get all of these players. Look at where Crimson Jolt are. It's just a varied spot.
T-Spy comes in with the Apex Predator, trying to commit, almost gets Maybazese, but MJD with the mirror, also not able to find a finishing blow. This is so rough for either one to get the final hits. Boohoo pulls out the bad hammer to try and dive onto the backline, but the Eternal Bond from Phantom means they will not find it. A good stun out from FHD, but they can't finish it. Endsong committed by Crimson Jolt. They know they can afford to burn a couple resources here because they're trying to take out time from Crownfall. More importantly than anything else, FHD has to Endsong Inferno. MJD will fall, and FHD is forced all the way back. We do see a Cosmic Yard Amplifier from SCP, meaning that they've lost another defensive tool, but they've burned through another solid minute of Crownfall.
Oh man, Crownfall now. You have to try and work out how you want to take this fight, and you might not just have the experience in the end. Like, Eternal Bond tried to sort of close down the distance, but also make this area a bit more in favor of the attackers to fight in. Crimson Jolt, however, happy to give up a lot of the space, have the payload moving again with 30 seconds, really just nullifies this Eternal Bond. It allows Crimson Jolt to get things moving again, sure, but Crimson Jolt now have these ultimates to go in for the counter-attack once the Eternal Bond has been used. Another Apex Predator just fits right narrowly down past the van, able to find a little bit more, and now Crownfall, it might be 1-1 in this series with 10 seconds left. It is the Magneto that seems to be the one that's putting the icing on the cake here, as Crimson Jolt might be turning the Contemplation Museum into a victorious approach. Crownfall struggling to get this going.
Overtime was activated, Portal was looked at but not available. They cannot reach, and Crimson Jolt are able to even up the score 1-1 between Crimson Jolt and Crownfall as they fight for their survival.
Really sort of like with a lot of these convoy maps, now I'm sort of seeing it a bit more and seeing the experience. Like, reminds me of like Arica when you have like the second point going up that like very steep slope. Getting stuck there, it can be very hard to get things going. Even the likes of the second point over on Midtown, the horseshoe, again, once you get sort of... But this is something else because you're going to the low ground and then have to bring it back up. If you get stuck on that low ground, we saw just how much Crownfall couldn't quite put themselves in position to take back the objective and also be threatening to Crimson Jolt's backline. They just kept disengaging completely, and when you don't have those dive options, Crownfall just didn't seem to have anything to go in off, right? There's no Daredevil, there's no dive vanguards that can sort of lead the line. You were just hoping to go for those poke picks, but as you're sort of seeing from the damage, a lot of it was done from both of the Elsas, but the eliminations very much in favor for Crimson Jolt.
Their composition just seems to work out very heavily here. We saw some heavy Adam usage, and I really do like that Crimson Jolt actually adjusted to Adam on attack. You covered it perfectly, of they only really lose that second point if they get blown up on that hard-to-hold final door position on point 2. So if you're able to get one good revive, that's a great opportunity to try and guarantee when your opponents are going to be staggered, and so that you can break that tough hold position. Crimson Jolt, they've shown they've got what it takes. We are currently sitting at 1-1 between these two teams in this best of 5, and there is still a lot to go. 2 wins needed for either of these teams just to move to the next round.
Yeah. And now it's Crownfall's choice of map too, so
yes,
you don't need to worry about being thrown onto the new map. I mean, I'd be surprised to see a Heart of Heaven, for example. I think most teams have just avoided it for various reasons, and seen as like the map pool is just getting bigger, we're not seeing any maps taken.
I don't know why these are Midtown and Central Park. I don't know why these are the maps that the players have decided. It seems to just be the better choice for at least a lot of these MRC teams.
Maybe there's like some social media, like really good pretzel place, or you know, you can take a picture for a keyhole and it shows a really nice park or something, and people, it's just, I don't even want to pretend to understand what people do outside nowadays, but we're just, I don't know what I'm talking
outside,
about. Like, yeah, people, what are you doing outside? Like, be in, like, play Marvel Rivals or watching other people play Marvel Rivals. Life is finite, and we're all here spending it watching people play games. It's great. What else could you ask for? But yeah, for Crimson Jolt, they actually used the, speaking of like contemplation, I suppose, like the Museum of Contemplation went in their favor. It's a 1-0 scoreline. Both these teams are playing for their lives here. It is another convoy map, but you have to say, if you're Crimson Jolt, you played really well. You knew exactly how to take fights and objectives and get the most out of the Adam Warlock. I have to imagine that if you're Crownfall, you either try to clean up the play a little bit more with the Adam, or you just take it out. And I would take it out.
I will say, though, just because we were talking about all Marvel Rivals being inside, if you played MRC outside, send a photo and I will personally send you a skin. Send proof I will be of your MRC match, and I will be happy with that from outside. For now, though, we're heading into our ban phase. We're seeing Phoenix taken out. It was a little too impactful for these teams here, but it could allow something like the Loki to make its way through again. Daredevil, on the other hand, once again, going to be banned out.
Yeah, Daredevil, I mean, it's really a case of like Crownfall. If you want to go in for these dives, you've got to protect onto the Vanguard. You tried to take out the Mantis to really deter maybe some of the triple strategists that's in use. Elsa being protected makes sense. What is going to be the second protect on the side of Crownfall? I mean, looking at it before, it was... They went for the Mantis protect. That's not going to be available. So it's going to be the Invisible Woman instead. So you do have a strong strategist line potentially with the Loki ban as well to just make it a 2-2-2. Maybe you can have stuff like the Jeff in places. I'm just curious to see how this is going to go into play because like Crimson Jolt are going to be feeling a little bit better that they've stabilized after pretty much losing every map today so far.
Absolutely. They're getting themselves back into it. They're back on the board. They have put up a fight. And with Wolverine off the board, something that Crownfall very nearly were able to stabilize themselves with, they are going to put themselves in a lovely position for as big of a spawn hold as they possibly can. As they chose to start, as they are starting on defense, Crownfall choosing to start on attack.
Kind of from this point, I've messed up my notes. I've gone Cloak and Dagger, Daredevil, Cloak and Dagger, Gambit. Like I've sort of, what's the word where it's like in the middle, like mirrored. It's an Elsa protected and a Wolverine right at the end. And I think like the Wolverine, like, I think that's the thing that surprised me the most, like with the meta right now is just like how much value he still has with Vanguards not having the same level of like strength as they did before. It's been an eclectic mix of the Vanguard, sure, but I guess it's like good in place when you have the Daredevil taken out, making sure that the Wolverine can't even slightly copy the same amount of success as you would get. It is going to be Crownfall choosing the map and also choosing to attack first. Now Adam Walk again in play for Crimson Jolt on this defense. Seeing if there's going to be more Moon Knight multi-picks that can come out before Vueltas can actually set up with the camera revival.
We'll see if they can charge that up quick enough as the doors will be opening. FHD starting off on this Moon Knight for as much charge as possible. They're not going with the Storm, though. They still believe that the value of Elsa as a second duelist is better than charging Moon Knight faster. We'll see if that works in their favor. As Crimson Jolt, they are starting off very sustainy. Up on the high ground, they want to make sure they have the preferable position. Need to send some heals down low, with a lot of damage there was taken by Astromar, but they're still able to sustain for now.
Still holding on as far as they can, like they have the high ground, and there really isn't that much pressure. This is sort of reminding me a little bit of the attack inside of Crownfall on Museum of Contemplation. Just try to go in for the neutral fights. There's such a distance. You've got fall-off damage, so you're not quite in a lethal range, but the objective is pulling them closer. The Ankh is perfectly placed. It's going to force all of these players from Crimson Jolt onto the low ground instead of being on the bridge, but nobody's even really been that close to going down. Now the picks are starting to come together, and the Hand of Khonshu, just as the defenders were trying to leave and give out a bit more space, really has caused the chaos that Crownfall have completely capitalized off of. Crimson Jolt having to reset and go for the portal play pretty early on.
Huertas did come back in that cocoon, so they can make their way back and start building some ult charge portal. No, looks like they went back to spawn with the full spawn time. Invisible Boundary comes on out from Maybazis to keep the team topped up. FHD returning from spawn as Apex Predator for T-Spy looks for the backline, but Crownfall is still grouped up. Maybazis dropped low, and they are cleaned out here. The Hand of Khonshu not yet charged up, meaning Crownfall do not have a way to burst on through a second time. Crimson Jolt will begin to set up a second time, and now they're close to the Karmic Revival.
Very close, and really it's like Crownfall having a good amount to work with themselves. You do have maybe a Strangling Prison can be used alongside a Fist of Khonshu that has been built up very quickly from FHG. But Vueltas, it's whether they scout him out or not. You don't really have too much. He's going to step to make sure that he's as quiet as he possibly can be. And Crownfall now looking to see if they can find him, force it out early. Eternal Bond, allowing him to get aggressive, but also sort of clear up some of these angles a little bit. But MJD flanked behind by the Vanguard Deadpool on the other side. Banhammer is going to be used, really causing more chaos. Seeing if they can find all that much. But Vueltas actually has been focused. He's been taken out from the Hand of Khonshu. He has got the life cocoon, so he has got a chance to get himself into a better position. And there comes in the Karmic Revival, bringing back those players that have just gone down.
And more time is taken from Crownfall as more fall all the way back, staggering these eliminations as well. It's great news for Crimson Jolt, able to just buy them every extra second on the clock. 1 minute and 20. Portals not really going to be that available for the side of Crownfall. They will have to try and wait for a last second portal if they want to do so, which is why they are risking it, not having someone on it right off the bat. They're just going to hope that whoever goes down first can swap off Cosmic Guard Amplifier and Apex Predator. Means Crownfall are once again going to be reset with 1 minute left on the board.
It's a lot of picks in the end. Lots of guns been shooting through for Crimson Jolt just off the Amplifier, which SCP has got a lot of value out of, to be fair. It really hasn't been big ultimates. You've got the Apex Predator that was used, but it's just the amount of poke damage that Crimson Jolt just off the rip can do themselves when you have got the Elsa, but also the Adam Warlock. Now Crownfall might be starting to sweat a little bit more. Just it's 30 seconds left and you haven't got past this first point on the map, never mind towards second. But an Apex Predator has pulled himself an elimination, able to catch stuff, and it's on the Doctor Strange as well. So the portal, I don't know if it's going to be quite ready yet. It's going to be pretty much teetering on the availability for Aftermath. But an Eternal Bond is going to buy just a little bit more time for these defenders to regroup. Overtime is looming, and T-Spy finds a very big pick onto the backline.
Crownfall need reinforcements. It might be time for someone to portal, but in order for that to happen, someone needs to touch the objective to force overtime with 1 second remaining. Twice has created themselves a nice little house, but it's not enough as it's been invaded. Forced off the board. FHD is looking for the portal, but they're delaying as long as they can with every possible reinforcement. But now they're going to be staggered through this portal onto the point with Maim Aziz dropped low, finished off, and now with the Apex Predator to force them off the point to delay as long as they can. This is not looking good for Crownfall. Straggling Prism for one last ditch effort against the triple. That could be what they need, Ryan, as they burst on through. Do Crimson Jolt have anything left to force this overtime over?
It doesn't seem like it, but SCP has just bought a little bit more space. It's really now a case of Crimson Jolt. Okay, you forced it to the end. You can't really touch this anymore. But what you can do is set up for a really good fight on second. Really making sure that Crownfall have to waste as much time as they possibly can. And look how quickly one player left on the objective on the payload. Everybody else pushing pretty much towards the second choke point, checkpoint even, to make sure the Crimson Jolt can't set up for a good fight on the second objective.
They need to build ult charge, they need to zone out Crimson Jolt. If they can get a couple pickups, if they can delay, the cart gets movement, they build ult charge, they will have their ult charge for when a fight actually matters, aka when time is low again. With only 2 minutes to go, Crownfall have to get every advantage they can. But the disadvantage of doing this is you're fighting your opponents faster, meaning that Vueltas is building up to another Karmic Revival. Invisible Boundary comes on out with Meteor M to take out twice. Maim Aziz, though, is keeping the rest of the team topped up throughout all this.
Holding on, yeah. Now you have got Crimson Jolt actually unlocking 3 ultimates at the same time, but not using any of them. You do have the Banhammer that was used before, and then an Invisible Boundary, but Life Cocoon, not needed. Sorry, Karmic Revival. You got the Eternal Bond, and then also the Apex Predator. Crimson Jolt managing to hold on as Crownfall don't have anything quite to work with. FHG moving away from the Star-Lord to go over towards the Bucky, hoping to see if there's some synergy that they can form with the Strangling Prison from Twickle, who's not too far away from having a Strangling Prison. But this is a scary place for the attackers to be stuck with this horseshoe. The objective pretty much right into the center of the second area of the map. It's going to be the Apex Predator that starts off this fight, but the pick actually goes in the other direction as Boohoo finds one with a Banhammer.
Taking down the strategist. TP Spy is also going to be removed off the board. T-Spy, SCP dropped down as Crownfall are pushing in heavy here. Crimson Jolt for the Karmic Revival, bringing everyone back to the board for one last attempt. Eternal Bond to buy as much time as they can, matching Crownfall, so both teams have the pathways, have the healing output to try and commit to this as Kraken Impact will activate for Crownfall, and Crimson Jolt with no revives are just set up like ducks.
Perfectly placed. The resets coming in very nicely from FHD. An inspired choice to switch over towards the Bucky. And they're able to springboard things going on, even if there is a contest from Crimson Jolt towards the end of the second checkpoint. I think an Apex Predator in the right spot might be able to just swing up these players, stop them from contesting, or just find Crimson Jolt in the neutral as they sort of go along. Dabby is the one that's pushing this objective. The invisible boundary is going to be set up just past it. Really hard for Crimson Jolt to try and push through all of this, but a Meteor M and their own invisible boundary is going to try and aid them to try and fight this towards the very end. Overtime is being hit as the multiple initial players have found themselves some good picks. Be Right Back is going to bring them in, but it's just a sea of players in red in the elimination feed. You have to imagine that Crownfall have got this past second, but there's some good amount of stall that's actually coming in from the Vanguard Deadpool on the other side. It's just not enough time, and there's not enough, I think, cooldown left on the portal play for a Doctor Strange. It's going to be on to third for Crownfall.
The Adam Warlock was abandoned earlier. They've got the Invisible Woman now, and the Star-Lord, as you mentioned already, so they couldn't revive one more time. They could have maybe portaled if someone was up in time, but all that they, Crimson Jolt, have is now dueling potential. Now they just have to win a fight straight up. With 1 minute and 8 seconds left for Crownfall, they have Straggling Prism. They almost have Kraken Impact. They could be in a position to just try and burst through this in 1, maybe 2 fights. For now, Sealed Sieging, Apex Predator to try and grab someone. They take out T-Spy, take out Astom up, pushing on in, not even needing the Straggling Prison yet. They're just blasting through Crimson Jolt.
Really is like the defenders hoping that the second fight was going to be great on the second checkpoint. Now they just don't want this map to be finished out. For Crownfall, you are running out of time. Only a couple more fights to work with, but so many ultimates that are now online. You've got the invisible boundary that's just in the hands of Crownfall to work with too. Another banhammer used from a Boohoo that's just snowballing the impact from the Vanguard Deadpools on a map like this. Straggling Prison used, but it was pretty much eaten up, I think, by the shield. And now going on the offensive with the invisible boundary means that Crimson Jolt have 4 ultimates. They're starting to use them one at a time. A Kraken's Impact hoping for a bit more. Eternal Bond is going to be used on the offensive side, but so many ultimates used, Tetcher, not one elimination. Now it's starting to come through towards the end, but that was a lot used.
Final exam from Inazuma to try and get onto the backline, takes out MJD and FHD. Overtime ticking down, and Twice is trying to buy time. The portal comes on out for the reinforcement. They lose the Invisible Woman, they lose the Deadpool, but it might be enough for them to just try and force them back through the portal with numbers advantage. Crimson Jolt burning through the overtime. One last ditch effort from Crownfall, but they can't touch the points. Too many bodies, and Crimson Jolt do hold pre a triple cap.
There's some areas of that for Crownfall that did look very on the edge. You know, first point going to overtime, second as well. But you're going to be happy with where that about finished for Crimson Jolt. You know that you can sort of play this game mode. You just have to hope that that first point push could be good enough. And ultimately for FHD on the Adam Warlock on his defense, that there's enough of a hold there in the end. You have to get so much value when this Adam Warlock is in play. You're not going to have to copy. Some more focus goes on the Be Right Back. But it does seem, at least at this point, the Crownfall might be opting to not be playing the Rocket, actually, in the end, and just going for something a little bit more standard. But we'll have to see just as they sort of move their way across.
How do they choose to play this? They are sticking with that Elsa, and like you already mentioned, not the triple Vanguard strategy at least. And yeah, no Rocket. Sticking with just as many defensive ults as possible. While you might not get oh, no, never mind, they changed their mind. I was about to describe why they might be doing that, but here comes Rocket. The revive considered to be a little more important. The double defensive ultimates that could have extended fights. They'd rather just have more bodies on the board and not risk losing someone early while heavily relying on Adam Warlock. So in this case, the Adam Warlock is going to be doubled down on. Revives from Adam, revives from Rocket, hopefully onto Adam, meaning that they won't have to worry about losing them early.
Now a fight for Crimson Jolt. 4 minutes to push on this first point. See if they can find these early eliminations and force out the Be Right Back quite early on. Weltus is the one that's trying to build up that hand of Khonshu quickly, but it's slow from the standards of some players have their ultimates. I'm pretty sure they did when they were playing the Museum of Contemplation. It was about a 20-second ultimate from the Moon Knight, but they have actually isolated this front line very well. The Magneto's taken so much damage. The Bulwarks were so good actually to keep him alive. Twickle really just counted his blessings, went down to I think about like 20 HP, using the Iron Curtain and the Bulwarks on himself to try and survive. But it is 3 ultimates farmed up from Crimson Jolt in very quick succession. Even a Strangling Prison, that shows how much damage and healing was done from these attackers. And Crownfall might be in free fall if they're not careful. FHD, Life Cocoon is going to be a bit of a saving grace here. Has got the Karmic Revival in hand, but it might not be really required just yet. Holding on with the Invisible Boundary.
Crownfall are getting routed, but they're not losing members, importantly. Finally, we see Twickle get taken down, gets brought back at the Karmic Revival, as will Maybazine, meaning all the defensive tools are still here. Darby has that Cosmic Yard Amplifier just in time. One more Karmic Revival right as it expires to bring back MJD. Meteor M into the backline, though, takes out Phantom. T-Spy falls, and Crownfall flip that beautifully.
Really does feel like Yam Amplifier is just so good with this kind of setup too, because it just damage boosted Adam and Elsa. That's a lot. That feels like an ultimate's worth of damage in of itself. So that would be right back. So then having the Adam, like, you're sitting pretty if you're Crownfall. Really now for Crimson Jolt, like the attacking side, it's about sort of being able to do the same. Seeing if you can get these ultimates just before another Karmic Revival's available. But just so much damage was done in that fight with both teams trading out this like sustain. Crimson Jolt have got a pretty much the hand of control is good to go, but are you going to wait to pair it for the Strangling Prison or just hope to go for it in the end? In fact, he's going to be eliminated. A great pick from the Apex Predator, and then MJD actually able to get one just off of the back of it too. Him and Abuhu have found so much success just being able to get these picks and snowball them and string them along. Half that time is already gone for Crimson Jolt for them to actually keep on fighting this.
Crownfall are holding beautifully here. FHD back up to the high ground, building more Karmic Revival charge. Looking for a Cosmic Cluster on anyone who shows their face to build as much charge as possible. In the meantime, Inzuma looking to try and wrap around, looking for an opening. They're going to commit with the Eternal Bond, trying to get onto the backline. If they can get Elsa, that would be a huge get, especially before FHD has Karmic Revival, but he's building the charge so quickly. Hand of Conchu comes on out, finds no one. Invisible Boundary, and look at the targeting. He wants FHD so much, trying to chase on in. T-Spy looking for a target. Astomab looking for a target. It's all about trying to get onto this backline, but FHD found freedom, found safety, and finds revives. Crownfall returns again, meaning the Crimson Jolt have to do this all over again. Cosmic Yard Amplifier for the extra sustain. Apex Predator to try and take out someone, anyone, please! But Crownfall, they lose the Adam, but have everything else as Crimson Jolt lose 2, lose 3, and they just can't find an opening.
Well, it's like FHD, yeah, he gets eliminated, but with the asterisks of Life Cocoon's going to bring him straight back. Abuhu goes down and the Nabira back. It's just, it couldn't be any more perfect with these plays working out. The Karmic Revival finding a lot of success. T-Spy knew that he had an opportunity as people have been resurrected to carve people out with the Apex Predator, pull them out into the open whilst they were still respawning, but he dove in too deep. There was so much peel from Crownfall and not enough support from Crimson Jolt as so many players were eliminated. There just couldn't be anything off the back of it in the end. Crimson Jolt not having much. Sonic Seduction pretty much the only thing in hand to make this work. Even an offensive Karmic Revival has been built up from Brueltas that's trying to see if they can keep sustaining this fight. But Abuhu getting another Deadpool ultimate to work with. It's pretty much whatever you have available, use it now as overtime looms.
Banhammer comes on out from Inazuma to try and get something happening. Vueltas, like you already mentioned, is building up a Karmic Revival, but they've already used Soul Bond, one of their other best tools, meaning all they can do right now is just spam heals to keep their team up and, more importantly, themselves up. But someone has to be on that point, and Abuhu is popping off, removing all attackers as Crimson Jolt are running low on people. Valiant effort from Vueltas to touch as Adam there in the last couple seconds, but Crownfall will extend their lead here, or begin to get a lead, as they are now 2-1 up in this best of 5.
Yeah, one more map to continue on. Really just bouncing back after like a rough Museum of Contemplation for them, showing that it might just be the map individually as opposed to the game mode being the weaker team. Just knowing exactly how to play these fights, some really good engagements, fighting on attack on first point and then going into second, and then just getting the most perfect use out of the Adam Warlock with these kind of setups, even with stuff like Moon Knight Ultimates being built up so quickly. And T-Spy having another pretty good performance over on the Elsa, it still didn't seem to matter too much. Just the sustain was there, and FHD especially having a magnificent performance on Adam.
19 final hits. Obviously, they weren't on Adam that entire time, but 19 final hits, 32 eliminations, only getting taken out 9 times. FHD really brought it in that final round and was able to keep their team topped up as long as they needed to be. This sets Crownfall up to be 1 win away from continuing, and Crimson Jolt are 1 loss away from being eliminated from the Marvel Rivals Championship. The pressure is on.
Yeah, I mean, it's really a case of how the series is going to...
More, and momentum does seem to be in their favor now.
Yeah, it really did feel that there was a wildcard choice of Crimson Jolt going for the Museum of Contemplation as their map pick, but this time, moving away from Convoy, wanted to go towards Celestial Husk to bring us back to domination, which had some like close moments back when we were over on, I think it was Krakoa to begin with, yeah. But really does feel like Crownfall have really found their like space and the way that they want to play this. And Celestial Husk, at least we'll be moving away from a lot of the like Adam Warlock compositions to go play for something a little bit different. But stuff like the Daredevil has been taken out quite a lot. I'm curious to see how this one is going to come together, I suppose, once we get into the draft.
See, I know you're right, but I can't believe you'd summon it like that. I can't believe you would say, hey, we'd probably not go to see Adam Warlock, because what do you think is going to happen now? Caster Curse is real. We're probably just going to see only Adam Warlock Loki Rocket compositions, and this game's going to go for
God
3
forbid,
more hours. We will see. For now, though, we're going to start off with the Gambit ban and Cloak and Dagger removed again. Crimson Jolt making people fear Tandy and Tyrone.
I mean, the Terror Capes has found a lot of success, but it feels that throughout all of these drafts, it has been taken out as many of the different strategists. You got the Cloak and Dagger that was actually protected back on the last map. It's just wild, I suppose, to be seeing a Cloak and Dagger as a first ban out to try and avoid it. Mantis being protected sort of makes me feel like Crimson Jolt maybe still playing around the Adam, but at the very least wanted to go triple strategist as and when they can help it.
Elsa is also still available, so triple strategist with the Elsa is just going to do huge value here. As we move on to ban number 2, we take out Angela. This is a map with some environmentals, but it's more about just being irritating, staying on the point for long, and making sure to isolate enemies, take them away from big group ups by taking them into your team. And of course, Angela is also very good in terms of long sustain. When you land, you actually get a little bit of bonus health from your feathers, so you can take fights in terms of objective delays. 1, you fly back quick, and 2, you sustain for a while. It can be hard to deal with. And there's Loki. I think I summoned this one. My bad.
Oh, you might have done. I don't know, though.
No.
Like, it would make, you know, for Krakoa and stuff, we've seen a lot more like Adam Warlock there from various points, but I don't know. Maybe it's just sort of like going for characters to make sure that you have a good strategist backline. You don't really have Loki to copy much of anything. There's no Gambit, there's no Invisible Woman, there is an Adam Protect, so that's clearly the direction that both these teams are wanting to go in.
Well, we'll take 50% of the blame each for that one. We may have manifested that. Daredevil is taken away as well, so we don't have backline dive to try and deal with that Adam Warlock. We have to rely on some other heroes to do a similar job. Final ban for Crownfall. With Adam Warlock, multiple revive compositions on the board, what are you scared of? Do we take out Elsa? Do we take out something that could punish those Adam Warlock revives? But considering it's universal bans, you might want it too. They do take out something that can punish a full karmic revival. The Straggling Prison on top, for example, could be hugely punishing, but they still leave Elsa available.
Yeah, it seems that both these teams have been very happy to sort of play around it. Really, it's just going to be the duelist line, I guess, of Elsa and also the Adam Warlock. Really hoping that they can find like the tests here. I mean, this is just a dirty comp for both these teams to be running on like a last one, really. Just the copies available. Mantis is available. Like, ugh, it's so nasty for potentially like the last game for us to be watching on EMEA today. Crimson Jolt wanted to really make this sort of scrappy in how this domination map is going to go. And for the start of this, it looks like it is going to be portal plays on either side to try and start the teams off.
Doctor Strange is also going to be quite effective here as a build-up character. One, like you say, you want to maybe try and take out people with a portal play early. This could build up your Adam charge, and you can try and punish your opponents nice and quick. But also, Doctor Strange is another one of those characters who can do some great work if your opponents go for a Karmic Revive. Straggling Prison is a great counter for that, but Aya Wakamoto will do the job just fine.
5, 4, 3.
How are we looking? I think it is just It's sort of the battle of the Deadpools that we've seen, but also now Paul play coming in for Twickle. Who's going to scout the information first on what these teams are doing? Yeah, like it really is just that both teams staying in spawn, as you can see with the outlines.
Portal comes out, looking for the counter, realizing they're not going to find it, so they're going to drop it off to the side, onto the objective for the contest. And, well, we don't see any Portal gangs, but we do see a nice hangout on the objective.
Yeah, Soulborn has been used quite early, actually. It seems like from Crimson Jolt. I'd have to imagine that for Crownfall it is used on the other side too. Yeah, you can sort of see it just a little bit later, and that window means that the pick has gone straight in onto SCP. Great focus from Crownfall to be like, okay, Soulborn just use, let's use ours a little bit later. As soon as theirs is over, just jump onto SCP on the Adam, make sure that he can't get much. And it's a very straightforward, easy take for Crownfall as a result.
Crownfall able to take the high ground now. They're looking to go for as much spawn hold as possible. They can also afford to take a little bit of damage onto Twickle to charge up that Karmic Revival for FHD. SCP, though, because their team did take a lot of damage and they were forced to pull back a bit, they got a huge amount of charge, 90% for them. But that does mean Crimson Jolt now need to find an opening, find a place to do it. And it's certainly not going to be on the objective because that was a beautiful Apex Predator.
Hold into a perfect spot. Camera Revival is going to be used, but it's still, it's on the low ground when you have so much Crownfall. It's up high, so it's just peppering damage down onto where these players are. Easy sort of pick up for Boo, who's going to bring out the Deadpool ultimate to just carve his way through in the end. I think it was the Banhammer in the end, and you got some of the healing coming through. Just for Crownfall to keep things going, even with the Karmic Revival dedicated from Crimson Jolt, because they didn't have control of the objective, it just delays this fight a little bit longer.
Crownfall in solid control right now, building up some more ultimates. Nagamoto, they have the Soul Resurgence. They are in position to just go for a solid secondary hold with 64% on the objective. Astromap right now is going to be the main tool for Crimson Jolt to go for a big team fight. Nagamoto comes on out from Twickle, gets SCP in the backline. Soul Resurgence, though, with the bonus help, keeps them up. Counter into the backline, gets everyone, but the sustain from Maybazese keeps the team topped up. Crimson Jolt are trying to rush on in, utilizing the God of Mischief onto that Mantis for another Soul Resurgence. Good sleep on the backline, but Karmic Revival from FHD means all of that was for naught. They come on back. Apex Predator brings them into the revival room, and that's allowing Crownfall to keep control, isolate Crimson Jolt. We lose Maybazese, but that is just T-Spy trying to delay, trying to buy time. SCP is almost charged up on a Karmic Revival. They could try and delay this one more time, but we're already in overtime. Apex Predator from T-Spy grabs two. That could be exactly what they need. Crimson Jolt will finally get the flip.
Finally get it in, and it's not only that, it's having the Karmic Revival now in the pocket just after how that fight went in the end. Crownfall played it to perfection. It did feel like you have got the God of Mischief that was used as well to go for the copy with a triple strategist, but just some of the play from T-Spy able to find some of the picks in the right areas. You got Astromap that's actually switched over towards the Venom to allow a bit more of like a divey composition. But right now, Crownfall reaching 99%. Don't need to stress too much about this at all. They have some ultimates to try and build up, but they're still doing quite a lot of damage just from the poke, just off of this neutral play. But the team has been very selective in how they're fighting this Boohoo. Just trying to build up the ultimate himself. He's the only one that's really just out here fighting, with the strategists using him as a way to battery up their strategist ultimates.
SCP forced to use another Karmic Revive to keep the team up as they lost one early. Astromap dropped incredibly low as well. Darby going for a Karmic Revival of their own with the God of Mischief keeping this fight going. Phantom could do the same if they're able to position effectively, and Astromap is still in this fight. Apex Predator to try and get the backline, to try and isolate them, but so far, once again, the fight is about delays. No one's going down. Soul Resurgence coming in from both sides. Here's a second Soul Resurgence from Phantom. Gonna try and not go for a Karmic Revival as the Eye of Nagamoto comes into the backline. Somehow, Phantom is keeping up in this fight. Will finally get taken down by MJD. And Crimson Jolt, they delayed this for a long time, but Crownfall are starting to creep ahead in numbers. Banhammer to guarantee the pickup, and Crimson Jolt are forced off the point. It's gonna be a flip with overtime ticking down. Phantom is gonna try desperately to portal as SCP buys time.
He's just going for the life cocoon onto the point, and it's done exactly as you said. Bought enough time for Phantom to actually go in for the portal with the Doctor Strange. It was a hell of an ask. Actually, Brotus is actually moving over towards the Jeff, going for the copy from Loki to go for the Soul Resurgence as opposed to like a Karmic Revival more defensively. That was a call for Crimson Jolt to keep things going, and Crownfall actually have enough to keep that fight in their hands, go for their own Karmic Revival, and able to take this first point. Easy to begin with how Crownfall were able to take that engagement, but Crimson Jolt making it a lot more competitive in the end. But I wonder if there's going to be more of the like portal plays now. I don't know if Twickle used the Doctor Strange portal to recontest from the defensive perspective, but it does mean that Twickle might have the portal, whereas Phantom, we just saw him use it.
That is true. And we're also seeing a little bit of role swapping potentially here as Phantom might move off the Loki. Okay, I was curious to see if that would make it through, moving up to a triple Vanguard and losing Loki. Your best chance at keeping sustain going with those regen domains and, of course, copies onto Soul Resurgence or Karmic Revivals. But they're going to swap back over, make sure that they get at least some of the ult charge and so they can contest it. The big swap we do see, though, is Astam up. No more Doctor Strange. They've already portaled, so they're going to try the Emma Frost to see if they can get a cheeky lockdown onto some of the frontliners from Crownfall.
As the map has sort of switched around onto various different Vanguards in so far this series. Might be the last chance to see them in play as Crimson Jolt fighting for life in this tournament. One more round, the last map. Crownfall would go on to play in MRC for later on next week. Crimson Jolt, we might not see them in action, at least for like MRC, the major ones in Ignite, until like June, July. So a lot of pressure on their shoulders. SCP is very close to having a Karmic Revival, and FHD has it already. It's Abuhu that gets the first pick in the end, up against Astamab. They're going to have to sort of come back in from the spawn the old-fashioned way. This Karmic Revival is actually going to be used. Is it going to pull back? I think it is going to actually, grab the Emma Frost to bring them into the fray. But they're the only one that has been eliminated in this time. And Phantom goes down, is going to be brought back. Not going to be a second chance, though, over for the Emma Frost on Crimson Jolt's side, as the Eye Agamotto connects onto 2. And that's the end of it. Like, there's no Karmic Revival left. It's a great fight for Crownfall, and they're able to take the point as a result.
Crownfall will once again set up for control while still having access to Karmic Revival and to the God of Mischief, meaning they technically have 2 Karmic Revivals if they want, whereas Crimson Jolt, they almost have access to God of Mischief, but SCP-1356 is quite far away. The Ducks will not protect them this time, and they're going to have to just try and win this in a neutral 3 times with these revives. Here comes the clone. Karmic Revival going to be dropped early because they know they need people on the board, so better burn it now and try and build up as a team for one last fight at the end if this push doesn't work. But Astamab on the Magneto, trying to push on up, creating an opening. T-Spy has that Apex Predator. If they can find a good angle, they can maybe take them down. The Predator comes on out. Good sidestep. FHD was able to play that nicely and still has the revive on the flank while building up great healing cooldowns.
Because that fight went so well for Crownfall, they've gone for the God of Mischief copy onto the Soul Resurgence instead of a Karmic Revival, hoping that that's going to be enough to actually win out this fight in the end. Crownfall forced to use some of these ultimates. That's what Crimson Jolt were hoping for. But because this fight, even if Crimson Jolt win it in the end, it's gone on for far too long. It's really building into scary progression now for Crownfall, as no players have been eliminated in the past like 30 seconds a minute. It's a Meteor M that is required, but FHD sat happy to let his team get eliminated because the Karmic Revival is sat ready and waiting.
Going to drop it right at the end to try and maximize the duration that it is up. This brings back Twickle, and quite a few other members go down as well. Beautiful counter revive, though, and beautiful Apex Predator fighting everyone in the tunnel. MJD just padded some stats there. Found everyone. 94, 95. Portal will not be in time. Backcap, actually, never mind. Overtime. That could be enough. They have to interrupt the portal here. They're rushing the spawn doors to try and prevent it, and it looks like they have succeeded. Eye of Agamotto for good measure, and with only one person on the point, it is now the Adam Warlock duel for the survival, but SCP falls. Vuetas is trying to Spider-Man for every extra second. Crimson Jolt do not go quietly into that cold night, but into the cold night they shall go. Crownfall take point number 2, map number 3, and the series.
And just the way that ended, right? You've got one of the biggest Karmic Revivals that we saw from SCP. Everybody being immediately eliminated. The environmental elims just from the Apex Predator just shoving everybody off of the map. Great way for MJD to end this today and to continue on this performance from Crownfall going into next week. Pretty much get into like the top 6, I think top 8 teams. They still have a lot more to go through in the losers bracket if they want to be qualifying for Ignite and getting a main share of the prize pool for MRC Season 6. But for Crimson Jolt, it was the upper bracket, straight down to lowers, straight into elimination, hoping for a better day, but it just all fell out of their hands.
It was still, once again, an incredible showing. MRC is competitive as this one, not just because it's EMEA, which is usually extremely competitive anyway, but also just because that this is the MRC that qualifies you for Ignite 2026. This is an incredible showing for this team, and I really do hope that we see them again in the future, because very impressive. But Crownfall, experience wins out.
I mean, it's not even like the most experience that they've had. It's only like the last like season that we really saw Crownfall have a good solid performance, but that was also an open MRC realistically. Like Virtus Pro didn't play at all. They wanted to take more of a break. But like this one, yeah, you don't have a lot of the partnership teams. You don't have the invited teams for Ignite. But Crownfall are really starting to stand out in some good places. It's still a gauntlet that they have to go through, but they're having some good performances and just making sure that like newer faces like Crimson Jolt aren't going to come in and surprise anybody too much.
But for now, they will have to try again. You say they won't surprise anyone too much, but this is a great start. This is a great base to build off of, because you already mentioned we have the promotion and relegation system in this year's Ignite as well. So it's not over for these teams. They can come back in a couple months and try and earn their way into Ignite in the future. But that's a long time. That's a long time without that potential prize money available to you. So getting in now is severely preferable.
I mean, it's a great way to sort of get some support as well. Like, I think it's pretty much guaranteed that if you do qualify for Ignite, you get some form of prize pool as well when it comes to like actual money. So you have that to sort of springboard, and always Orgs looking to be involved in Ignite. So maybe a salary here, there, or everywhere. But it's like you have a good chance of a week to try and work out who your opponents are going to be. Go for these scrims and just really set yourself up for the best chance. But it's like in the losers bracket, you have a lot of games to play back to back. But also your opponents you might not know about until 5 minutes before the game actually starts. So it really is like a big ask, I think, in the end for teams like Crownfall, and only one slot that you can guarantee to get through the losers bracket. A lot of teams still fighting for it.
A lot of teams still fighting for it. We had some incredibly good games, some incredibly close games today. Absolutely insane performance from so many of these teams. But the fact is, you can look at this bracket right now and you still have a question mark as to who is going in to Ignite for EMEA, because the competition is still fierce. Almost all these names, in fact, I will go out and say, for the right games, all of these teams still left in MRC have a solid chance of making it into Ignite and becoming your champion for EMEA for this season. But plenty more games coming up, and of course those will be next Saturday. We have a little bit of a break here during the week so that the players can, like Ryan said, get those scrims in, get some practice going, and prepare themselves for the future. But well, before we start to close out here, quick reminder so you don't leave right away. Americas are coming up later as well after we finished our wrap up here. So make sure you stay tuned, follow the channels, and just ring the bells, turn on notifications, whatever it is on the channel you're watching, so that you can be prepared every time they go live. Pacific is before us as well, and they've already potentially found a couple of their teams due to how the bracket has laid out for OCE. Make sure to tune in next week to find out the details on that as well. But there's so many good games still coming up next week.
Yeah, there's so much to still go with, and so much that's like really impactful for these teams to be playing in. Like, really, it's a case of like looking at the results from today. A lot of the teams that were up in the upper bracket ended up sort of going out in pretty rough times. Like Planet Signage losing 3-1 to Lunix, as we saw a full best-of-5 series against Flankly Blessed that they were able to win 3-2. Luigi twice at least bouncing back against their loss against Rad to win against Wisteria 3-0. But as we saw, Chicken Jockey beating Revertex, and now Crownfall beating Crimson Jolt. We're down to 8 teams. These upper bracket games of like Lunex versus Rad, Remake versus Alta Zenith, they're the ones that are really going to go into like 2 of those teams guaranteed are going to be attending Ignite. And I think that whilst winning out this tournament and also getting a good portion of that $14K prize pool is important, qualifying for Ignite is what these teams are really hoping for.
That's the goal. That's the dream. Literally the pinnacle of Marvel Rivals Ignite in EMEA is Ignite. You get to play with the best, the current and former world champions in the form of Virtus Pro and Na'Vi. So you want to be playing with the best. If you're a pro player, that's the goal. You want to be the best. You want to show the world what you can do. And we're down to our final 8 teams to decide who will join them and play us into that. You already mentioned it earlier. Flankily Blessed. We enjoyed watching them very much, but they are out now. Planet Signage were able to take them down. Chicken Jockey is still continuing their run, as are Crownfall and Luigi Twice.
Yeah, I mean, the best of 5s have brought a lot out, but I think that's the only full best of 5 that we would have seen happen out today. Actually, Wisteria Menace went the full distance as well, 3-2, as we just saw from the schedule of today's results. So we have had to say goodbye to a good portion of teams, and especially when you get this far in the tournament that you're on these broadcasts, you'd be hoping for a little bit more. But like we keep saying, Lunex versus Rad, one of those two teams is going up to that upper bracket, like, grand final. And that's going to be an instant qualification for Ignite. Same with Remake versus Alter ZF. Maybe favorites for both of those games, but Lunex Rad, especially, that's going to be a crazy game to be watching next Saturday.
Oh, yes, I'm very excited. We'll be doing that. That's us. We will be getting to do some of those games, which is going to be delightful. Like you already mentioned, those upper bracket semifinals will decide our first 2. And then, of course, that lower bracket, Planet Signage, Luigi Twice, Chicken Jockey, Crownfall, and the losers of those upper bracket games will be competing to make out like this guy, to come back and just keep fighting. He can do this all day, but having to fight through the lower bracket, it is almost like you are cursed. Step into the shadows with Captain America's cursed captain costume. It is available now in-game, and it's definitely one of the most beautiful costumes I have seen. Absolutely a huge fan of this, and we've already seen it in a couple of the games.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen that much Captain America in comparison to previous MRCs or even just previous Marvel Rivals tournaments. But you're right, it is pretty much the bingo game of playing. For Psylocke, we've literally not seen any Psylocke at all. Yet, so the once captive Corsair, which is available in game now, like I think it's since the 5th of March, like Friday, that this stuff is being in game, so you have a couple of weeks in order to get it. But for Psylocke, we haven't seen her in action at all, never mind this skin.
But the skin itself is gorgeous. If you're a fan of pirates, and in this case, a sort of space pirate style design, then jump on in there. While she was captured by the Collector, we will be seeing Psylocke, the once captive Corsair, breaking it free. Freedom isn't given, it's taken, just like Ignite spots.
I mean, there's only so many going around, I would say. But yeah, this has been a grueling day, I think, for some of the teams so far this stage, Tetcher. But that's to be expected. There's a lot to play for. And I'm really excited to see how these final 8 teams push for those final 3 spots that we'll be finding out all of our teams for Ignite for next Saturday, I believe it is.
It is. Next Saturday, we'll be finding all of those out. But for now, we have a little bit of a break, unless you'll want to do me a favor, maybe stick around. We have more games coming up. The Americas are coming up